G'day mates, how's it going? I'm back. Uh, no, wrong one. I want this one, and then I need to find it. Actually, it was Mugen, right? I should probably just write his name in Mugen. Yeah, there it is. First thing comes up.
All happening.
Ah. Okay. Um, Probably like this, right? Yeah, boom. Right there? I'm there. Let's check the chats. And then to check, I have to go for this one. Okay, it's not loading. Give me a minute. Yeah? Uh, Boom. Yeah, there we go. Okay. They're working. They're working. Okay, we got this mammoth of a video to watch. Um, while we... I'm just gonna like it already. While we, hunt for these dinos. If we get the dinos, then we will go hunt for something else, I guess. I don't even know. Maybe the ice cream cones? I still haven't been able to find any. Also, I got Bish yesterday. This is Bish. He's just my buddy. Bro, I love Trubbish so much. Also, I caught him in a heavy ball. Because it's my favorite ball. Meow, 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 meow. Also, I found some extras. I found some more extra random crap while I was looking for the ice cream cone. Okay, let's start this. I need that eventually. Yeah, okay.
The Lord of the Rings trilogy was written by the author J.R.R. Tolkien. It is one of the best-selling books of all time, selling over one.
Wait, what did you just say? Wait, okay, so I woke up not long ago. I'm pretty certain that's not Tolkien's name. Tolkien? J.R.R. Martin is Game of Thrones. Oh, there's a film called Tolkien. They made a film about him? Oh, it was J.R.R. Tolkien. Is it not J.R.R. Martin? J.R.R. What's the Game of Thrones? What's his name? George R.R. Martin. So G.R. Okay. Oh, I always just called him Tolkien. Guess I never thought about it.
150 million copies. If you want to read the entire trilogy, then it's around 1,000 pages.
Bro, I
And
can't be
considering
pausing this
one
as
of,
much.
if not the best written fantasy world ever created, then hey, it's actually a small price.
Because this is going to take forever.
This means that for 1,000 pages, you could either choose to immerse yourself in one of the best written fantasy worlds of all time, or read a 1,000-page Google Doc about VTuber drama. I wish I was kidding. 1,000.
By the way, is it exactly 1,000 pages? Or was it more than that? Because I didn't look into it. I mean, I saw 1,000 pages. I was like, nah, fuck off.
Pages. all dedicated purely to VTuber drama. How'd you even get here? What even got us to this point? Well, you know, it's only one of the biggest.
From everything that I've seen, though, a lot of the stuff in it is some of it's irrelevant, but most of it's like copy and paste from other crap. So she just repeats a lot, as far as I know.
Biggest incidents in VTubing history. You see, Cinder was one of the biggest and most successful independent English-speaking VTubers in the world. Now look, some people will argue with me. She didn't have tens of thousands of concurrent viewers, and she didn't have 1 million followers.
No, but she had an average of 3, which is insane.
But her community was so ridiculously loyal and held so much influence that she truly was starting to reach.
What do you mean was? They still are. Like, people are still, like, waiting for her to come back and, like, still go to defend her. It's crazy.
Lengths that only other legendary VTubers had attained. For example, in the first 4 months of 2024, she had made over $65,000 just in.
Is that Queso? Who is that? There's Queso. It says at the bottom. Queso. Pirate Software. The who? The Peach Cobbler. Who the fuck is that? Wait, what is that one? Grenada J? Jake? Who the fuck is that? Well, half these people. Fire Dancer, and then the other one's Salma? I don't know who these people are. Never even heard of them.
Bit donations on Twitch. This ranked her as the 5th most donated to Twitch streamer on the platform.
Oh, these are just
right behind
donations?
other streamers like Queso and Jinxie. She was the top VTuber on that list.
You chose some people that were ahead of her. You chose anyone, bro. Queso and Jinxie. Didn't want to mention the other one?
In January 2025, she became a partial owner of the company Gamersubs. This is an extremely big deal, and it's only been achieved by one other VTuber, which was Shy Lily. I mean, she even had an article written about her back in 2023 with the title.
Yeah, but like, maybe I need to look into the fucking, what was it, Gamersubs? Because if I remember correctly, I think Lily created it with someone else, right? Like, it wasn't already a thing, and then they were like, "Hey, you come be our mascot," type thing, right? Maybe I'm wrong.
Cinder banked on VTubing success, and the investment is paying off. She'd only been a VTuber for a few years, but she was already reaching lengths no one could have ever dreamed of. In other words, the sky
banked on
the
VTubing
limit.
success.
And one of the reasons for that incredible success was, of course, her design and the art style associated with it. The artist behind that model would be none other than Nanolis, otherwise referred to as Nana. She'd be Cinder's artist from the very beginning and would work on every single model of hers. Both of them benefited greatly from their working relationship. On April 18th, 2025, Nana would post the most recent model she had made for Cinder. It would, of course, receive a lot of
everything that I've seen, right? Because the 1,000-page document came with like a quick little thing at the top, which was like, "They all lied to you." From everything I saw, the only one that lied was Nano, and it was like, it was more that she was telling half truths, right? That's what was happening. But the way she's like everybody else, like everyone lied, and then shows things that doesn't prove that other people lie is mental. And then I think there was one moment in the document where she's like, "I didn't even know about this," and then shows like her account, like talking to the person about it. It's like, okay, sure. I don't know.
lot of attention.
Drama's
You
gonna
even
be
see Cinder
insane.
commenting, "Thank you for another amazing model, Nano." She'd make that comment on April 19th, 2025, and barely 7 days later, with no prior warning and completely out of the blue,
Yeah,
Nano would make
this part was weird. I didn't know that this is what happened. I thought that like Nano hadn't done anything with Cinder in a hot minute and then was like this, but she'd like just come out with a model for her, which is like, I don't know, it feels icky to me because it's like you were working behind the scenes with her on this model, but then like you would, I assume, talk to her and work on the model while talking to her or something, and then stop talking to her and go and start cooking on this document. Just feels weird.
this tweet saying, "Hello, I'm here to share something that has affected me personally and hurt others. This was very hard for me, but I feel it is necessary. Please don't ask."
Just, I suppose it says now because I remember she brought it up a bunch of times. I think it was a couple times at least in this document. She kept saying that Lily was the one to gain from her downfall, which is mental. Like, I'm pretty certain it was Lily. And Lily's the other part owner in Gamer Subs. And I looked it up. I don't even know how long ago, like a week or two ago now. The Gamer Subs did take a hit from all this. And like she's like Lily is the one that gains from all this. Like how? She co-owns Gamer Subs. People stopped buying Gamer Subs. They stopped buying the cards. They stopped buying all this stuff. So if anything, she took a hit. She didn't gain. She took a hit. Like it makes no sense.
Send hate to anyone on my behalf. This is all I want.
And she's
to
convinced
say.
that
Linking a
Lily
Google
like
Doc with the title "Terminating
helped
My
Nano
Work
with the doc because
Cinder."
she's
This
the
would
one
receive
that had
over
most to
12
gain.
million views. In the document
Which is
itself,
just
we could see
nuts.
DMs between Nano and Redacted for the most part. The reason why this was a big deal is because Redacted, otherwise known as Red, was Cinder's manager. In these DMs, he would
boyfriend.
slander other creators, sometimes Cinder's friends. But worst of all, what these DMs showed us was the fact that Red tried to actively sabotage and blacklist other VTubers from being able to work with Nano. And again, some of the people affected were some of Cinder's closest friends. After this document would be posted, every
Bro, I just noticed that my username on YouTube is like green on my thing. It's the same color as the green from Kick, like the Kick logo, and it's tripped me out.
top VTuber in the industry would leave a comment in support. And just as people were attempting to wrap their head around this, barely 6 minutes later, Bao the Whale, one of the pioneers of independent English VTubing, and someone who is practically friends with everyone in this space, would also make a tweet saying, "I was very hurt by someone I thought was a
I thought you
friend,"
were gonna say
referring
document,
to Cinder,
and I was gonna be like,
linking
what?
her own Google Doc. And worst of all, we'd
Oh, wait,
see that
what?
due to conversations
She did
between
make a
Red and
doc.
Nano would eventually decide to cancel the model she was working on for Bao. Bao at some point would vent
So-
about this in her friends group chat in which Cinder was a part of. Everyone would support her except Cinder. And Cinder knew very well that her model was canceled, and she also knew that Bao was
Yeah.
very excited for it. This further pushed a narrative that
Like that's you could see the chats because like they posted the chats, which is crazy. It's like you convinced this person or Red, I don't remember which one, but she knew what they were talking about. Convince them that like not to do Bao's model, and you know that they're not going to do it, and then Bao says something like they knew for a bit, and then Bao finally says something in the group chat, and she's like, "Oh my god, no way!" Like, bitch, you knew. Like, don't act fake. It's so
Cinder was a
scummy.
backstabber who never took her friends seriously. You could see the immense support Bao received here and how everyone in this space is her friend by all the replies on her tweet.
There's a good. Hold on. Uh, this one maybe.
Let's
This
see. A five-letter word for happiness.
this is
Money,
Cinder.
money, 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 money.
This is how Cinder thought about her friends. That's how she thought about her friends. Money. I have so many tabs open. Why? Cat girl. Fair enough. I didn't watch this song. You watched this song. Oops. Oh no, I listen to this song a lot. It's so funny. If I'm still streaming or want to stream, we're gonna watch this and this.
Wishing her well. Less than 20 minutes later,
Money.
Bao's own music video editor would also post his own account of how he was treated by Red in DMs, and you'd see another VTuber by the name
name's Zach?
of Spite also make her own document, saying that for years she's been harassed by Cinder's community for being seen as a cheap copy. That Cinder
Yeah,
wouldn't
she came
acknowledge her and
first,
would even
which is
actively
mental.
try to blacklist her, even though she literally started streaming before Cinder's career even began. And finally, Silvervale, another VTuber who could be considered a pioneer of independent English
bro.
VTubers.
The Silvervale stuff. I think I watched someone else to read just the Silvervale stuff, and I don't know how she thought the Silvervale section of the Google document made her look better. Like if it was me, I would have just made like a short thing and be like, "Oh yeah, I was mean to her," or whatever, and that's it. But she went over so much detail of the Silvervale stuff, and it makes her look more insane. Like she was just stalking Silvervale for like no reason because she liked her. I guess it was crazy.
YouTubing would also make her own document on Cinder, telling us how Cinder was obsessed with her for years, trying to be her friend, even though Silver had expressed that she wasn't interested. And worst of all,
Yeah.
how as her model was being cancelled due to discussions between Red and Nano, Cinder would be messaging her, congratulating her on achievements, yet again pushing the narrative that she is a two-faced backstabber. As this was all happening, the pressure
Yeah, she
was
like
mounting very
so
hard
wanted to
on
be friends
Cinder.
with
This
Cinder
is when
for
she'd make a tweet saying that
Silvervale for
effective
some reason.
immediately, Redacted will no longer be managing or overseeing my VTuber activities. He no longer represents me as a creator, my brand, or my intentions. I'm sorry, everyone. I will make a larger response when I'm able. Now, look, most of these DMs did have Red, but Nano would specify in her document that based on working with Red and Cinder over the years, she's sure that they speak for each other and that there's no reason to believe that Red was acting without Cinder's consent and knowledge. Regardless, though, people thought that this was a step in the right direction until
Yeah, they from what everyone else is saying, it kind of seems like I don't know, like they were dating for a while before they became Cinder. So it kind of seems like they've joined at the hip.
Vampeaches, another VTuber, would reveal that 4 years ago, Cinder had referred to Red as her boyfriend. This was not revealed by anyone else writing these documents, even though they fully knew this. But for the broader VTuber community, this was the first time they were hearing about it. It backfired on Cinder tremendously. And what made it so much worse is that this post got community noted, saying that Red acted with Cinder's knowledge and consent, both of which directly engaged in libel towards other creators. And as people thought this couldn't get worse, as they were still grappling with the fact that Red is Cinder's boyfriend and this was revealed for the first time, some
Right.
dude Rain randomly
Yeah, I was about to say, is this the one where she like cheated on Red with?
comes in, posts a Google document, and reveals to us that Cinder had cheated with him on Red, showing us old DMs from her previous persona. Yeah, as someone who was watching all of this unfold live, I could tell you right now, I have never seen such chaos unfold in such a short amount of time.
And like the other thing too, I said it about Hassan. It applies to everybody. If someone's shitty in one way, then they're definitely shitty in more ways, right? Like this chick was backstabbing all her friends, and then when this part came out that she cheated, I was like, of course she did. Like, it just makes sense, right? If you're willing to like be all friendly to your friends to their face, and then behind the scenes are like telling people not to work with them and spreading lies and all this crap where you telling me you draw the line at cheating on your partner. So like, yeah. That's why more and more shit just kept coming out
At
about
this
her.
point, the pressure could not have been crazier. Everyone was waiting for a proper statement from Cinder, and it would only be a day later, on the 27th of April.
Yeah,
that
it
she
was
would
dog
post
shit.
A Google Doc with the title, My Apology. It would be clearly written in a rush during panic, and it was very bad, making the
Yep.
situation way worse. But don't take my word for it.
Uh.
Some of Cinder's closest, most loyal friends would express this themselves. Yoklesh, who has known Cinder for a long time and worked with her as an artist, would say, I'm so disappointed. You have known Red since your college days and have a long-term
Yoglash. Yeah, see, there you go. What'd she say? So does mine. You have known Red since your college. Yeah, so she's been dating Red for a very long time. And when eventually, when you get to that point where you're dating someone for a very long time, you either one of two things. You either like sleep in different bedrooms because you got to the point where you're like, okay, we don't need to be so close to each other all the time, or it's the other way around, or it's the other way around, where you're attached to the hip. And from everybody talking about them when they're like at parties or going on holidays and stuff like that, sounds like they're the stuck to each other's hip type relationship. So you can bet they're like telling each other everything.
relationship. How can you think it's okay to just put all the blame on him and pretend you didn't know what he was saying or
So is
doing
this
as your
supposed to be-
manager? I don't
She also a VTuber? Yo Clash? Is she the like the only VTuber? Yo Clash. Is she just yeah. Yeah, she's a singer. Okay. Just great design. Does that mean she drew it? Whoop, no, don't play music. Does that mean she drew this? Yeah, she's a VTuber. Did she draw this and rig this herself? Or is she crazy talented? Okay, she's like a singer. I don't know if she's good or not. I don't know if she's good or not. Do we just play this one? I'm assuming she's good, right? Okay, this is very slow. Wait, hold on. Can I like... Ah! There we go. Because I want to look at the art. Because she's really good. Yeah, look at this. It's incredible. Holy shit. The voice of an angel. Okay, I can't listen to the whole song. I'll listen to it later. Subscribe. Well, found me someone new.
believe this. She was saying this in reference to the fact that most of Cinder's apology appeared to be her throwing Red under the bus, saying that she was not aware of the majority of things he was doing. Lena would express the same thing, saying this is someone you supposedly loved and worked close with as a team for years. I can't imagine for the sake of an online image throwing someone away so effortlessly.
Yeah, they like
when you didn't
live
know what
together
they were
and
doing.
everything.
There's just no
Like-
way. You had everything. You had a massively supportive
Bert-
community, a group
Like, when I was in like a serious relationship, bro, they wanted to tell me like just things that didn't fucking matter. Like, one of them that I was dating, she came home and she was like talking about. Well, she rung me because we didn't live together, but she rung me to tell me that about what she did that day and how she broke her nail, and then started describing like the break in the nail. Like, people that are dating tell each other just the dumbest shit. So like important things like that Red would have been discussing with these other VTubers, 100% he would have told her. She's just trying to fucking make out like she didn't know so she doesn't lose everything. And it's so dumb. And the worst part about all this is, right, is that it's literally just a trust me, bro moment. Like, she can't prove that she didn't know. Because there's no way to prove that she didn't actually know about the conversations that he was having.
Group of girls who stuck by you. You're a partial owner of a company. People would die to be where you're at, and you actively sabotage the people closest to you as well as creators that had nothing to do with you. And of course, one can't mention the replies on this post
Yeah,
without
it's insane.
mentioning
Like,
Shy
did you
Lilies,
not have enough
garnering
money
over 8
already?
million
Like,
views
I don't
and
get
over
it.
150,000 likes, in which she calls out Cinder very aggressively, highlighting the same points we saw with Yoklash and Lena, while also calling for her accountability. Look, it was safe to say that after this apology, it was over. People would go as
Oh my
far
God.
as burning their own.
Holy shit. Like, I heard about people burning her merch, but I thought it was like shirts and like the cards or whatever, because she has like the cards, right? I did not think that it was like the plushie. That looks hilarious.
Cinder merch, and would of course start making memes of the entire situation. The fallout would be immense and unprecedented. She'd
Yep.
lose over 50,000 followers on Twitch and would lose tens of thousands of
How
followers.
many followers
on
does she
her
have on
Twitter.
Twitch?
She would go completely radio silent, and her
She only
name
lost
would become a
50,000.
painful reminder as to what could happen when you let fame and numbers get to you while completely disregarding the people who
Wait.
care about.
She has the GamerSubs logo. Does she still have that? There's no way she still has that, right? Twitter. I have to log in? Aw, man. I don't remember what my login is. I don't remember what my login is. This phone number. I don't think I have my phone number. Fuck, I don't know what it is. I'm gonna have to log in later. Damn it. Okay, what if I just write Cinder and then Twitter? Will it just like show me real quick? Okay, yeah, it does show me. And then she still has the GamerSubs thing. What? I thought she was supposed to like leave them. What the fuck, bro? This picture that someone drew of Cinder, her tits are gigantic. What the actual fuck? That's crazy. Oh, I forgot she did like an IRL thing. Bro, her tits are gigantic in real life too. Bro, she probably has so much back problems. Like, what the fuck? She has a VTuber model where she's just got no top on. Okay. Bro, she still has the GamerSubs thing. She hasn't posted anything. And it looks like she's deleted a lot of stuff. Did she... Wait. Because this like says October 31st, 2024. Then it says March 31st, 2024. Did she delete all of the things? Because people like scanned her profile and found out she said friends and friendship like a shit ton. Did she go back and delete everything where it says friends and that? I still don't understand. Like, I thought she didn't work with... I thought she didn't work with GamerSubs anymore. But she still has this, like, GamerSubs logo thing. And, like, yeah, there's too. Code Cinder and all that crap, which I'm assuming Code Cinder doesn't work anymore.
About you. This is how things would be for 5 months. But that, of course, would be until Cinder would come back with no prior announcement.
Yeah, like all that, like the
October
apology,
8th,
all that
and
crap.
post this
Not on there.
tweet saying the burden of proof is on the accuser, not the accused. They lied to you. Here's 1,000 pages of proof.
By the way, The burden of proof is on the accuser. Yeah, they gave it. They gave the proof. They didn't just come out and say things. They come out and they showed screenshots of your messages. So, like, what? Okay.
Linking a Google Doc. And yes, just like I said, unfortunately, it's real. It's actually 1,000 pages.
Nux is there. What did he say? 1,000 pages and you missed the whole point. They hate you because you were a two-faced, shitty, backstabbing friend.
99.99%
knows all about that.
of people did not bother reading the whole thing, and honestly, I don't blame them. There are many
Wait,
people
what
who
did
sought
Demi
to
say?
understand.
Wait, I was reading and noticed that the scroll wasn't moving at all. Then truly saw how long this was. Holy motherfucker, I was truly hoping you'd changed, but this Google Docky is literally the same as before. Not gonna lie. You're again trying to just redirect blame itself. Okay. What's going on? You can't have one. Just because you beg and you make cute little faces doesn't mean you get treats all the time. You're getting fat. Yeah, you are. You're getting fat. Yeah, you need to lay off. On top of that, I need to buy more. Yeah.
What the hell's in this document through summaries,
Being so
TLDRs,
cute.
and honestly, nothing can truly tell you unless you go
puppy.
through it yourself.
Cute
You
little
have to
puppy.
see the small details, the wording used, the way things were written, presented,
Brr.
and seeing that I've already made a video on what happened back in April of
What?
2025, I figured that it's my
No.
responsibility to make a video about
No,
this
you can't have none.
response. Purely because I hate myself,
Can't
but
have
also
none.
because no one else would. And
Can't have
again,
none.
I don't blame them. So make sure to have a seat because this is going to be
Mm.
my longest video ever
No.
made, where I present to you this document in the most objective way
So-
possible. So without further ado, let's do this.
She keeps
But
putting
first,
her-
a sponsor I'm sure you'll find.
She keeps putting her head on my leg and begging. Wants treats. Yeah, you know that word. I got him kangaroo this time. Normally I get him chicken. And like they love chicken, right? But it's like they don't really beg for it as much. The kangaroo is like their favorite. So when I get the kangaroo treats, oh my god. They don't leave me alone. Like they just beg me all day for treats. Crazy.
Find interesting. I love anime. I'm sure you do too. Problem is, if you want to play a game that's
What?
anime themed, then most likely it'll have
Oh,
gacha
ad.
mechanics.
That confused the shit out of me.
Noticed that. They were meant to be a
What is
gacha
this?
game, but took the decision, as they were gathering player feedback, to just remove the gacha system completely. No stamina limits,
Oh,
no
fair enough.
soft pity, no 50-50. The
Wait, no
only
stamina
monetization in this game is cosmetic, and that is it. And other than the fact that this game is, really pretty, the gameplay is where it
But-
truly shines.
The stamina limit in these games is meant so that you don't just finish it all in one day, right? Because like these games aren't meant to be super difficult, right? So you can't just blast through them in a day. What is this? This is like Genshin.
You can earn characters, weapons, and a bunch of
She
different
cute.
rewards just for playing this anime RPG, whether it be through the story, boss challenges, or
Oh,
just
hello.
in co-op. I'm
The
sure you'll find
jellyfish
something
lady?
you'll enjoy in this game. Not to mention that it's free, respects its players' time, and is available on both PC
That's
and
free?
mobile,
What
both
is this?
Android and iOS. And the best part in all of this is that it's coming out now, more specifically on the 28th
Oh, no, that's not what it's called. What's it called?
of October. So if that sounds interesting to you, then make sure to click the link in the description or the pinned comment to get the game today, including up to 107 free polls and 7 free characters. Thank you so
Oh, 7 free characters. I'm gonna sub the Mujin because I just realized I'm not. Where's the link? Download Dual Night Abyss for free. Is it on Steam? Hold on. Check Steam. Store. What's it called? Dual Night Abyss? Dual Night Abyss. Yeah, it's on Steam. I will download your anime game, Anime Man. Only because it's free, and only because you said that there's no gacha stuff. I shall download. Oh, it says add to wish list. Okay, well, it's on the wish list. Never mind. Never mind, it's on the wish list.
So much Duet Night Abyss for sponsoring this video. All right, so as I mentioned, this
Wait,
document.
go back. I want to have a
Thank
look. I like Rebecca. Straight up. From this list of people, I like Rebecca. Also, I like Outsider. He's cool. She's cool? It's cool. But yeah, Rebecca. She my girl. Is she Jellyfish Girl? I think she's Jellyfish Girl, right?
so much Duet Night Abyss for sponsoring this video. All right, so as I mentioned, this document is actually 1,000 pages. The way it's divided
Yeah, it's
is in
fucking
13
insane.
different sections. These, of course, can vary. One could have 4 pages.
Seasons? You just come off talking about anime, bro. 13 different seasons, okay? These are the 13 reasons why.
The other one could have 230. Some of these sections are dedicated to specific people, most notably the ones who posted the most damaging Google Docs.
Yeah, I think the biggest one, the one with the biggest part is Nanolis, I think. Yeah. I'm not sure, but I think.
Back in April of 2025. We're going to read the first
Oh,
few
and then,
sections
by
together.
the way, there was a section in there. I don't know if he's going to go over all this, but there was a part where she was talking about how she loves her friends, and then goes on to say how she was making cosplays so she could cosplay her friends. Like that was her reasoning to prove that she loves her friends. I was like, what? If that's the case, what about all these fucking cosplayers that cosplay these people like on the daily? What are you talking about?
Seeing that they're less than like 25
It was
pages total.
mental,
and then
bro.
throughout the other sections, I'll be doing a combination of reading, plus summarizing, plus skipping all the repetitive parts because this document was written terribly. I can guarantee you it was not a pleasant read. And the last thing I'm going to say before I start is that after reading the first section titled An Overdue Response, I'm going to have a few disclaimers before we keep going. These will be fairly important in the grand scheme of things. So no more stalling. Let's actually get to reading. Cinder would say, "Hi everyone. It's been
Bro.
over 5
Is Mugen like? Hold on. Cinder was on top of the world, but okay, so this is just talking about it. Ah, bro, I want to know. I want to know how long it took Mugen to actually like sit down and like, because he would have been reading this while recording, right? Okay, he's talking about the game. Edit. Misspoke around 16 minutes. My bad. Cinder says both her and Red did do wrong. They will never look at another Google Doc ever again. I'm done. Solve your problems privately already and use the private messaging function because I'm retiring. That's pretty funny. Yeah, I want to know like I want to know how long he actually like sat down and read and recorded this. Cuz like this is 6 hours long. Like this is edited. And this is 6 hours long. Which makes me think maybe he sat and read this for 10 hours, maybe?
months since
Maybe
everything
longer.
happened. I have never been good with words, and I'm especially bad at verbalizing my feelings. I've always hid my insecurities, and it's hard for me to open up about things, even to the people
You hid a lot of
closest to
things.
me. It was nearly 2 a.m. for me on April 26th when Nanolis and Bao posted their documents together, after I had finished streaming earlier in the night. I was awake for almost 48 hours by the time
Okay.
I posted my apology. Looking back at it, no, it wasn't good. I was not in a sound state of mind when it was written. I was blindsided by any of this coming out and the accusations made against me. No one involved tried contacting me privately beforehand. I was unable to eat.
See, right there, right? Straight away. Oh, he's already got it highlighted. No one involved tried to contact me privately beforehand. Why would they? They just saw all these messages where you were talking behind their back. And like scheming. So like if I was friends with multiple people, right? And one of them was like, "Hey, this other one, this is what they say behind your back," and showed me all these like messages. There's no way I would try and like talk to the other person about it. And if I did, I would talk to them with other people in the call. I wouldn't just go, hey, I want to ask you about these things, because of course they're going to lie about it. Which is exactly what she would have done. She would have tried to lie about it. Which is what she tried to do in her response, her apology. Just straight away, it was just like, it was all red. Like,
sleep, or do anything else but watch more documents as statements be released while everything fell apart. I didn't have Red, I didn't have my friends, but I had the weight of the entire internet waiting to see what I was going to say and how I was going to say it wrong. I didn't have access to search for all the evidence to defend myself with a growing list of allegations, and didn't have time to put it all together cohesively anyways. I was petrified. How could I possibly respond correctly to a coordinated effort like this in the state I was in without just blindly accepting fault for all the things I didn't do or never knew happened? I rushed to get something out, defend myself the best I could in the heat of the moment, and post it just so I could rest. No matter what I would end up saying, it would never have been good enough.
1110.
It took me a long time to mentally recover and have the ability to face any of this again. I couldn't look at anything Cinder related without breaking down. All of my fans that looked up to me were led to believe I was evil and encouraged to destroy or donate my merch.
Well, you
Almost
are.
everyone I knew or cared about turned on me in an instant.
What I saw
Anyone
this
who's ever
doc,
had
you didn't
anything
really
to say
prove
about
that you
me
weren't
did.
evil.
I had only one of my close friends message me after everything was out there. I received rape, docs, and death threats over these accusations, so I stepped away from the internet. I reconnected with Red, and we worked things out between ourselves.
Can we just like talk about like, can you like not send rape and death threats to people? Like it's insane. Why is it that like when like shit like this comes out, or one streamer's like, oh, I don't fuck with this streamer anymore, immediately their fan base is like, well, we need to tell them that we want to rape and kill them. Why? That doesn't help anyone. It never helps anyone. And the thing with it is the streamer who like was hurt in the situation, like Bow and all that, they're not sitting there going, yes, I'm so glad that my audience went and did that. They're just sitting there going, like, it probably makes them sad to know that their audience went and did that. It's fucking mental, bro.
When we were both ready to, he helped me with the long
People are
process of
unhinged.
making this document. I didn't say almost anything else to anyone sooner, privately or publicly, because no one would believe me until I had absolutely everything put together to post all at once in one place. So yeah, already one hell of a way to start the 1,000-page novel,
Yeah.
right? Next up, we'd have a subsection called Purpose of this Document.
And like I said earlier, she uses the same instance to try and prove multiple things, and it's just stupid.
With 5 different bullet points. The first one would say, to present the full story and the facts and evidence around what happened with complete transparency, defend myself against what's been said about me, and provide mine and Red's perspectives and motivations about each situation. It wasn't my choice to make this public, but since it is, my side of the story matters too. The second point would be
Of
to
course
take
you didn't want to
accountability
make
for
this
everything
public.
that each of us are guilty of in the past couple of years, whether they were revealed in the original documents or not. This document will not absolve either of us of all wrongdoing, and it isn't trying to. Point 3 would say,
It
dispel
100%
rumors,
is trying
misconceptions,
to.
and theories about me, show how and why things actually occurred, and point
Like,
out and refute
straight away that this document will not absolve us of any wrongdoing and isn't trying to. The first part won't absolve you of wrongdoing, yeah, definitely won't. But and it isn't trying to, it 100% is trying to. You started it with saying that they lied. Like, you started with they lied and that you were going to prove that they lied. So it's 100% trying to prove, like, what? So dumb.
discrepancies
So
and lies in the
dumb.
claims or statements made against me. We've done things wrong, but the amount and degree of them has been incredibly exaggerated or completely made
100%
up.
what
Point
this is
4 would
about.
say, this document contains speculation. Baseless accusations were made against me without evidence, so I've kept speculation labeled as such in this document. Most of it is supported by circumstantial evidence, but it should not be treated as solid fact.
What? I don't remember this part. This document contains speculation. It shouldn't. This is supposed to. What? This is supposed to prove that they're lying. So it should just have nothing but facts. Oh, I think I get what she means because she goes in the document and talks about how Lily had the most to gain and Lily cooked all this up so that she could somehow gain from her downfall. Is that the part that is that the sort of speculation she's talking about? Because she doesn't know if that's true or not. She's just speculating. And I speculate that it's fucking all wrong. Like, because Lily got affected by this. She lost sales from GamerSups and everything. So if anything, it's the opposite.
So yeah, just so you know, since I actually read the document, most of this speculation would be in the 8th section of the document, titled The Breakdown. There would also be some in Silvervale's section. Objectively speaking, when you say speculation...
So is the Silvervale speculation just like, she did want to be friends with me, but she just didn't want to admit that she wanted to be friends with me? Is that is that what that is? Probably.
With someone who has such a loyal audience like Cinder, the one thing that comes to mind is how dangerous that is. But anyway, we'll get to that later. The 5th point would say, this document is not to fuel harassment or spread hate towards anyone involved. I am doing what's listed above and posting this document in the same public setting the original documents were. If you have harassed anyone involved in my defense, you are not my supporter. Your actions are reprehensible, and I've never advocated for anyone to do this for any reason. I'm sorry to anyone who's been affected by any actions of Rogue
Can I just say
members.
too, like, that part about like harassing people, if she didn't get harassed herself, she would not have put that part in. Because now she's experienced the harassment, right? So she knows what it's like. That's why she's saying that. If she had never experienced it, then yeah, there's no way she would have put that in.
Against my principles. So these 5 reasons outline her purpose, and she does make it a point at the end to tell her community members, do not harass anyone, and if you did, you're not a part of my community. That's always an important thing to add when you're a content creator with a community. Cinder then says, I have been made out to be a two-faced, greedy, jealous, psychopathic narcissist who's maliciously used, stalked, sabotaged, and betrayed those closest to me and anyone around me for my own gain for years, manipulating my way to the top like some kind of evil mastermind. You were lied to. There are things I've done wrong, but this image of me could not be further from reality. This was a complete public assassination of my character over what were lies and assumptions, followed by my cancellation and disappearance, with my accusers profiting from it. If I was really the awful person I was
profiting. Did anyone profit from her disappearance? Because I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe. It definitely wasn't Lily. Like, and GamerSups, they fucking suffered.
Made out to be, then this document wouldn't exist. I wouldn't have any way to refute the claims made against me. I could have just continued streaming and profited from the drama and the over 30 million views this situation garnered. I could have let everyone forget about this and come back like nothing ever happened, but it's not true, and I couldn't allow myself to move on without making things right. Everything that's come out, and stories that followed, have been blown way out of proportion and turned into crazy conspiracies. Both Red and I have done nothing wrong, and all of that will be addressed here.
Okay. Bro. Oh, that's the part. Both Red and I have done wrong. Okay, that's the part. I was going to say, we've done nothing wrong. What? Red definitely did wrong.
Here, but the story everyone was told was not the reality of what happened. Every
that
single
says
person
both Red. That's the part he said in the comments. So it says both Red and I have done wrong. So he read it wrong.
Almost 5 years, even those closest to me, and every single interaction with them would have to have been fake for the story told about me to be true. I believe that there were 2 people responsible for how things played out, with a third person merely having an axe to grind against someone they never liked. Nanolith lied overwhelmingly about what happened between her and Red, sat back, and played everyone, including my friends. Shy Lily lied about me from the start, orchestrated things behind the scenes, and manipulated the public to their side. Silvervale took the opportunity to lie all about our interactions together, making things even worse for me. They had the most to gain from my cancellation, including their own satisfaction.
So, like I just said, Lily didn't gain. She lost money. Like, what did she gain? And then, like, the Silvervale thing. Did Silvervale gain from... She had nothing to do with Cinder, so it's like, I don't know how she would... Are you saying she gained because she told people you're a creep and stalking her? Wouldn't leave her alone? I don't... Like... That's the thing, I'm not sure. We'll get to it, I guess, in the Shy Lily and Silvervale part. If she doesn't show anything on, like, how they gained from her downfall, then this part's just fucking speculation.
None of them could take accountability for their own actions and pushed it all onto me instead. The only two people that could disprove their lies were just made into lying manipulators and wiped off the internet. She's of course referring to herself and Red. Aside from the verbal speculation, everything presented in this document is true to the best of mine and Red's knowledge. I have nothing to hide, and there isn't a reason to hide anything anymore. The bulk of what's shown here was over the past 2+ years. Keep in mind that—
What do you mean there isn't a reason to hide? There is a reason. You want back in the spotlight. You want to go back to streaming. There's 100% a reason to lie. Like what? Because if you do, okay.
That no matter who you are, opinions, thoughts, and feelings can change a lot.
There's 100% a reason to lie.
For better or worse. I went back and forth on a lot of things to put in here, asking myself if I should just leave them out for the people I still care for, or keep them in for my own sake. No matter what evidence is included in this document, it wouldn't be surprising if it's claimed that even with all of the evidence, all of this is just me trying to lie, manipulate, and gaslight my way out of what happened, and that no one should possibly believe me again. To show that I stand by everything written here, and that I'm sorry for the things I've done wrong, I made a very hard decision. I'm giving up my part ownership position of Gamer Subs.
And right there, right? But she still has it in her Twitter bio. So did she? I don't know if she did. It was still in her Twitter stuff.
I've worked so hard for them since December of 2022, and earning this position was one of the biggest accomplishments of my life. I am honored they chose to give me the opportunity, and I've been immensely proud to have the title. As sad as I am to do this, I feel the need to protect the company I love, the people that work there, and everyone associated over my own interests. GamerSubs suffered a lot of damage when all the accusations were—
Oh my god, you just proved my point. You just proved my point. GamerSubs suffered a lot of damage when the accusations were made about me. Okay, who's part owner of GamerSubs? Shy Lily. So, in other words, she didn't gain from your downfall, she lost.
were made about me.
Bro, this is insane.
This is my responsibility as part owner, and I don't want any more harm or negativity to come to them by having this position. I didn't have to do this, and I wasn't asked, forced, or coerced into making this decision. There are things more important to me than business. I notified them of my decision in June, and it will take effect at the same time this document is published. Each tab in this document is about the people and events related to the claims made against me, where I've provided links to each person's respective statements for reference, the evidence, context, and mine and Red's thoughts around each situation. You're intended to read each section, and in the order they're presented. This document should be viewed in desktop and light mode for the formatting to appear correctly. Some information and screenshots appear in multiple sections for whoever it's relevant to. The first few sections, being Nanolist, Bao, V-Card, and Numi's concert and Chai Lily, culminate in a section breaking down what you've seen throughout them, with the last few sections of this document being standalone. Unless stated otherwise, every link in this document is working at the time this is posted. This document will not be edited after it's posted either.
Which was a lie. Which was a lie. I'm pretty certain it was edited.
Because we live in 2025, I need to say that this document was written without the use of AI.
Yeah. I'm pretty certain that... Who was it? Maybe it was Demi. So there was a VTuber, I watched a clip where they talked about how they downloaded it or whatever, and then they fucking... something happened or something. They went back to look at it, and it had been edited. So she edited it.
Understand some of the things
I don't know what she edited,
be damaging to the people involved.
Yeah.
They understood that their claims were damaging to me before they publicly made them too. Everyone can review the evidence
like
for themselves
once again,
and
that's a
decide what really
lie.
happened, and if I really am the person you were led to believe me to be. The burden of proof is on the accuser, not the accused. So yeah, one hell of a thing to start things off. And already we have some pretty hefty accusations, with Cinder blaming Shy Lily, Nanolist, and Silverveil of going after her on purpose. Later in the document, you'll get to make up your own opinion after seeing the proof that she provides. The next section in this document is titled Redacted, in which she speaks about, well, her partner. Before we get into that though, I have some pretty important disclaimers, starting with the first one. Some people, even after reading this first section, already had doubts. For example, with Cinder saying she didn't use AI. Saying that there's no way you could possibly write 1,000 pages yourself. That's crazy. Well,
no, she could, because it was like, how long was it? It was like 4 months or something? 5 months? She was gone for a while. So she started like around the time-ish when she like left, and she probably could.
After having read these pages myself, I can tell you right now, no AI was used.
Yeah.
In fact, there's one specific typo in which Red forgets to finish a sentence.
Okay, bro, what? But on top of that, like, Maybe that was the edited part. Maybe they were like, oh fuck, you didn't finish your thought there and went and edited it. Maybe that's what it was. But like, she should have used AI. There's a lot in here where it's like, okay, AI would have told you this was a bad idea.
That you'll find halfway through the video that completely caught me off guard, and I left it in the video, so you'll get to actually see my confusion. Another thing that people doubted from the moment this document was posted was Cinder saying this document will not be edited after it's posted either. The reason why people started having doubts shortly after this was posted was because not even an hour afterwards, some sections would start to be missing pages. So I took the time to research it. On my browser, the NanoList document would be sitting at around 173 pages. Some people would claim that Nano's section used to be 230 pages. Others would say that it was 210. So where did all these pages go? Why is there so much confusion? Well, thanks to a viewer of mine by the name of Derek, I was able to get my hands on an archived link of the document when it was first uploaded. It takes way too long to load the sections on the top left, but I can't really blame it since it's 1,000 pages. In the Nano section from the archived document, we could see that the page count is actually different. It was actually off by many pages. So I sat down, put on my detective hat, and compared every word, every single subsection and image included, and my conclusion is that it was the same exact document, word for word. I tried to do this with other sections too. Nothing had changed. So what gives? Well, it seems like it has to do with both your aspect ratio on your monitor and your resolution. At a 16:9 aspect ratio on a 4K resolution, this document of Nanos is 184 pages. If I were to make my browser go from horizontal to vertical, the page count all of a sudden becomes 116. Yeah, it's that stupid. So this simply means that the page count's different on the archived version because the person who archived its monitor showed that page count in particular based on the resolution and aspect ratio. So yeah, fairly important disclaimer because I've seen quite a
Okay, that was good because I was under the assumption that she edited it. Okay, apparently she didn't.
few people throw this accusation around. As far as I can tell, it is false.
My bad.
Cinder truly didn't use AI and truly didn't change anything in the document since
I didn't think she used AI.
The third important disclaimer, and I promise I'm almost done here, is the fact that
my
this
bad.
document
I take it back.
took
She didn't
a
edit it.
very long time to make. And Cinder
How long?
indirectly showed us proof of that. On page 205 of the 8th section titled The Breakdown.
What the fuck is that video? Shy Lily lore video? Wait, can Shy Lily turn into a whale monster? What the fuck? What? What is that? I kind of want to watch that video.
Cinder would be talking to us about something that happened in Cinder's lore video that she made for her May 2025 debut. Now, Cinder would link an image of the video's thumbnail where we can clearly see it was uploaded 3 weeks ago. The video was uploaded on August 2nd, 2025, and Cinder had posted her Google Doc on October 8th, 2025. This means that we can confirm, without any speculation, that Cinder had worked on her document for at least 5 whole weeks. But honestly, I think it was way longer.
Yeah.
That's because in this document, you wouldn't just have many different screenshots of DMs from very different timelines. You also have sections in which Cinder would go through past VODs of the people she's talking about, would link the exact VOD at the exact timestamp, would transcribe exactly what was said in that VOD, and would make a comment on it. This goes on for pages upon pages upon pages. All this is to say that this document took an incredibly long amount of time. If I had to guess, more than 3 months or around that time. It is an incredible effort to an almost worrying degree. And the final disclaimer I have to tell you as we head into the second section titled Redacted is the fact that, well, barely 5 months ago, the public was made aware that both Cinder and Red are together.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I think what happened was it all came out. And then she was immediately like, well, I need to make a response. Made the first response. It was bad. And then was like, well, now I need to make a better response. And then just sat there for months going over all this stuff. And going over every little detail to like a worrying degree. It's crazy.
Pretense that they're girlfriend and boyfriend. The reality, though, is that they're married as husband and wife. Now, I know this might come as a
I didn't see that part. I think because the part I watched was... I trying to remember what the parts I watched. I watched Nanolist. I didn't watch all of the Nanolist part. but I watched a good chunk of it because I was just curious on, and everyone was saying the Nanolis part was like the craziest part of it. So I did watch a video on the Nanolis part, and then I watched a video, well, not a video, but like clips on some of the Shy Lily stuff and Cinder stuff. Not Cinder, Silverveil. So I didn't watch anything of the redacted stuff. So I didn't know they were married. Okay.
Shock. Mugen, why would you reveal something like this? Isn't it private? Well, it actually used to be. It's just that someone unintentionally
Which,
revealed
like,
that. And
which just like it just leads more credence to what I was saying before. They were like joined at the hip, so they definitely knew all of each other's conversations.
that was shortly after this document came out. Around a week after posting her document, Cinder would say, "Hi Pyropups, I'll be streaming tomorrow at 4 p.m. EST. I hope to see you there." There will be over 1,400 replies, some of them very supportive, some of them not so much. Now, one of the people leaving a very supportive comment is none other than Shonda, a very well-known English VTuber. In her reply, she'd say, "Cinder, I think everyone deserves a second chance, and everyone deserves the opportunity to learn from their mistakes and grow. I hope that your time away has helped you. I really hope that you found a better state of mind, both for your sake and your husband's, but most importantly, for the Pyropups. And I wish you nothing but the best." All right, so overall, very wholesome, but I don't think Shondo knew.
So, wait, I thought he meant like they said something in the document. Shondo did it? Of course it was Shondo. Okay. Um. Oh,
that this was
Okay.
not public
Wait, did she
info.
stream?
This was only known by some of Cinder's closest friends, which
she's on Twitch, right? What?
Being a mom at 20, they'll be like, oh.
Okay. Okay, Alana, calm down. Let's just smug Alana's live. Cinder. Oh, I'm not logged in. What? Why am I not logged into Twitch? Okay. Did she stream? Yesterday. Bro, she streamed yesterday?
Welcome to the
Okay,
most
it's making me
dangerous
watch
planet
ads.
in the universe. You're hunting something that can't be killed.
Bro, okay, so I'm not logged in. Which you guys can't see. Do you see who it's fucking recommending?
This is more than just
Shroud, Jinxie, Zach. I don't know who this is. Hassan. Don't know who Tomato is. Ah! Shut up. Like, you're recommending Hassan? Really? Like, what's that say? NYC Snap Battle in Courts election. Big day, huge drama. Okay, so there's more drama. Great. Can I, like, go forward?
Happy Cindy Sunday. Hi.
Bro, she's still wearing the Gamer Sub shirt.
A sleepy Sunday morning.
What?
I woke up like this. Hi, everyone. Hi.
Bro, is she legit just, like, going back to streaming like nothing happened? I mean, it's the only thing she can do, right? Playing the what? Nike 3rd anniversary event? What is that? What is that, Nike? They spell Nike?
Hi, Pyro Pops. Hi, 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 hi. Heckin' boy. He is so good. Here, let me give you a visual aid.
Oh, yeah, she has a dog, right?
There he is.
Yeah, she got a dog.
What? He started up the lawnmower again? I thought he was done.
Okay. Bro, if what happened to Cinder happened to me, I wouldn't come back. Oh my god, she's like been back for a minute. What the fuck? She played Pokemon. She played Pokemon. What's she doing Pokemon? Bro, you kinda gotta have like a little bit of like respect for her, right? to like come back and
Now
like.
that our voice has returned, Cinder 6 Pyro, let's go of the many
Okay, she's
feelings and
showing her dog
things
off a
I'd
lot
say is
Charlie, wake
happy
up,
3
wake
for some reason.
They're gonna make it. Oh, one of your bonus cards, sweet.
Bro, I thought I yapped.
You are giving you one of the precious cards.
Bro, she yapped for like almost 2 hours before she
which are
like
now not her friends anymore.
got into the
But I
game.
don't think Shondo
thought
did
I
this
yapped.
intentionally at
Thought
all.
I was
If anything,
bad.
I'd be very surprised if she did. She meant well with this comment. Now, of course, I'm sure some of you watching will think to yourselves, maybe it was a mistake. But think about this. Take a step back. If you know two people are together, but you're unsure of their relationship status, you'd say, oh, they're partners. Or hey, they're in a relationship. You would never, and I mean never, refer to a couple as husband and wife unless you were 100% sure that was the case. Because why would you? Just say they're partners or in a relationship. So yeah, overall, very interesting revelation.
Okay, so-
Unfortunate that it was unintentional, but it is what it is, right? The cat's out of the bag. This is definitely an important disclaimer to keep in mind.
Okay. But she didn't confirm, right? Did she confirm? It doesn't look like she confirmed it though. Like Cinder didn't confirm it, so maybe not. Maybe because I think he's giving Shondo a bit too much credit. Like Shondo does like to shit stir, so who knows, right? It might be true, but who really knows? But of course, it's Shondo though.
As we go through this section, because they're not just boyfriend girlfriend, they can't just break up on a whim, right? They're committed to each other till death does them part. This means that
Sounds it, but she cheated on him. So like, that doesn't if they are married, I feel like that makes the cheating a lot worse.
not only Red was in a relationship with her, not only was he her manager, but he's pretty much the person she committed to until the rest of her life. Does that make this section
By the
better?
way,
Does it make it worse? Up to
it
you
is
to decide.
insane
But for now, let's get to reading.
that she's keeping
Cinder
him
would
as a
say,
manager.
Red helped me put this entire document together. We
It's
want to be
insane.
upfront and honest that this was a two-person effort. His own commentary is present throughout it and is labeled as his and highlighted in blue. Red would then chime in and say, hello, I'm Red. I'm Cinder's longtime partner and have worked alongside her since she started this career. I helped her put this document together to set the record straight. Over the past few months, I've had to come to terms with being the reason why Cinder's image, her relationships, and her career were all ruined. I hurt people who were our friends, I effed up, and she had to answer to the world for it by herself. My actions ruined everything for her, and I'm taking responsibility and helping her pick up the pieces. I didn't want to put out something sooner. Without her, that could have made things worse. See, like this sentence right here, if ChatGPT wrote this, at least it would have added a comma, right? But as you can see, this is written by a person. He then ends this by saying, I ask that you don't hold what I did against her. Cinder would then take us on the subsection titled Red and I. She would start this off by saying, Red and I are still together. Obviously, since otherwise it would have been a divorce. We had a falling out and spent time apart after the documents dropped on April 26th. But he was still here for me when I was ready to talk to him again. We were able to work things out between us and forgive
I heard
each
that
other
they're
for
like
what
living
happened.
with
I wasn't planning to say
Red's
anything about
parents
this
or
again publicly,
something.
but I felt I needed to. Years ago, I cheated on Red online for my own selfish reasons, and the things I said about him were out of my own frustrations and past experiences. Yeah, that's because in Rain's document, the person she cheated on Red with, there wouldn't just be adult conversation, she'd also be talking crap behind Red's back. Yeah. She says,
Yeah.
I made things sound much worse than they were at the time and
You know, like she doesn't talk crap about her friends behind their back. That was Red. Like, what?
characterize the
Okay.
person he is. Red already knew that this happened way before it was made public in April, and no one else was ever told about it before then either. We addressed both of our problems in our relationship and moved past it a long time ago. It had nothing to do with my career or current events and isn't relevant to talk about further. We disagree, we get mad at each other, we argue, but our relationship isn't toxic or abusive in any way. I would appreciate it if the speculation around it would stop. Red and I have always had some level of communication problems, even with each other. Neither of us are good communicators beyond surface level. It's hard to open up and we get in our own heads about things. We butt heads and disagree with each other sometimes, and even more so working together all day every day. It's gotten so much better over the years, but it's never been perfect. So the
They
idea
should just
that
be
anyone
more like
in any
me, just say
relationship would
whatever the
know
fuck
about
you
and
want.
agree with everything their partner feels, says, and does is crazy to
Just
me.
say
I'm not
it.
the only one who's ever had a significant other keep secrets from them, and neither is Red. Every relationship is different and has its own nuances, dynamics, and problems, functioning in a way that only the two people involved know of and fully understand. No one looking in can say otherwise. Because I cheated on Red, should I assume that everyone's significant other has cheated on them in the past? Should I assume that all my friends' relationships are the same as mine? No. And for me to claim I know exactly how things work between any of them just because I'm their friend that sees them a few times a year is ridiculous. For the love of God, please put more commas in your sentences. Oh my God. She'd continue. When I became Cinder, we wanted to keep our relationship private. In public, Red was simply my manager, and we hid our relationship from my friends for over a year during multiple trips. We agreed that I'd tell my closest friends about our relationship in March of 2024 because we
Even if that's the case, though, like, it sounds like they broke. So I'm just trying to imagine, like, if it was me and my friend turned up and they're like, "This is my manager," and then they proceeded to spend all day with their manager and doing everything with their manager. I'd be like, "That's a bit fucking. That's weird, bro. What?" Like, one, why would you bring your manager to begin with? That's fucking weird, right? Like, because she was like bringing him to like friends' parties and like they were going on trips, like to Japan and stuff like that. I'm just saying, like, that's fucking weird, bro.
We felt we were close enough and trusted them enough to tell them. When we traveled,
The only way that wouldn't be weird is if your manager was also like related to you, right? Otherwise, it's
friends
fucking
saw us
weird.
always close by each other and showing each other our work DMs on our phones, almost all the time from chats we were both in.
My friends saw us always close by each other and showing each other our work DMs on our phones. Most all of the time from chats we were both in. Okay, there we go. So she's trying to like say like, oh, we did show each other work DMs, but it was ones that we were already. Why would the fuck would you? That makes no sense. That makes absolutely no sense. What are you talking about? Why would you bother showing someone DMs if they're also in the chat? That makes no sense. Why wouldn't you just say, "Hey, look at chat"? Oh, okay.
Instead of talking about things out loud to keep up with projects while away and to keep them private between us. It's easier to say, "Look at this," to keep each other on the same page rather than have a verbal conversation while we were around other people at almost all times while away. What they saw at conventions or on vacations was all they saw. Only Red and I would have any idea how we worked together and acted around each other when at home. I lived with Red and his family from the summer of 2022 to the end of February 2025. I have never outright told anyone this, including my closest friends.
There it is.
We wanted to keep at least part of our personal lives private from everyone, even telling some people we lived apart. On stream, I've always said I lived with family friends and streamed in a basement. The basement part is true. It's where I spent the majority of my time and it's where I worked and streamed from. My career started there in 2021 with my ASMR. Red was the one with the PC, mic, and experience with content creation since it's always been his hobby. I would go there more and more often until I moved in when I became a full-time streamer. For most of my earliest streams with my PNG model, Red would be in the room with me, modding on a laptop and making sure things would run smoothly. He was there as my tech support since at the time I could barely play games, let alone understand how to use and fix OBS if something went wrong. We built my own PC and stopped needing him by my side by the time I debuted my first model in June 2022. He moved his PC into his own room and has worked from there since. Starting sometime last year, my streams kept disconnecting and we couldn't figure out why. This was going on for months, and no matter what we did, it kept happening.
Did she not have
There could
Google?
be something wrong with the internet there that we couldn't fix.
I do everything
So as a
myself.
last resort, my parents and I made
Most
space
of the
for me to
time.
move back in with them with my entire stream setup in
Just
February.
Google
We
it.
were able to fix the
The
problem.
only time I
but it
don't
ended
is
up
when
having
someone's
nothing
willing
do
to
with
tell
the
me
internet
about
at
it.
all. I've been working and living here since, separate
Like you
from
had
Red.
Benny,
The reason why I'm revealing all of this now is because we could have easily
step
gone
by
through each
step.
other's DMs whenever we wanted. And
Showed
those
me how
3
to
years,
do,
we didn't. It's not like we ever
randomizer,
showed each other
Pokemon
our messages
randomizer.
directly. We did all the time, but we didn't comb through each other's DMs at the end of every day to read anything we may have said.
How to
And I
set
don't know
it up.
anyone who'd say that's normal to do. We could just tell each other things that happened, and that was that. I never felt the need to look over his shoulder to check on anything and everything he was saying and to who. We trusted each other, and he's always had my best interest in mind. The next subsection would be
Okay.
titled Working Together, and from the first paragraph, many people would say how they'd lose hope in this document and would stop reading. That's because Cinder would say, I'm choosing to have Red continue working with me. He will be doing most of what he did for me before, but will not be doing any work-related communication for me in any channels I'm not also a part of. I now have access to his Discord account to check on things myself if I need to. It's clear to me that he learned his own lesson from what happened. He made mistakes, and I forgave him. I wouldn't be where I am without him, and he's just as much a part of Cinder as I am. He wasn't just a manager that handled some messages, and he had a part in a lot of the things I did. He's always been the main creative mind behind my debuts and other releases too. Even with how involved he was, Red is still his own person, with his own ideas, his own opinions, his own feelings towards people, his own goals, and his own ambitions, working under the
Insane,
same brand
bro.
as me. He's always been the business sense.
Hey, this person that like tanked my whole career, I'm gonna let him continue doing what he was doing.
There have been many business or creative
What?
decisions we'd argue back and forth about, sometimes taking days to reach a compromise. Red didn't always consult with me before making his own choices in his messages with our partners. A lot of the time I agreed with what he did or said and it was fine, but sometimes I didn't, and we either compromised or I had him walk back what he said. Red didn't tell me about every single interaction he had with people we worked with.
You have
and I didn't
evidence of
expect
that?
him to. I trusted him. There was never a reason for him not to tell me
I
something.
don't think we've
important.
seen
That
any
was until we
evidence of him
disagreed with one of
walking
my
back
friends.
anything.
Wow. At the start of this year, we moved a lot of our work-related
Right.
conversations with various artists into a project service so everything could be organized into one place. I could be included in discussions and decision-making where I needed to be, and would be able to see everything being said without having to rely on Red to relay every detail of the things he was handling. This was for our organization, convenience, and so I could interact with every person working with me directly. However, this didn't mean Red didn't still use his DMs to do business or talk to people we were working with.
I'm still
Besides the
confused
allegations
about
in
like the
Nano's
Game of
documents,
Subs thing.
no one else we've worked with has ever complained about Red, and we've both worked with dozens of people who I believe would say their experience working with us was nothing but positive. Like I said in my apology, there were things Red didn't tell me about or hid from me and did without me knowing in his DMs. They're all shown in this document in the order below. I didn't know about these things beyond what I was told, if I was at all. Those things would be Red's inclusion of Bao and Cotton in his exclusivity deal with Nano in January 2025. Red telling Artist 1 Bao was someone he considered competition while discussing exclusivity on the same day as his deal with Nano. Red's conversation with
Okay, but the thing with in all these things I'm saying, right? Red's inclusivity of inclusion of Bao and that, right? I'm pretty certain it was a different conversation, or multiple conversations, where they convinced Nano to drop Bao's like commission or whatever, right? And Cinder knew about it. It still makes you a shit friend. Like, just because you didn't know that he also included Bao and Cotton in the exclusivity deal, doesn't make you not a shit friend.
With Nano about Chai Lily in April 2025, Red's conversations with Mod 1 about Silvervale throughout 2024 and into 2025, Red asking Artist 2 about not working with Silvervale in March
The other thing too is like, as far as I know, she knew the entire time that Red like hated Bao for some reason. Like, she knew that. Like, that's just, it didn't tell Bao. Like, if you could have at least like just told Bao, like, oh, Red doesn't really like you, right? And then she could have been like, fair enough. Well,
Red's
then I
conversation
will
with Artist 1 about
avoid
Silvervale
him.
in April 2025, which Artist 1 told me about days later. The names of Artist 1,
You're a
Artist 2,
weird
and
friend.
Mod 1 are hidden to protect their privacy since they weren't directly involved in everything that happened in April. They will be
Like,
reintroduced later
definitely
in
a
this
weird
document.
friend.
So yeah, this was definitely one of the more controversial parts of this document, the fact that she's still working with Red even after everything that's happened, and it was one of the main pieces of criticism regarding these 1,000 pages, mostly because people stopped reading right then and there, thinking Cinder hadn't changed and this was just another document where she deflects blame. The final subsection in this section would be falling out. Cinder would say, the night the first documents were posted, Red was here with me. I ended my stream and he came over to see me while we worked on a few things together. We were still awake when Nano and Bao posted their documents at almost 2 a.m. EST. I didn't understand what was going on and started panicking. Red tried to explain what happened, but I blew up at him and kicked him out, regrettably refusing his help. We weren't in contact for almost a month after. I had one close friend reach out to me after things were public, and I responded to them sometime after Red was gone. I chose not to include their own message here. So yeah, in this message we could see Cinder saying, I'm so sorry blank, I'm trying to collect myself, Red and I aren't speaking right now and I'm so upset with everything. She'd continue, I was distraught, and I posted that Red was fired later that morning. I wasn't trying to throw him under the bus and avoid accountability, I was blindsided by my friends publicly pointing the finger at me for his words and actions I didn't even know about and I didn't agree with. I didn't know what else to do. In my apology I said, as of yesterday he is no longer working with me and I have not extensively discussed any of this with him. Because Red will continue working with me, I will be deleting this tweet sometime after posting this.
By the way, it looks like you deleted a lot more than just that tweet. There's like year gaps in between her tweets. There was like one tweet in 2024, and then the next one there was two, I think, and the next one was like 2022. So she's deleted a bunch of crap.
And of course, here she'd be referring to the tweet where she'd say, effective immediately, Redacted will no longer be managing or overseeing my VTuber activities. That got community noted. So yeah, by the time this video releases, this tweet would be gone. So yeah, as I had already mentioned, this is where most people would just stop reading, right? The first section was just a couple pages. This was like 4, and the next section would be around 14 pages.
I understand why she wants to keep him around, right? And keep him helping, but she definitely should have not let him continue being manager, right? Let him do other things, like help you like with the tech stuff or like with your streaming or whatever. But being your manager, no, you should have found someone else or did it yourself. Like, he definitely should not be in that position. Because, like, bro, that dude's a
At least for me,
nutcase.
on my monitor with these downloaded PDFs. To many, this seemed like Cinder was backtracking over the things she had said as the controversy was going on, and that she hadn't learned her lesson. I mean, she was bringing back the one guy who was blamed for her downfall. It didn't look good, but we're not even 1% through the document, believe it or not, so we still have a lot to cover before you can come up with your final opinion. The next section would be
How far are we in? Really?
titled My
30
Apology
minutes in.
and Taking Accountability.
Okay, I need to stop pausing
Cinder
as
would
much.
say, now that I've reviewed everything that happened and had time to reflect on
Otherwise,
my
we're going to be
actions,
here for
there
like
are some
10
details I
hours.
need to point out and corrections I need to make for my apology. Then, I'll go over the things Red, or I, or both of us did wrong so we can take responsibility. Each section after this will explain the full story around each major individual involved, anything Red and I did, and defending ourselves against everything
Let's say
that
you're
they
an
would
actor.
do. Quotes from my apology will be present throughout this
God
document
damn
to
it.
show what they were in reference to.
What?
this
No,
is where
I didn't
Cinder
mean to
would
talk to you.
post her
Leave me
apology
alone.
that she made, the one that wasn't really well received by the community, and would say, the things I claimed and admitted to in my apology were based on what I knew at the time, what was published in everyone else's documents, and what Red told me right after. I shut him out when
I'm
I
gonna
shouldn't
take
have.
forever
I made
to
my apology without
just
his help,
shine.
without all the info in
That
front
was
of me,
gonna
without
happen.
knowing the full scope of what happened,
I mean, we
how
have
it
plenty of
happened, or
time.
what to believe. I was under extreme stress and pressure to say something as soon as I could, and was expected to accept fault for everything I was accused of, but not guilty of doing. Some of the things I wrote were overly apologetic, and I made things sound worse than they actually were because of the severity of the situation. The main takeaway people had from my apology was that I pushed everything onto Red and didn't take accountability for anything myself. She would then have small different sections with a couple of bullet points each. The first one would be what I blamed Red for in my apology, because he was guilty of doing them. Him telling me how great it would be to work together with Silvervale, and the second point would be him holding a grudge against Bao. So these were the things that Cinder was blaming Red for that he was guilty of. The second section would say what I blamed Red for in my apology when I was also guilty, saying Red was the one with a business-oriented outlook on things from the start. I adopted that same mindset myself from working together as time went on. I wrongly made it sound like I was brainwashed into thinking this way in my apology. The next section would say what Red was guilty of in my apology that I didn't know about until writing it. Red and Nano ever talking about a model for Geary in November 2023. That's another VTuber. Red including Bao and Cotton in his conversation and eventual deal with Nano around exclusivity in January 2025, and bad-mouthing Mao in their DMs as if they were our shared feelings. Red talking to Nano about Chai Lily and her model in April of 2025. The next section would
Like,
say,
the issue with the bad-mouthing Bao, as if they were our shared feelings, it doesn't matter if they were like your shared feelings or not. You knew he didn't like Bao. Like, you already knew this before all of that. So like, and you didn't say anything to Bao at all. So at that point, you might as well just share those feelings, right? 'Cause like, if you cared, you would have just told Bao, hey, he doesn't like you. Because like, what at worst, it's going to cause an argument, right? Well, once that argument's done, that's it. Then you can get over it. I don't know. It just feels weird to like hide that.
About Red and my apology that I was wrong about. The first thing being, he did not manipulate Nano. So Cinder,
because bro, it wasn't just like oh, he didn't like her that much. It was like he like hated Bao. From the like comments and stuff that he was sending to people, he hated Bao by the looks of it. So like,
was saying she was wrong thinking that Red manipulated Nano in any way. And the second thing would be he did not push Nano to not work with
Right.
Silvervale, and she was
Keep
not
changing
against
colours.
the topic between them. Cinder would then show us another subsection saying things I took accountability for in my apology, listing 15 different things. The
Okay.
first one being agreeing with Red to talk with Nano about exclusivity, agreeing to specifically name Silvervale in the terms, and knowing a deal involving her was made. The second one being guilt-tripping Nano. The third one being feeling overly attached to Nano and her work. The fourth
What? The things I took accountability for in my apology. And it says guilt tripping Nano, but then you just.
one show us another subsection not worth thinking that Red manipulated.
He did not manipulate Nano. It says it right there. Wait. What? Does she. Isn't guilt tripping and manipulating the same thing? If it's not the same thing, it's pretty fucking close. Like what? What are you talking about?
When I should have. The fifth one being not speaking to Bao about Red's feeling, guilt-tripping Nano. The third one being feeling overly attached to Nano and her work. The fourth one being not knowing about what Red had said about Bao to Nano when I should have. The fifth one.
Yeah, you definitely should have. You knew he didn't like Bao. Like, she knew before this, while Red and Bao were, Nano were talking about Bao, right? She's saying she didn't know they were talking about Bao. Fair enough. But she knew prior to this that he didn't like Bao. He'd made it very, he had told her. So, you being like, I didn't know he bad mouth Bao. Well, fucking, what do you think he was gonna do? What do people do when they don't like someone? They don't go to talk to someone and talk about how great they are.
Being not speaking to Bao about Red's feelings towards her and letting it spiral to the point it did.
Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah, you definitely should have just fucking told Bao.
Sixth one being upset and taking it personally when Bao hired my video editor. The seventh one being upset when Sakamore told us he wouldn't be working with us again. The eighth one being
who the fuck is Sakamore? Oh, Sack. It's on Twitter. It said Sack, right? He was like an editor or something, right? Or an artist. Okay, yeah.
fighting in Red about Shalily's behavior towards me. The ninth one being becoming resentful towards Silvervale. The 10th
Confiding in Red about Shy Lily's behavior towards me. As far as I know, Shy Lily was nice. Or at least cordial, right? She wasn't mean. She could have been.
one being letting my insecurities and public comments influence my feelings towards Silvervale. The 11th one being assuming Spite copied me. The 12th one being very possessive of my design details early on in my career. The 13th one being overreacting to Ninetales Hellhound OC design, which was apologized for in the past. The 14th one being cheating on my boyfriend. The 15th one being neglecting or leaving behind friends of mine. So this was Cinder admitting that all these 15 things did happen and that she took accountability for them in.
Yeah, yeah, okay, so this is her admitting these happened. But then just prior to this said that they didn't manipulate Nano. Then says guilt tripping Nano, which is what? I feel like guilt tripping is a form of manipulation, right? Okay.
Her initial apology back in April 2025. She'd then continue, saying, I admitted to the world that I cheated on my secret boyfriend, and the story pushed was that I took no accountability and used him as a scapegoat. Even with all of these concessions of what I did do, I was still somehow.
To be honest, I didn't care that she cheated on her boyfriend, right? Was like, whatever, okay. That just helps prove that she lies, right? And that she's good at it. I didn't care. I was like, that has nothing to do with all the rest of the stuff. It was just like a thing sprinkled on top to make her look even worse.
a narcissist who couldn't accept fault. What I did was not admit to the right things the people making these claims already decided I was guilty of. They also expected me to apologize for everything I've ever done without any of it ever being mentioned, even if the matter was already settled in the past. I understand that the things my manager did that I didn't know about are ultimately my responsibility, and my ignorance doesn't change that. I should have taken more care to check up on what he was saying and doing, but I was being blamed publicly for things I had nothing to do with. My accusers went out of their way to
I was being blamed publicly for things I had nothing to do with. I understand the things my manager did that I didn't know about are ultimately my responsibility. So don't blame me for the things Red did, but also I'm to blame for the things Red did. That's what I'm getting from that. She's like, I take accountability for the things Red did, but don't blame me for it.
claim Cinder did this, Cinder did that, completely disregarding Red's agency from any of his own words and actions. The proof I must have known about everything he's ever.
Okay, but like, take away the proof part, right? But you just said I didn't know about ultimately my responsibility. It's like you just said it. Like what? Just have this. You don't need the rest of this. Just have this part, and that would have been fine. And people would have been like, okay, cool. But then you added this part on, and now everyone's like, what are you talking about? You just said that it's your fault. But then now it's not your fault? Like,
ever said and done was because they said we worked on things together on our phones during the few times a year we were traveling, and Nano's document showed 2 of my screenshots from over a year apart from separate situations where I knew more or less what had happened between her and Red. There was no other evidence presented for their claim, but they told everyone it absolutely had to be this way. Emphasis was placed on Red's usage of we and our, as if they could know for a fact that it meant Red was always speaking with my knowledge, approval, and oversight every single time he said it. This was necessary for their narrative to work against me. This is what I said in my apology about this. I do not condone anything about what Red said about Bao in these DMs either, and him using we and our in this context is abhorrently incorrect and I believe was done to gain greater credibility behind what he was saying. And now here's what Red had to say about this. I have always been more or less the creative.
I'm gonna bring this up. Why is he blue? Like what? It's staring you in the face. Why is he blue? Just make him red. Like what?
Lead on things we did.
I hate it.
Model designs, project ideas, and art in general, and Cinder often agreed with my creative judgment. She trusted me to do the communication I did for her without oversight. For example, a lot of times I would be the one talking to the artists we were working with who only knew me as Cinder's manager. If I knew the direction I wanted to take something, with or without talking to
garbage
Cinder
truck,
beforehand,
calm down.
and I said, I want this art to be like this instead of Cinder wants this art to be like this, then it felt like an awkward thing for me to say. In my mind, to the person we're working with, I'm just the manager, not the creator, not the streamer, not their client. What I myself wanted wasn't important. What Cinder wanted was. So in order to give weight to what I would say, I started using we early on, without speaking for her directly saying Cinder. If we wanted to do something a certain way, then it would give me agency by implying that we both agreed on and made the decision. That Cinder was aware of the decision being made, regardless of if she actually was or wasn't at the time, and that my words had meaning. I was speaking on we, the brand's behind.
Yeah, okay. And can you prove that you didn't have a conversation with Cinder explaining this to her prior to all this? Because how are we supposed to know that they didn't have a private conversation where he was like, hey, I need to start saying we because it seems weird, right? Like they could have talked about this and we just didn't know, bro. You can flip anything on its head.
It became a habit of mine to talk this way regarding any projects or business dealings. I didn't start doing this because anyone told me I should be. I didn't speak like this all the time or in every single message. It's not like Cinder never knew about what I was saying when saying we. If afterwards she did disagree with me on something, then I'd have to walk back what I said and say that Cinder actually wants it this way, for example. Very often, Cinder was on the same page as me beforehand, or would agree with what I said without her knowledge using we afterwards. In the case of the exclusivity deal with Nano, I used we when talking about Bao, so it would seem like Cinder also backed how I felt. Cinder not only wasn't aware of this, but I knew she didn't agree with me about what I was saying. In our conversation, Nano said herself that she was not really down with working with people who Cinder didn't.
So right there, like, that should be a very good indicator that maybe you shouldn't have this guy as a manager. Right? He just admitted that he knew that you were against what he was saying against Bao, yet still did it anyway. Even though he knew it would probably make you mad or whatever, he still did it anyway. Because he didn't care. Right? He was just like, this is how I feel. And I'm just gonna make out like Cinder also feels this way. And you're like, you know what? This guy fucked up. He did all these things. And then he writes this part. You put it in your document. And you're like, yeah, he definitely needs to continue being my manager. Like, what? Just admitted that he doesn't care what you think.
Want her too. So I made sure to tell Nano how
And
we
you just
felt,
do whatever he
expressing
wants.
my own feelings to her as if they were both of ours. This will all be shown in Nano's section. So, in other words, if someone had bothered to read the rest of this document after Red's section, they would probably be even more shocked that this guy right here was going to work with Cinder again, right? I think all of this could have been avoided if Red didn't just say he was Cinder's manager, but if they made sure to officially announce that he was the creative lead. But who am I to judge? Cinder would continue, there are 3 things in my apology I need to correct that will be shown.
But it's okay, guys, because all the conversations that he's having with people now, she can see them. She can see these conversations he's having. She has access to his DMs. But you know what the issue is that he could still go and talk. Then you'll have to make him go back on his word later if you don't agree with what he said. Like, bro. Just don't work with people that you're dating or married to.
She started off with a subsection titled Missing Information, Lies, and Incorrect Statements in My Apology. The first point would be, I left out a lot of information regarding my experience with Silvervale and trying to overly apologize to her, and ended up making things sound much worse than what really happened. The second point would be, I lied about not knowing that Red spoke to Nano about Spite in 2023 to not make the
yeah, and like right there, then why should we believe anything else that you say in this document then? You just admitted that you lied.
Things worse for myself by revealing more than Nano or Spite did about what happened regarding her. That's already a very big revelation, obviously, because her apology was terrible to begin with, and the fact that she was lying too makes it even worse. The third point would be, I was wrong about which year the situation with Nyan
but you know, but you know that this whole document is because they lied to you, and then she admits that she lied to you. Like what?
I wrote that it was after my debut, but it was actually an entire year earlier. She'd then continue, my apology and the accusations made against me did not cover everything Red and I have done wrong.
Who's that?
I've laid out everything below that will be presented throughout this document so we can address them and take responsibility. Have done earlier. She'd then continue, my apology and the accusation was after my debut.
What's her name? Nine Tails? Who was this? Nine Tails. Who is this? Oh, they're an ASMR channel? Who is this?
Sit. And better yet, lay down with me. Let's take it all in.
Okay, I skipped to a part where it just says Dummy Mummy is obsessed with you. I bet I could pick you up. What the fuck? Who is this person? Do they just do ASMR? I thought ASMR, like, doesn't work on YouTube or whatever. Does she talk?
On thine head.
Wait, what?
Thou hast taken upon thine head.
What the fuck? Okay, Dragon Mummy Giantess pinned you down for kisses? What? Is this like... Does she get like different people every time? Because that didn't sound like the last one.
All I have to do is show up every day in this stupid outfit and do whatever you say.
Wait, who's this sound like? This sounds like someone. Okay, this sounds like someone.
Tell them. I'm sure I'll figure something out.
Is that? It sounds like fucking what's her name? The YouTuber. Does that sound pregnant? What? Bro, what am I? I've gone down a rabbit hole, I think. You, what? You got your bully pregnant? What the fuck? Wait, what? What is this?
It's tipsy, right? And don't even try to deny it, okay? You were too. I could see it in the way you were slouching on that porch chair, pretending like you were above the whole scene.
Bro, what? Okay, we've gone down a weird rabbit hole. Are these different people?
I don't want to bother you longer than I should. Well, I mean, it is late. You've had a long day.
Maybe it is all the same person. I don't know. This is confusing. Bro, this is so... I don't get ASMR. I don't understand it at all. Needy mob boss claims you. What the fuck are these? What?
He'll worry until you're done worrying.
Is this the same
But not a
person?
moment sooner,
I'll take great care of you, puppy.
even if that's forever.
See, I don't know if this is the same person. This is confusing. Sounds like a different person. It's just... It's so strange. Nope. So strange. What the fuck is this one then? Oh, it's a backup channel? Oh. Oh yeah, that's because like, yeah, wasn't like YouTube like going hard on 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 ASMR? Medieval. I don't know what it was, but I just picked one. Okay. Back to the video.
Debut, but it was actually an entire year earlier. She'd then continue, my apology and the accusations made against me did not cover everything Red and I have done wrong. I've laid out everything below that will be presented throughout this document so we can address them and take responsibility. Explaining the motives and reasoning behind our actions are not meant to justify or diminish them or the feelings of those affected, but to understand why they happened. The next subsection will be titled Everything One of Us or Both of Us are Guilty of. That accountability is taken for or shown in this document in the order they're presented in.
Wait, what? Wait, what? Huh? What? What? It wasn't the part before this where you talked about everything you were guilty of? But then everything one of us or both of us are guilty? Why is there two parts talking about the things you're guilty of? What?
Became neglectful of many friendships and personal relationships online and IRL. Red and I became consumed by our work and prioritized my career over all else. Red considered everyone, including our friends, competition to some degree, and I agreed. Red and I left Tricky at...
Okay, bro. Bro, what? Okay, we both became neglectful of our friends. Red and I became consumed by our work, right? Those two. Yeah? And then the next one, Red considered everyone, including our friends' competition to some degree. And I agreed. Why'd you write it like that? Why is it not we? We both considered everyone, or Red and I. She wrote it like that, so... Okay. What a... So manipulative.
At our hotel in Tokyo one day during our Japan trip in October 2024. I chose to distance myself from Cotton after what happened between her and a friend. I tried going back on my agreement.
By the way, the Red and I left Tricky at our hotel room. Like, from what Cinder said, it sounds like they were in a hotel that all their friends were in, right? So it's not like Tricky was going to be left at home a lot, like in the hotel, completely alone. It sounds like there was other friends there, but like you could have at least told Tricky, right? Like went in and been like, "Hey, we want to go. Are you gonna get up?" And if she's like, "No, I want to sleep," you're like, "Okay, well we're gonna go," right? Instead of just leaving. But like this is like such a fucking like nothing burger, bro. Like in the comparison to everything else that she did, it's like
artist Nixiu in April 2025. Red asked Nano to not work with Spite in January 2023 and told me about it afterwards. I lied about not knowing he spoke to her about Spite in my apology to avoid talking about it. Red initially
Wait, hold on.
dissuaded
chose to distance myself from Cotton after what happened between her and a friend. The fuck happened between Cotton? What? What happened with Cotton?
Nano from accepting a model from Geary in November 2023. I guilt-tripped Nano in November 2023 and February 2025, but still sided with her. Red reassured Nano about her considering and canceling Bao's
Wait, what?
model in
Wait, hold on. I guilt tripped Nano in November, but still sided with her. So, does she not know what? Does she not know what manipulating means? Wait, no, the part where she said Red didn't manipulate Nano. Is she trying to get off in a technicality because technically she guilt tripped Nano and not Red? So she's like, Red didn't manipulate Nano. I did, right? Is that what's happening?
August 2024. I knew Bao's model was cancelled in August 2024 and didn't try to do anything about it. Red and I agreed to talk with Nano about exclusivity, including not to work with Silverveil.
Okay, you did do something about it. You went into Bao's group chat and pretended like you didn't know about it, which is even worse.
Specifically on any more models in January 2025. Red and Nano agreed to a deal for her not to work with Silver, Bao, or Cotton in January 2025, only telling me about Silverveil's inclusion. Red spoke to Nano about Chilili in April 2025 after seeing Nano work on a model for her, and
But
Nano
like,
told me about this.
Can I just say though, it's an exclusivity deal. It means that they only work with you and only you, right? Exclusively. That's the whole point of it. So of course she's not going to work with Bao anymore or Cotton. Like, isn't that just common sense? Right? Am I crazy? I feel like that's like common sense, right? That she's not going to be working with Bao in that.
Conversation. We asked our video editor about exclusivity after Bao started working with them in September 2023. Red convinced himself Bao Gate kept her video editor to hurt our future music video projects in December 2024, then held a grudge and list of grievances against her. I didn't speak to Bao to clear things up about what I knew Red held against her, and it led to me being an awful friend to her for months at the start of 2025. Both Red and I mismanaged the planning and communication with Numi about her concert at the start of February 2025. I pulled out of performing in her show and almost didn't go after choosing business over my friend. We both grew to dislike Silverveil over the past few years for various reasons, including harassment and comparisons, my own insecurities, and how Silverveil acted towards me. Red asked an artist not to work with Silverveil
because she didn't want to be a friend.
And never told me about it. Red and I assumed Spite was copying me in 2022 and early 2023. I overreacted to Niantail's Hellhound OC design in 2021. She'd then say every claim of wrongdoing that was made against Red or I that isn't listed above is not true, whether it was an assumption or a lie in someone's document, statement about me, or verbally on stream. I would list the false accusations here, but there's been such a ridiculous amount at this point that I don't even know where to start. I will let this document speak for itself. These actions were not over years.
Can I just say also, like, they're like, oh, I could list them all here, but like, I'm not going to. Bitch, you wrote 1,000 pages. What? Just list them. You might as well at this point. You've written 1,000 pages. Like, what are we talking about? You went over everything else. You might as well just list them.
Happened in an 8-month span from August 2024 to April 2025. How each person was affected, if they were affected at all, is explained throughout this document. Nothing was black and white, and none of these actions were motivated by jealousy, envy, greed, or being malicious for the sake of it. The next subsection was called My Friends. It's been falsely claimed that I was using, manipulating, sabotaging, betraying, and backstabbing all my friends for years in an effort to
Wait, so... It wasn't for greed, envy, or jealousy that you tried to get an exclusivity deal with Nano? That would... What? But that is greed. That is greed, right? Because you just wanted them all to yourself. That's greed. Okay.
Platform them and ruin their careers. There was never some kind of years-long grand conspiracy of deceit against anyone, and I have never pushed the ladder down behind me. I have never been jealous or envious of any of my friends or anyone else. My friends were not stepping stones I used to further myself. I loved my friends. Our experiences together were real. Our memories together are real. It hurts that I even need to say that here. There are plenty of things my friends know I've done for them, helped them with, or included them in for no other reason than that they were my friends. I've always answered their questions.
Is this the section I was talking about earlier where she's like, I love my friends. Look, I was going to cosplay them. Like, what?
Questions and offered them advice when they
Is
asked.
it this
I've
far?
done my best to be there and support them at their debuts, with their own endeavors, and I've personally bought so much of their merch for myself without ever saying so. I literally bought brownies my mom made across the country to share with them. I spent my own time making one-of-a-kind cosplay pieces of their VTubers for them for no other reason than that they were my friends. More than the 3 finished pieces below were planned for more of my friends, including Bao, before I put all of my crafting focus into my Nihilister cosplay. It meant a lot to me that I could make things that meant a lot to them. And here we can see different examples of different cosplays that she made for her friends. She'd then say, I don't know what they think.
Ah, wait, she was making them for... Oh, I thought she was making them so she could wear. Was she making them so they could wear? Okay, that's a little different then. My bad. Sorry about that. Then again, are they paying you to do that though? If they're paying you, then it's a little different.
I did against them other than what I listed above, or where these ideas came from, or what rumors
What
they
is
were
that
hearing about
knife?
me, or how my friends collectively agreed this must have been the case after everything we've done and shared with each other. I absolutely could have been a much better friend, but I just can't believe every single one of them thought this little of me at a moment's notice. There were about a dozen of my friends involved before Nano's document was posted, and still not one of them.
But in saying that though, right? The minute that you're like, I knew Red hated Bao, and then just didn't tell Bao, and then when the stuff comes out that we find out that, oh, you knew that Nano was going to stop working with Bao, and then went into a group chat, it was like, oh, that sucks, bro. Oh my god, no, I feel so bad for you. That's a horrible friend. Like, what?
Said anything to me before they were posted publicly. So one thing I'll say is that months leading up to the drama, some of her closest friends were starting to have doubts that Cinder even cared about them over business. You'll see that in Numi's section, and you'll also see that in Bao's section. To Cinder, they turned against her at a moment's notice, but to them, this has been brewing in their minds for months.
Yeah.
They were hoping it wasn't true, but when they saw the DMs between Red and Nano, everything exploded. Anyway, Cinder would continue, a lot of my friendships did suffer due to where my priorities have been, especially over the course of 2024. Because of my focus being
like I was just saying, like, I don't know about the rest of them, but definitely for Bao, there's straight away Bao should just be like, no, you're a piece of shit, right? Because, like, I went and, like, was like crying because like, my commission wasn't going to get done because they canceled it. And you knew that they were going to cancel it before they canceled it. And then acted like you didn't know after the fact. It's like...
overwhelmingly on work and less on my personal relationships.
So I don't know about the rest of the people, but definitely Bao.
And so
she fucked Bao, like,
IRL,
definitely.
even my closest friends. Unless it was about work, I didn't put as much energy into just talking and hanging out. But that's not to say I never did, never wanted to, or disliked them for any reason. I had my things going on, and I know they had theirs. When I wasn't streaming or working on something, I'd be isolating or hanging out with Red to decompress, and I didn't have the energy to socialize. I tried to plan collabs with friends as often as I could, and it was a way to hang out while still appeasing.
Yeah, I get that. Depends on how long my streams are, though. If I'm only streaming like 3 hours, I can hang out, right? But if I'm streaming like 6, 7, 8 hours, then afterwards, bro, I don't want to talk to no one. I just want to lay on my couch, play a game, or read, or watch a movie or something, and just do nothing. So, like, I kind of get that. I don't know, like, did she ever hang out with them? Because, like, feel like maybe you could like organize a day to hang out with them, right?
my content brain. My collabs with my friends were made into YouTube videos, but to say that I was using them for that, as if countless other VTubers don't do the same thing, is crazy. When I was traveling to see my friends, all I wanted to do was
What?
hang out and
Wait, what? My collabs with my friends were made into YouTube videos, but to say that I was using them for that, as if countless other VTubers don't do the same thing. What are you? What are you talking about? Are you saying like because other people use their friends for content, then why can't you? Is that what's happening? What's she trying to say?
spend as much time together as I could, and it was the happiest I was. Red and I always loved, valued, looked out for, and appreciated our friends, even if we didn't show it as often as we should have. I'm sorry to
So like these days, right? Because I play games on stream. A lot of games I leave and play on stream, right? But I do have some games where I play it off stream. And like I don't really play any like multiplayer games anymore with my friends. We play games separately and then talk while we play the games. So I might do like some shiny hunting on the DS or something while I'm chatting to my friends or things like that. But like I used to make it so like I'd have a game where I would play with my friends off stream and I just wouldn't play that on stream. And it used to be Borderlands. Like we played through Borderlands and we did that off stream. I think I streamed once. Um, did I stream Borderlands? I think I did. I think I streamed it once, right? I could just like, is Borderlands spelled like this? Bro, what is wrong with my brain? It's spelled weird, right? It's not spelled like board. It's spelled like Borderlands, like this, right? It's spelled weird. Yeah, spelled like that. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I did one Borderlands 2. And this was we played through Borderlands, and then we were playing through Borderlands 2. I think I was like a little bit into the game when I streamed this, and then he got kind of busy, so I just didn't stream Borderlands, but we still played it and finished the game, and then I think we went and played the next one. And that was just like our game we'd play off stream. And then I would stream other things. So like I do still have like yeah. I don't know where I was going with this. Cause yeah, that's where I was. Yeah, cause like so now I feel like when a new game comes out, I'm like, oh no, I need to stream it, so I can't play it off stream, right? Majority of the games, but sometimes every now and then I'll pick a game like tossing up whether or not I want to stream Ghosts of Yotai or just play it off stream. I haven't bought it yet, but I plan on buying it. And I'm tossing up whether I play it on stream or not. And that just be my like off stream game that I play. So yeah, I kinda get that. Where it's like if I'm gonna play games with my friends, then especially if like you and your friends are both streamers, she's probably sitting there going like, well, I want to play games with my friends, but like, we could just make it content and then we get money, get paid. Like she's viewing it too much as like a business, right? Whereas like, yeah, she stopped thinking about like, just hanging out with her friends like a normal person. That's an Aerodactyl. I swear to God, if I get a fucking shiny Aerodactyl before I get the shiny Amora, I'm gonna lose my shit. 320? Math is hard.
of my friends who I haven't given the time they gave to me.
So yeah, I
I'm sorry
kind
for
of
those I haven't
get
spoken
it.
to in a long time for no other reason than my own negligence. And I'm sorry to my friends that I only focused on work with and didn't spend enough time being your friend outside of it. So yeah, overall unfortunate just for about everyone involved. The next subsection would be titled The Business Mindset.
But the other thing too is like, she probably plays different games off stream, right? Like she might play like a bunch of games on stream that she normally wouldn't play off stream. Like I've played some horror games on stream. I don't play horror games off stream. And I never will. I don't like horror. Especially horror games, right? So yeah, whenever I play those, it's definitely going to be on stream. So like, yeah, maybe she plays different games off stream. And like, because I know that some of the people she was friends with, they played like shooting games, right? Like Valorant and all that, which she probably doesn't play. So they're probably like playing that off stream to decompress, and she just doesn't play those games. So it's like, well, what are they going to play and hang out? But I guess she could just hang out in the call. I don't know.
Red and I slowly became more closed off and neglectful of people over the past couple of years, but especially throughout 2024, focusing more and more of our time and energy on this career. Work became almost 24/7 for us, never taking a break. It was our job, our hobby, and almost all we talked about. We loved what we did, but we both became consumed by the content grind. Our work-life balance became
Money.
non-existent. We were going
Money.
and going and going all
Money.
day, every day as a two-person team, working to an obsessive degree. We were always trying to do more, with more people, all the time. Everything became about doing bigger things, achieving more, accomplishing more, growing bigger, launching more cool things, having more opportunities while keeping up with at least 4 to 5 streams a week. Our problem wasn't greed.
It is great. Like, what?
Like it was claimed, it was ambition. Ambition that was wearing us too thin to keep up with everything, but it was
Okay, it's ambition. And what did you want to achieve with this ambition? What, be the best? To have the most money? Like, to be the #1 VTuber? What was the ambition? I assume it was to be the best, right? And that's the thing, your ambition was like stronger than your friendships.
was never enough to take a step back and relax. We were always looking ahead, always had to be progressing, and never stopped to appreciate where we were or the people around us. The money was nice, but it's never been the driving factor for anything we did. It was an indicator of a successful project.
Yes,
event,
money
or
is
merch drop
nice.
That anyone understood.
Yes.
The majority of what I've made and spent went back into my work.
She finally
towards the house
told
my
her
dad has been
truth.
building.
Money
I've
is
released a lot
nice.
of merch, and it's something Red and I have both been passionate about. Coming up with and releasing cool new merch products is one of the most fun and fulfilling things to work on. And being on new products like a drink flavor or a trading card game was
like,
super exciting.
Hearing about all these like things that they did, like the merch and the drinks and the cards and all that crap, and like hearing about like how many like meetings and stuff VTubers have for all the things they've got going on, bro, I'm like, fuck that. That sounds horrible. So just so you guys know, I'll probably never have merch because I just don't want to deal with it. Unless at some point I get like a manager or something, because I don't want to deal with any of this. I just want to get up, stream me being an idiot while playing video games, and like reacting to things, and then just that's it. I don't want to deal with any of this crap. This sounds like a nightmare.
To us. It was always about launching cool things for my community over the money it made. I've turned down merchandise opportunities and many more sponsorship opportunities than I've ever accepted, only taking on those I really wanted or had a strong interest in, even though a lot of them were paying very well. Being a greedy, money-hungry person has been falsely projected onto me. It's never been all about the money for either of us. One instance I may be called out for regarding this was during my Heaven Hound model debut. During my lore video, I had an intermission when my chat needed to fill a gold bar.
Heaven Hound? Oh, that's right. I think we looked at that, didn't we? And all she did was put on a white dress, and it was really dumb. Because, like, in my mind, a Heaven Hound, you would, like, your hair would go a lighter color. Maybe you have, like, white flames or something, and a halo, but she was just like, I'm just going to put on a white dress, and that's it. It was really stupid.
Bar on screen with bits to progress the video. It was the easiest way for me to implement interactivity into the debut, and my chat having direct involvement by cheering me on was important to the story being shown. The motivation wasn't to have people give me money for the sake of it. This mindset got myself and my career to where it was, but it took over our lives to an unhealthy degree, leading to the...
Wait, wait, what? One instance I may be called out for regarding this was during it. Okay. In my little video, I had an intermission when my chat needed to fill a goal bar on screen with bits to progress the video. What the fuck? It was the easiest way for me to implement interactivity into the debut. It's a debut. You don't need that. What? She's trying to say that she's not money hungry and greedy. It's just that she wanted interactivity in her streams. You don't need to force it. Like, that stuff just happens. Like, naturally. This doesn't help your argument. This still makes it seem like you okay.
Deterioration of our health and relationships with people. Being cancelled and away from work gave us the time to address this problem in our personal lives. For example, I have my own dog now who's been keeping me busy. I've gotten back into cosplay after not working on my Nihilister build for months. I've been trying to lead a healthier lifestyle, and I've been going.
So, I'm in a better place now because I have a dog. I mean, I get that. Like mentally, mental health wise, I definitely get that. Dogs definitely help. Like, whenever I'm feeling sad, like, I just hug my dogs, bro. Like, what's today? Today's the 4th, right? So 2 days ago, for me, was the 2nd. That's my Nen's birthday. And whenever it comes around, I get very sad. So, like, I didn't stream that day because I was actually doing things. But at least I didn't think. Did I stream that day? I don't think I did. But I was also very sad. I was very sad that day. I hugged my dogs a lot. And I probably will also get sad around the 21st. Because that's the day she died. So that day also makes me kind of sad. If I don't stream on that day, that's why. I'm too busy hugging my dogs. Okay. So yeah, I definitely get, like, I get that. She probably is in a better mental health space because of her puppy.
Going to the gym regularly. Despite finding it difficult to be motivated about things since April, I've been making changes so I don't fall back into the same unhealthy work mindset I was in. Alright, so it's never been about the money. Cinder has turned down many sponsorships before.
If you don't want to be in the unhealthy work mindset, then don't have Red as your manager then. You're just going to fall back into that because he's crazy. What? Did I say Aerodactyl? God damn it.
Before, more than she's ever accepted. She only did it because it looked cool. That's a great mindset to have, but I can't claim that I watched Cinder to know how often she would accept sponsorships. All I can say is that she always had something to sell, like merch, products, etc.
Yeah.
And her community loved it. And in the end, that's what matters the most, to stick with your morals while also giving your community what they want. Anyway, Cinder would continue in the next subsection titled Competition. In my apology, I said, I'm disgusted with myself for buying into the narrative that my friends were competition. I just learned about all this myself, and there could have been so many other friends affected by the narrative that things always had to be competitive. She'd say, Red always considered everyone our competition, including my friends. I understood and I agreed with his reasoning below. It didn't change anything between my friends and I.
I mean, I think it's fine to view your friends as competition, but, like, it's fine only if your friends also view you as competition, right? If it's like a mutual thing, then it's fine. But if it's just you viewing them as competition and they're not viewing you as competition, then that's when it's a bit like
and
crazy.
I didn't treat them any differently because of it. The only person I became directly competitive against was Silvervale, and that wasn't right of me. Red would then say, the content creation
But
sphere
she's
is
not your
massive,
friend.
and the VTuber sphere is a fraction.
What? Wait. Red always considered everyone a competition, including my friends. I understood and agreed with everything below. It didn't change anything between my friends and I didn't treat them any differently because of it. The only person I became directly competitive against was Silvervale. Okay. She's not trying to say Silvervale's her friend, right? Because they're not. She's just saying she became competitive against her, which is weird because it's like, I don't know. Yeah, it feels weird.
Of that with its own audience. So that already is an interesting sentence because it's pretty much assuming that the content creation sphere is a pie. There are limited pieces, and unless you don't get yours, you'll never get it. Personally speaking, I've met content creators who speak this way, but I've also met the opposite, people who believe that there's a piece of the pie for everyone. Now, in my own objective experience, the latter was way more pleasant to talk to, and I could actually feel a friendship with. He'd continue. Everyone is always doing something, launching something, playing something, and it's a constant race of relevancy. Whether you want to look at it that way or not, it's the nature of the industry. Part of the reason why we were always working on new things, releasing bigger things at a faster and faster rate was to stay competitive in the space. In a general sense, everyone was competition. Friends, other VTubers, other content creators, but at the same time that anyone and everyone could be considered competition, they were also collaborators, co-workers, and partners. The end goal was about staying relevant in people's minds and making sure our projects could succeed alongside anything going on at any given time, while also topping our own things we've done in the past. At no point was this ever motivation or an excuse to hurt, take advantage of, or put down creators around us, especially friends. This is a business, it's a job. But keeping the business aspect of things in mind didn't affect the way I saw our friendships with people or the way I treated them. They were my friends too, and we both...
What? It did. Bao was your friend. You there were then like, oh, she slighted me, which she didn't. I'm like, I hate this bitch. And then it completely changed. And like, it completely changed the way you looked at Silver. What the fuck are you talking about?
cared about them.
You looked at Silvervale in a negative light because you viewed her as competition.
The only people I've ever considered as direct competition in the negative sense were people either we had something against or they had or did something against us and were working with artists important to us. By April 2025, this was only Silvervale from how she acted towards Cinder for years.
No, it wasn't. What is this dude on? It was Bao as well. You were actively shitting on Bao.
Years. Bao, after what I thought she did to us and our
okay, never mind.
other friends in December of 2024, but only until sometime after my deal with Nano in January 2025.
I should just let it play.
Potentially soon to be Lily by the way she was treating Cinder and coincidentally getting a model from Nanoless at the same time. It was wrong of me to feel
the way
this
she
way,
was treating
especially towards Bao, and I am sorry.
So
yeah, there you have.
They need to show like what Lily did, right? Because as far as I know, Lily didn't do anything. Lily was like cordial to her at all times, as far as I know.
Have it. The final subsection in
Wait, is Lily the one that didn't say Cinder's name when Cinder raided her? Is that what it is? Is that what she's like? What the way she was treating her because she wouldn't say her name when she raided her?
Would be 3 personalized apologies to 3 different people. The first one would be Tricky. Yes, the one they mentioned earlier that they had abandoned at a hotel in Japan. I'll just sum this up. They went to Japan to explore the country with their friends. One of them was Tricky. Red and Cinder barely had time for themselves. So they woke up at around 8 or 9 a.m. They waited for an hour in their hotel room without hearing from Tricky and just left without her. They only ended up meeting up with her.
Yeah. So like, I'm like, it doesn't matter, right? This is like, I don't know, what people were just using to like show like, oh look, she's a bad friend because she ditched her friend, which she did, but like, the only thing I could say that would have been better is if she just like quickly went into Tricky's room or something or knocked on the door and was like, hey, we want to go. Do you want to go with us or not? It's like, waiting around for an hour? Like, bro, I would have just, when I woke up and I was ready, I would have just went and seen if she was ready. And then waited for her to get ready. I wouldn't have just like, just admit that you wanted to have time for yourself. That's the other thing. She could have just like went and told Tricky that too. And I feel like Tricky probably would have, I don't really know Tricky, but I feel like if she really was a friend, she probably would have just been like, oh, okay, yeah, sure. I don't know. But, like, in the grand scheme of everything, like, as far as I know, So if he reads through this and it says that like Tricky and that they were all in a hotel with a bunch of friends, then it's not as bad, right? If the hotel they were in was just Tricky, Red, and Cinder, and then they ditched her like that, then that's bad, right? Because you just left her alone in a different country all by herself. But if you're in a hotel with all of your friends, and there's a big group of your friends in this hotel, then like she's not alone, right?
Again at the end of the day.
She's an
Cinder would
adult.
say, Red and I are sorry to Tricky for leaving her behind and hurting her. We didn't think she'd be left completely alone with how many of us were together in Tokyo, but we still should have waited for her instead.
Yeah, like that. But how many? So that implies that there's more than just you three, right? So she wasn't alone, like alone. I don't know. I just feel like this part's like just shows that you're kind of a shitty friend, but like that's it. It's not as crazy as everyone's making it out to be.
She was one of our best friends, and we're both so sorry. So I really, genuinely don't know why this is here, but maybe someone talked about it publicly or something, and I just missed it. In any case, in comparison to everything
Yeah,
else
I think Tricky talked about it when all this was happening. I think someone did talk about it.
alleged and actually done in this document, this is nothing. Anyway,
Yeah.
the next person they'd be
Thank you. Thank you. Did you just say exactly what I was saying?
about it publicly or something, and I just missed it. In any case, in comparison to everything else that's been alleged and actually done in this document, this is nothing.
Yeah, exactly. This is what I've been saying this whole time. Like, stop bringing this up. It's like it's a nothing burger in comparison to everything else.
Anyway, the next person they'd be apologizing to is Cottontail VA. Cinder would say, I'm sorry to Cotton for the way I've avoided her and turned down collabs together for a situation that had nothing to do with me. I thought I was being a good friend to someone I was close with, but it was unfair to her to treat her that way. I did not agree with how Red included her name in his deal with Nano, and I wouldn't have let him if I knew about her, regardless of how I felt about her at the time. Red would say it was wrong of me to ask Nano not to work with Cotton. It was a spur of the moment thing,
fuck
and after
happened with
hearing about
Cotton?
the situation she was involved in. I took it upon myself to do what I thought was right by another friend. Cotton's always been nice to me personally, and she didn't deserve that. I'm sorry.
Who's the? Are they deliberately not saying who the friend is? Like, who's the other friend? What happened? Was she dating someone or something? And it, like, didn't go well? And it was like, they were all friends with both of them? And it's like, oh, now we have to choose? Was it like that? I don't know what happened. I don't know what the situation is. But, like, if that was the case, it was something like that, it all falls onto, like, who are they more friends with? Cotton or the other guy, right? I don't know.
Sorry. So yeah, Cotton's name is going to come up again in this document, obviously, but for the most part, Red and Cinder were really apologetic. The last apology would be to Nixiu, an artist.
I would
Cinder
like to
say
know what the
Nixiu
Cotton
deleted her tweet
situation
with her
is.
document about me. She shouldn't have.
Wait, who the fuck is Nixu? Who the fuck is this? What? Who is this person? Just brought some random person up out of nowhere. What is this?
Because she was right. I was going to include it here for reference, but I've left it out because of what she wrote in it. So instead, I've summarized the situation below. So the reasoning as to why she left out the document was because Nixiu in the document itself would say, I don't want any public reaction to this. I really do not want to appear on videos or similar. I don't want my case being used as an excuse to put more hate into it, etc., etc. Which is why I personally didn't include her document in my video about the situation 5 months ago. Cinder would continue. Nixiu, or Iomea AF, is an artist that reached out to me via email about making artwork in exchange for showing it off and giving a shout.
Wait, so Nixu didn't want to be involved in all this, and then... Hey, what? Nixu deleted her tweet with a document about me. She shouldn't have because she was right. Okay, but like, she deleted it because she didn't want to be involved in all this. Right? And now you've made her involved in all this again. What? You should have just... Okay.
shout out to her Patreon on stream. I hadn't seen the email, but she made a tweet laying out her terms tagging me in it. I messaged her that I was interested. I put her in contact with Red and he handled things from there. Through Red, we made our agreement. It wasn't until she had a large portion of the sketch finished when I had changed my mind.
Oh,
about our
she's an
agreement and
artist.
didn't want to do it anymore. I don't know what was going through my head or what my reason was for this, but I told Red to call it off. Red tried to make it seem like there was miscommunication somewhere to save face for me, but it was really because I was being unprofessional. He talked to me and I agreed to follow through with the art showcase and shout out on my stream. However, I failed to follow Nick's used terms as they were agreed upon. I didn't verbally shout out her Patreon and only showed the link to it that was on her artwork. I also didn't show the censored NSFW version of the art, but that was because I was worried about getting in trouble with Twitch. This was an unprecedented situation I caused with an artist, and I've never done something like this with anyone else. I handled an agreement I made extremely and regrettably unprofessionally. This was way out of character for me, and I'm sorry to Nixie for how I handled things and for the stress I caused her. I encourage anyone reading this to please support her and her incredible work. And that brings us to the end of this section. We're not even 1% through this document and already many bombshells and interesting information. The next section after this will be over 200 pages and it will be about Nano. However, we're going to be having a bit of a change of plans. Alright, so here's the deal. As I mentioned, there's 13 different sections in this document, and we just went through the first 3. In the first section, Cinder would say you're intended to read each section and in the order they're presented. And as much as I'd love to follow her instructions, after having read the whole thing, I can tell you right now that going right into the 4th section titled Nanolist would be a bit counterintuitive. Instead, I'm choosing to head straight.
So, bro, you read through all of this? And then, oh, bro, he would have too, right? He would have read through all of it. Then he would have wrote a script. Oh, bro. I feel sorry for you. Definitely feel sorry for you. How many views has this got? Show less. It's got 11,000 comments. It's got 4 days. It's got 871k views. Okay. Bro, he deserves more than that. That's crazy.
Into Bao's section, which is the 5th section. Why? Well, there's multiple reasons for this. One could argue that the most important sections in this entire document are Silvervale's section, Nanolist's section, and Bao's section. However, in Nanolist's section, you're mostly seeing things from Red's perspective, with Cinder chiming in every now and then. When it comes to Silvervale's section, it's mostly Cinder talking about her perspective, with Red chiming in every now and then. When it comes to Bao's section, not only is it significantly shorter than both Silvervale's and Nanolist's, but there are many repetitions. There are many things in Bao's document that will repeat in those other 2 sections. Additionally, you get to see this from the perspective of both Red and Cinder, with both of them having differing perspectives and even logic. Finally, when it comes to Bao, her reputation precedes her. Before this controversy, most people didn't really know much about Nano other than the fact that she's a very talented artist. When it came to Silvervale, yes, she's been here for a long time, but for the most part, she keeps to herself. She doesn't really collaborate that much and is a fairly private person. When it comes to Bao, though, not only has she been here since the beginning of the VTubing boom in the West, but she is quite literally friends with everyone. Yes, she has her own friend group, but she's someone who interacts with large and very small creators. Like, it doesn't matter how many followers you have. She has interacted with hundreds of people throughout the years.
Yeah, she just seems like a friendly person.
She has never been involved in petty drama. She's never had a Google Doc written about her, which is, I mean, saying a lot in this space where petty drama happens every minute. All this to say that I believe that this might be one of, if not the most important section in this entire document. It gives you a broad understanding about Cinder's logic and perspective, Red's logic and perspective, and does a lot to explain how we got here. Most people might have read the first 3 sections before giving up on the 4th one, seeing that Nanolist is 186 pages, and unfortunately miss out on this section that's extremely important. So that's why I chose to go with this immediately. So, without further ado, let's see how Cinder chooses to introduce us to this section. Here's what she had to say. Bao has always been a great friend to me, and I couldn't own up to being a terrible friend to her when I wrote my apology. I've neglected Bao, the same as a lot of other friends of mine, but more than the others in my closest circle. There was so much I couldn't explain in my apology about what happened between Red and I over Bao that's all presented below. Because of Red's resentment towards her after he thought she went out of her way to sabotage us at the end of last year, she became a sore topic between us. My partner's opinion of my friend pressured me to treat her differently to avoid any conflict between us.
Which is like insane. This is what makes no sense to me. Like, if I have an issue with my friends, I talk to them about it. I just say it. I don't hide it and be like, oh, I have this issue with them, but I can't talk to them about it. Like, what? Just, if she just spoke to Bao when Red was like, I can't believe she did this, she's sabotaged us. If she just went to Bao and was like, hey, what's going on? It would have all been cleared up. But instead, they were like, no, we can't talk to her about it.
I never tried to talk to Bao about it because I didn't agree with Red to begin with, and I didn't want to start any drama between us. I was ignorant to the way she...
And like, what? Anyone talked to Bao because they didn't agree with what Red, then that's more of a reason. It's more of a reason to talk to her about it. Do you want to start drama? There was drama. There was drama because you didn't talk about it. If you talked about it, there wouldn't have been any drama. You would have fixed everything. What are you talking about? What's wrong with these people?
She felt isolated from me and our other friends earlier this year. She was hurting and I didn't do anything about it. I'm sorry to her for never addressing the problem when I could have, and I'm sorry I made her feel unwanted. I knew Bao had a model planned with Nano. She showed it to me at WeebCon in March of last year. I also knew that the model was cancelled in August before she told me and our friends. I was told that Nano...
See, this is what I mean. This is why you're such a shitty friend. This is probably why we'll never see you do a collab with any other VTubers again. Because who wants to be your friend? After you just admitted this. Like, what?
chose to cancel Bao's model so she could focus on her own content. I had no reason to ask to read Red's messages myself when this happened, and when Bao messaged me on our friends, I felt so bad that I already knew about it. I saw how excited she was about this model, but I didn't do anything to try and help her. I was under the impression this was what Nano wanted, and I've always been on Nano's side about what she chose to work on. As far as I was aware, Bao didn't have any plans with Nano for a model again after that. I didn't know it was ever replanned or that Red brought Bao up to Nano in their exclusivity deal in January. I did not and do not agree with what he said about Bao to her then. Bao was recovering from surgery when she was told one of her closest friends betrayed her. I don't know what she was shown or told by Nano and Shy Lily or our other friends involved when she made her decision to make everything public, but I believe she was misinformed. I wish she would have talked to me first, but I don't hold that.
What? I'm trying to work out in my brain why she would say that. Is she saying that because Bao thought Cinder was bad-mouthing her behind her back when it was Red? But like, okay, you weren't bad-mouthing her, but you're still a horrible friend. You still knew that her model was cancelled and then acted like you didn't know. Like, what? Okay. I just wasn't bad-mouthing you, but the rest of it was true.
Against her. I never talked to her when I knew Red had a problem with her and I was neglecting her, so I didn't deserve that courtesy back. Bao was encouraged to reveal my relationship with Red in her document, but she didn't. I appreciate her choosing not to say anything about it before I did. Bao was one of the first people who genuinely inspired me to become a VTuber in 2020. I was lucky enough to become her friend and get to know her. She works extremely hard on everything she does, especially her music. With how much bullshit she's been through, she is one of the strongest people I've ever met. Bao's the kind of person who'll always have her friends' backs. I'm sorry that I didn't do the same for her and for never being the friend she deserved me to be. Red would also chime in and say, I'm sorry to Bao. I completely misjudged her character, jumped to conclusions, and made a mistake that not only hurt her with Nano, but continued to hurt her because of my influence on Cinder's actions towards her for months afterwards. I'm ashamed of the way I felt about someone who's only been a supportive friend to us. I was too immature to look past my personal resentment towards her to talk to her about the things that made me feel that way in the first place. I went out of my way to get even with someone and take an opportunity away from them who had only hurt us in my own headcanon. He continues, I also want to apologize to Bao for reassuring Nano it was okay to cancel her model last August. I was only considering Nano's feelings and how it would affect us.
That's an Aerodactyl.
I'm sorry. Cinder would then speak again and say, below we've laid out anything Red or I have experienced with or related to Bao that are relevant to everything that's happened. This includes conversations with our mutual video editor, Red's conversations with Nano about Bao's model, our real-life experiences, and the production of Boss Rush's music video with Sakamore leading up to what Red told Nano in their exclusivity deal. Alright, so for an intro, this is already very loaded. If we take Cinder's word for everything here, she makes herself out to be a victim, someone who was forced almost to be a bad friend to Bao because of her partner's opinion of her. This
Yeah.
of course ends up making Red look even worse than he already was. And I think it's safe to assume that if someone were to write this experience on like Reddit, seeking some sort of advice, the top comments would probably say, leave him immediately or something. But at the same time, Cinder doesn't just fully blame Red, she also blames herself for being a bad friend. This won't be the only time she blames herself for that. In fact, if anything, I don't think she was a good friend to anyone in this document. And this is according to her own words.
Yeah.
Seeing that Bao is well beloved by the entire VTubing community, I mean, it's very hard to find someone who dislikes her and has a valid reason for it. Cinder, instead of attacking her like she does most people in this document,
yat's
would
too
instead
big.
make the case that Bao was simply confused.
Bigger than
that,
mine.
Hell, she was
Makes me hate her.
manipulated. Red then chimed in and again confirmed the
I'm only
fact that
joking.
yes, this was mostly his
Everything
fault.
I've seen,
He
Bao
made up
seems
a
like a
headcanon in his
really
mind
nice person.
and convinced himself that Bao was an enemy and tried repeatedly to sabotage her, even doing his best to sabotage her friendship with his
She also
life.
looks like a
What
massive
comes next is
gooner.
something that would happen on the 30th of September 2023. Red would ask Cinder's video editor about working with them exclusively. This would happen 2 weeks after they saw that this editor had worked with Bao on something else. Cinder would admit that she took this personally when she shouldn't have, saying that she thought that it must have been because her content wasn't good enough, or as good as Bao, or maybe that she wasn't paying the editor enough. She does take the time to specify though that she was upset, but not specifically at Bao because she was her friend. Red, on the
Yeah.
other hand, wanted this editor to do more for them in general, so he wanted to ask about them becoming exclusive for that reason. He'd go ahead and ask how much they'd be wanting to be paid to be exclusive, and the editor turned him down. Cinder claims that both her and Red were satisfied with their response and accepted their decision, and she managed to get over her insecurity and was happy that this editor was supporting her friend. She then claims that this was the only time she has ever perceived Bao as competition, but it didn't affect how she treated her. This was all a larger version of what she had included in her initial apology back in
Okay.
April 2025. In the next page, we can see the DMs between Redacted and the editor, and if you're interested in reading them, you can pause the video. After this,
Nah,
more
I'm
than a
not
month would pass
interested.
by, and that will be when Red
I'll
would
trust you,
discover
bro.
that Nano was going to work on Bao's model. In the DMs, Red would be asking Nano, hey, do you have a lot of models lined up? Nano would say, quite a few. Does it have to do with the project? Red would say no, it's not for the project, he was just wondering, because he knows that she's working on a model with Blank and Silver, and one of his contacts at Mythic Talent, his agency, said you would be working with one of their clients soon. So we can see here that Red always made an effort to see who Nano was working with. This is something that you'll see multiple times, not just in Bao's section, but in other sections too.
Yeah, why does he need to know? Like, he's clearly going to make out like he needs to know because... Okay, dog. So that way he can work out like stuff with Cinder. But it's like it's the same thing I've always said, right? And like, I got told this by a doctor, right? I think the doctor I still see now told me when I was working like a proper job. And I would get sick because I get sick a lot. I still get sick a lot, right? I would go in and I'd ask for a doctor's certificate because you have to give your work a doctor's certificate. And then I would ring up and be like, hey, I'm not coming in today. I'm sick. I got a doctor's certificate. I'll hand it in when I come in again. I'm going to be out for this many days, right? They would always say, oh, what are you sick with? Right? They'd ask, like, oh, what are you sick with? Or, like, what's wrong? Blah, blah, blah. And I don't know why, but I was talking to my doctor about it one day. And he was like, you know, you don't have to tell them. And I'm like, what? He goes, you don't have to tell them. Legally, you don't have to tell them. All they need to know is you're sick and you're not going to be there. That's it. They don't need to know what you're sick with or like what's happening. Like that. All they need to know is you're not going to be there. It's the same thing. Like, he doesn't need to know who Nanolis is working with or what they're doing or how long. The only thing he needs to know is like how long. Right? Like, all Nanolis needs to say is like, I'm working on someone else's model and it's going to take this long. That's it. They don't need to tell them anything else. They're not entitled to know anything else. Like, it's ridiculous that he like feels entitled to know.
And by this point, Nano was used to it. She would just show him her entire list of clients that was upcoming,
Oh my God.
and Red would reply with, oof.
At this point, like, Red might as well be Nanolis's manager at this point. Like, these are the types of conversations you have with, like, a manager, not a client.
Red would add a comment to the document saying, "My oof reaction in the screenshot was due to the number of projects she had on her to-do list, not about who was on it. This was the first time."
How many does she have? How long does it take to make a model? Is Nanolis rigging them as well, or is she just drawing them? Because if she's just drawing them, I don't know. Well, a month? It should only take like a month, right? Because like if this is your only job and you're just drawing models, like I feel like a month is long enough, right? To draw a model. You get up and work on it like 5 days a week. What's that? It's like 20 days, right? I mean, that's how I'd do it anyway. In saying that though, like I'm the type of person where like I finish things and then I'm like, nah, it could be better. And then I redo it. That's why there's no way I could like get back into drawing. Because the same thing. I would finish my drawing and then be like, nah, this needs to be fixed. And then I'd like redo things and it would like never get finished.
I had seen Nano would be working with Bao on a model. In the next set of DMs, Red would be asking questions about Bao's design to find out if it would be compatible with Boss Rush's theme. This would be a group song project that Cinder would produce later on, right?
Okay.
At this point, it was just an idea, according to Red. This was probably because they were thinking of including her in it. The last DMs of this conversation on the 17th of November 2023 would be
Once
Nano
again, it's like manipulation, right?
thinking her wait list. Red would respond with, "Hey, if you want to clear up your schedule for more work with us, I'm not going to stop you." But would then say, "I don't know for sure right now, but I think you maybe should keep Bao, big maybe. And that's all I'll say." To which Nano would reply with, "Oh yeah, really want to work with Bao." Redacted would say, "Are you designing Bao's model?" To which Nanolist would say, "Not sure, didn't get into specifics yet since it's planned for June 2024. Red would say in the document, "I thought Nano should keep Bao on her list because she was Cinder's friend, but I didn't want to take a solid stance on it if Nano was thinking about removing her herself. Nano said here she really wanted to work with Bao." A couple days later, Nano would DM Red, asking, "By the way, since you got plans, aka projects that they want to work with Nano, do you think it would be best for me to have Bao's model done sooner or around June is okay?" Red would say, "I really don't know at the moment." Then he would detail all the stuff they're working on with Cinder, and Nano would say, "Maybe having it done sooner so whatever happens later, I'll be open for it." In the document, Red would say, "Nano asked me when she should have Bao's model done. Nowhere do I say she should cancel it. Nano suggested she may get it done sooner than June." A few months would pass by, and all of a sudden, we're at WeebCon 2024, more specifically, at the end of March. This is when Bao would show the model that Nano was working on to both Red and Cinder, showing a lot of excitement. Another few months would pass by, and in July 2024, Bao would message Red about doing a cover of She-Wolf with her for her Halloween cover album. Cinder would specify that this was the first and only time she went to Red specifically in their DMs to plan something with her. She would first tell Red that this song would be a duet. In the DMs, Red would say she's streaming, but I'll ask her. Some miscommunication would start to take place. 8 hours later, Bao would say, "Do you mind asking Cinder if she's down sometime soon? If not, let me know so I can let Numi know. It'll just be us two." Red would say, "I think she's down. She said you could have just messaged her," but then would ask, "Is the song just you and her, or is Numi doing it too?" 3 days later, Bao would message Cinder to add her into the project server for the song, and Cinder would express confusion, saying, "Wait, I thought it was just the two of us. Maybe Red didn't tell me everything." Bao would say, "Bruh, it's you, me, and Numi. I told Red that if you didn't want to join, then it'll just be me and Numi instead." Now look, throughout these 1,000 pages, sometimes you'll have Cinder or Red talk about an event like this without adding more context and just moving on to the next event. I'm here to tell you though that this will be important later on. For now though, I can definitely see how confusing it must be to have just this simple misunderstanding between friends be aired out like this. Things like this could definitely discourage someone from continuing to read. But don't worry, because now things truly do get spicy. Shortly after this, literally just a few days after being added to the project server, the first DMs between Red and Nano leading up to Bao's model cancellation would begin. More specifically on the 23rd of July 2024, when Red would ask Nano if she knew when Bao's model was going to debut so that they could plan their schedule around it. As you might remember, it was meant to be done by June of that year, and they saw the early design in March when Bao showed them at WeebCon. When Red would
Okay.
ask when Bao is meant to debut her model,
yep.
Nana would reply she planned for Valentine's, so February 2025. This was more of a 6 months delay on the initial release date. Around that time, Nana would open up a commission form.
What?
People could apply to have her work on a project if she found it interesting enough. A couple days later, Nana would
What?
message Red saying, I might not take any comms from that forum. I feel like I want to be more into VTubing. Even though she got a few cool ones, she wants to move on with her own brand, but specifying that she will work with Cinder until she gets dumped. Red would encourage her to do this and would offer to help since he's the brains behind Cinder. For example, Nana would say, what would make a small community get people's eyes? And Red would say, like, you mean what it takes for a small VTuber to get lots of eyes on them? That's kind of my specialty. I did that. Later in this conversation,
Yeah,
after talking for a
sure.
while about her brand and what she wishes to do
Have
in
massive
VTubing,
titties,
Nana would say,
apparently.
honestly, I would cancel my next models if I didn't feel already so committed to them. This is when Red would start to inquire more about what she's currently working on and how many models she's worked on that haven't debuted yet. Nana would say there's like 4 models. One of them is meant to debut around October. Red would specifically ask, is that Bao too? To which Nana would say, didn't start Bao yet. Red would talk about this in the document, saying, I asked about Bao being one of the finished models that hadn't debuted yet
Okay,
because I was under the
Nana
impression
is
that
like-
Bao was already done. Nano told me her model wasn't even started. Me saying to her, we'll find a new mama for being
She's
busy
not very
was a joke,
reliable, is
like
she?
earlier in the conversation when I joked about firing her. Now look, this was a fairly long
It's like 6
conversation that would
months.
stretch into the 26th
Like fucking
of July.
delay,
But
like
that would
what?
be when Nano would ask Red, do you think Bao would kill me if I cancel with her? To which he'd reply, no, but she'd guilt trip you 100%. But if
What?
that's best for you, then I think you should. Nano would admit,
Okay.
I'm very guiltyable, to which Redacted would say, I mean, the sooner you don't have
That-
model work, you
it's
can
not a
work on
word.
your own debut and stream stuff. And Cinder and I can help you out. So I'm not
It's definitely
telling
not a
you to
word.
cancel her model, but it sounds like that'd be best for what you want to do. Nano says, yeah, I'm thinking about it. Red says, is Bao the last of the 3 you still
Oh.
have to do? To which Nano replies with, yep, got blank to, which I'm considering canceling too. In the document, Red would describe this as, out of nowhere, Nano asked me, do you think Bao would kill me if I cancel with her? She was already considering canceling it on her own.
Take
This was
to
a
make.
huge difference from how she felt about Bao's model last November.
Okay. Fucking, I just googled this shit. The process from start to finish takes around 3 to 5 weeks. I was fucking right. Should only take about a month, maybe a little longer. What? How do you have a 6-month delay? How like fucking in depth is your model then? How long does the whole process take? Shut up. It's a long process. It depends on 2 major cases. Either you hire someone to make your model, emotes, assets, etc. In that case, it mostly a matter of what? Artist availability and how quick they can make it. Okay, so yeah, so just Nanolis just takes forever to make things, is what I'm getting. Okay, so yeah, I was fucking right.
The message in which Nano said, oh yeah, I really want to work with Bao. Red would continue his explanation, saying
What's
that
the
he told
average
Nano to
turnaround
do
time
what
then?
was best for her, and that he and Cinder would gladly help with her streaming. He'd then add, from his own experience with Bao, he thought she could be whiny and pushy when things didn't go her way, so he thought
What?
she'd complain and guilt trip Nano. His logic was that he was being honest with his friend about another friend, but that he never
Okay.
asked her to cancel Bao's model or any other model. His argument would be that this wasn't targeted towards Bao. He would have done this no matter who the model belonged to, and that at the end of the day, he was closer to Nano than he was to Bao. So he was supporting her and wanted to do everything.
But what? You would have done this but you wouldn't have known about. Okay.
He could to help. According to him, this context was never shown in Nano or Bao's documents that came out in April 2025. Around a week later, Red
What?
would DM Nano and ask her if she decided to cancel any model projects like they had already talked about. Nano would say she hadn't canceled anything yet, and then saying, actually, give me another moment. 6 hours later, Red would reply to that message saying, did you check on this yet? To which Nano would say, they're replying right now, just give me another moment. 20 minutes later would be when Red would send the infamous message, did you cancel models? To which Nano would reply with, I did not, with a crying emoji. Red would explain that it was in all caps because of the previous messages sent and the fact that he still hadn't heard anything from her about it. She said she didn't, and he said Nano arc delayed to 2026 in regards to what she wanted to do, right? Becoming a VTuber.
Why are you talking in all caps anyway? That's just weird. Yeah, what? Why are you talking?
her
Okay.
and stuff, joking with her like he always had. This is when Nano would say, I'm scared to cancel with Bao. And unlike the other conversations we've seen so far where Red would be taking
Yeah, okay. Yeah, and do you know why she's fucking scared to cancel with Bao? Because you fucking told her earlier that Bao's whiny and manipulative. Isn't that what you said before? So of course she's gonna be scared.
taking more of a back seat, letting Nano do her thing. Here, he would encourage her to do this, saying, you shouldn't be. She has so many connections, she'll find someone super fast. Did you already design the outfit? I remember her showing it to us at WeepCon. Nano would say, yes, I can give her the design for free as an apology gift. And Red would say, don't sell yourself short. I think she'd be fine with taking the design and finding someone else. I wouldn't offer it for free, maybe half price, if she starts shit. Lol. Now look, the drama was 5 months ago, but if you remember it slightly, you'd remember that this was one of the main messages in Bao's document. This made Red look really, really bad, because it didn't just sound like he was telling Nano to cancel Bao's model, he was also talking shit about her. He was also kind of making it harder for her, right? Her model was already being canceled, Nano wanted to make it up to her, and Red was still insisting, no, don't even give it for free. Give it for half price if she starts shit. From Red's perspective, this is what he would write in the document. He'd say, I was not the one to bring up Bao again. I didn't specify anyone we had previously talked about. I reassured Nano about it and told her I thought she should at least be somewhat paid for the design she made and the work she put into it. My thought that Bao could possibly start shit over this was the same as I said before, where I thought she'd complain or guilt trip Nano over it. All of the lead up to this
Yeah, and then you're like, and then you're sitting there wondering why she's scared to cancel on Bao. Because you've just told her that she fucking complains and guilt trips. So she's probably getting in her head and thinking like, oh, maybe Bao will complain to other people that I cancelled on her. It talks shit about me.
conversation was left out of Nano's and Bao's documents. And yeah, to be fair to Red,
By the way, and Bao's documents, like Bao, how would Bao have access to it? This is a conversation between you and Nano. Bao wouldn't even have access to it. She would only have access to whatever Nano sends her. So you can't blame Bao for leaving it out of her document, because she probably doesn't even have it.
that was the case. The full context, the previous conversations were not included. In the grand scheme of things, though, does that truly make a difference? Well,
No, it
I'll let
doesn't.
you, the viewer, decide, because we
No,
still have a lot.
No, it doesn't. It makes Red look not worse, but still bad. Because like it explains why she was scared to tell Bao. Like I'd be scared to tell someone that you think is like a manipulator, like a guilt tripper, and that and complainer. You telling me you wouldn't be scared to like tell them that you can't complete their fucking commission?
To go through.
Like
45 minutes after what we just saw, Nano would say that she would be able to start on Cinder's angel model right away. Earlier in the DMs, she had mentioned that she could only start on it maybe in October, but at this point we were still in August 2024, to which Red was very excited about. 2 minutes later, Red would message Cinder saying Nano's able to start the angel model right after the summer fixes and dances, to which Cinder would say, yay. From Cinder's perspective, Red would tell her that the reason why Nano cancelled Bao's model was because she wanted to focus on her own VTubing career. He'd also specify that he and Cinder were going to help her out in that career. Cinder would say that she felt bad for Bao because she saw how excited she was when she showed them her concept back at WeepCon. But at the same time, she was under the impression that this was what Nano wanted. She was her friend too, and she wasn't going to pressure her to do something she didn't want to do. She didn't see Red's messages and only knew what he told her. Red would also chime in and say if I really wanted Nano to cancel Bao's model for some malicious reason and knew I could make her do it through some kind of manipulation, why would I have waited 8 months after I first found out about it in November of 2023 and told Nano she shouldn't? Why did I wait 4?
Because, motherfucker, you didn't have an issue with Bao until 2024. Wasn't it in 2024? That when he fucking mistook Bao? Had a misunderstanding and started hating Bao? So why would you, like, try and get her to cancel it before you even have an issue with Bao? But then once you had this issue with Bao, you started fucking telling her how guilt trippy and that Bao is. So it's like, what? What are you talking about?
After WeepCon in March 2024, when Bao showed it to us. Why? When I thought Bao's model was already finished in June, like she told me it was planned for, would I have gone out of my way to make Nano cancel it now? Although I was closer with Nano, Bao was still a friend and I didn't have any problems with her back then.
Oh my God.
My opinion of how she could respond to Nano canceling on her doesn't change that. Nano has worked with
it's disgusting that this dude's like, Bao is a friend. Bao was still a friend. No, she wasn't. You hated her. Like, what? How are you even comfortable with saying that?
multiple friends of ours in the past and it wasn't a problem, including Bao in this situation. I was supporting what Nano expressed to me she wanted to do for herself, and as her friend I reassured her it would be okay. The next day, Red would message Nano and ask her how her conversation with Bao went. He'd argue that the reason why he was asking about this was because Nano had expressed she was scared to talk to Bao, so being her friend, he wanted to ask how it went. In the document he'd say, if Bao's design was done and the model wasn't even started, like Nano told me it wasn't, then I didn't think it was a problem if Bao could just take the design to another model artist. Hypothetically, I thought there still would have been time to hit her.
That's the other thing too, like, I feel like artists have their, like, unique style, right? So you can't just, like, take someone else's art and then just take it to someone else and be like, hey, now you do this. This is what I want. You do it now. You continue from here. Like, that's not how that works.
Planned Valentine's Day debut window Nano told me about. In the DMs, to reassure Nano, he'd say she won't hate you forever, just for the next few days. But if she still has the design, I don't think it's a big deal. Nano would say, okay,
like, what? I'm assuming Bao didn't hate Nano at all. Like, even when Nano was like, hey, I have to cancel, Bao would have been sad, but I don't think she would have hated Nano. Like, what?
Okay, it's sent. Red would reply with, I'm here for emotional support, to which Nano would reply with, thank you, it hurts my soul. Red would say, the whole situation was wrong of both of us. Nano shouldn't have asked me about what she wanted to do with her other commissions, and I shouldn't have weighed in on what I thought. I'm sorry to Bao for my actions.
Okay. And I shouldn't have asked me what... Yeah, but you know why she did? Because you made it a fucking point to keep asking her about her commissions. And then because you were her friend and you already knew about the commissions, she felt it as a safe space to talk to you about the commissions. How is that so hard to understand? Like, what?
And that this happened at all. Cinder would continue and say, it was after
they're definitely both at fault, but like, he's trying to... Okay.
Bao messaged our group chat with our friends
I
saying
need to
that
stop
Nano
pausing.
dropped her as a client.
This video is
I
too
felt
long to
guilty
pause.
knowing about this before Bao had told us. I didn't know what to say, so I didn't say anything. I was the one who was known to always work with Nano, but if this was her decision, I didn't want to get involved. I should
What
have
the
been
fuck? Wait, what? Girly pop. Bro, the picture's amazing. It's like two dudes kissing. Unicorn, white flag, rainbow scissors? Is the scissors because they scissor? What's the white flag for? What? Is this their, like, Discord server that they all have? I love this. It's called Girly Pop.
a better friend to Bao and at least try doing something for her, but I didn't. Alright, so picture this. I think this is like a group of friends of like 6 people. Imagine revealing such sad news, right? Like Bao was completely heartbroken over this. Everyone would leave a supportive message except one person in the group, and that person happens to be the one who has worked with Nano the longest.
Yep.
Not a good look, right? Cinder would continue, after I posted my apology on the 27th of April 2025, as she was being cancelled, Bao tweeted this, talking
What does smog mean? What does that mean?
about her model being cancelled last August. It was a standalone tweet, not as a reply to my apology, and not quoting it either. If you follow the drama, I'm sure you saw this tweet, and Cinder actually took a screenshot of it barely after it was posted, back when it was still at 7,000 views. It would be Bao saying, how? How can you say you didn't know?
Why would you... What the fuck? Bro, okay, wait, what? That's weird. Why would you take a screenshot of this? Like he said, it was like barely after it was posted. That's weird, right? That's not normal. Like, she said she was, like, emotional because of all this stuff that was happening. But it's like... Clearly you were also collecting things. Cause like that's weird, bro. Like I feel like my last thought would be like I need to screenshot everything.
I showed you both my base model sketch from Nano at WeebCon. We walked on stage and performed together. You were in the group chat where I shared my sadness over Nano suddenly canceling my model after we were so close to begin Live 2D and rigging. And to now find out that just a day before her sadness, Nano and Red would be talking about it as if it was nothing? That gutted her. She'd say, if you want to apologize to me, please do it properly and stop
Hey, that means
hiding
that the
behind
design
Red.
was
In
pretty
the
much
document,
done.
Cinder would say, I was aware that in this instance, Bao's model was
What?
cancelled. And before she said anything, I haven't claimed otherwise anywhere. And I didn't say anything about it in my apology. I was not aware of Red giving Bao's name to Nano in his exclusivity negotiations in January 2025. This is what she would say in her apology that she wrote back in April. After Bao had posted this tweet, she messaged one friend that could get a message to her since she had already unfriended her and she had no way of contacting her. She'd say,
Okay.
Red and I had a falling out the night the documents dropped, and we didn't live together anymore either, so I had no way to access his DMs myself to go back and see everything he was saying and doing to make sure it
Do you
was
reckon he
right.
deleted
All
them?
I had to go off of was what Red told me in August about this, what was
Because like she just said, she kicked him out. She didn't have access to his DMs. Like she got access later. Do you reckon he deleted a whole bunch of DMs before she even got access? Like that wouldn't surprise me.
posted in Nano and Bao's documents, and now Bao's tweet after my apology. I don't know if she ever got this message, and she never reached out to talk. I told this friend that I didn't know the model was cancelled because of Red's conversation with Nano, and not that I didn't know it was cancelled at all. This message would be sent on the same day. Cinder would say, I just saw Bao's tweet, I have no way of contacting her, so if you could please have her reached out for us to talk, it would mean a lot. I didn't know her model was cancelled due to Red's conversation with Nano. I know it's hard to believe I wasn't informed on every conversation he was having, but he had a lot of control over comms without
But,
constant
like-
approval because I
But like, the issue was that you knew it was cancelled though, and didn't say anything. That's the issue. Like, it makes it less bad, right? Because you didn't like know that it was because of Red, but it's still bad that you knew. Then like. By the looks of it, Cinder found out like probably a minute, if that, like a minute or minutes after Bao found out. Like that's the shitty part.
I trusted him. We don't live together for me to make sure everything he was doing was right. I'm so sorry to you and all the girls. The friend would say that they were going to ask her. In fact, the same friend would message Cinder asking if she was okay, and Cinder would say, I'm sorry, blank. I'm trying to collect myself. Red and I aren't speaking right now, and I'm so upset with everything.
Okay.
Cinder would then go ahead and refute
Who is this
some
person?
aspects of Bao's tweet. She said, we were so close to begin Live 2D and rigging, and Nana would say in her document that Red asked her to cancel Bao's model mid-progress. Cinder would argue that that's false. Nano hadn't started yet, and she said that in DMs in July of 2024, when it should have been done by June 2024. Additionally, Bao's document would say there was suddenly back and forth on whether or not Nano had the physical and mental capacity to continue her model. Cinder would say this lines up with what Nano told to Red, and how Nano repeatedly overbooked herself but was never shown anywhere. She would also remind us that Red didn't message Nano specifically to see if she canceled Bao, but to see if she canceled.
Can I just say, like, I feel like being at the point where you're live rigging and that, isn't that the middle point? Isn't that midway through? Because then, like, I feel like half the time it would probably take to make the model, like the art, and then the other half would be rigging it, right? So that is the midpoint. Like, what?
Any other models. So as you can see, Cinder definitely does disagree with some aspects of what Nano and Bao had said, including some of the most fundamental aspects. It seemed although Cinder realized that what she did and what Red did was wrong, she still wasn't as wrong as Nano and Bao had claimed. In any case, a few days later, on the 9th of August 2024,
I'm not
one of
as
Cinder's
shitty as what
editors
they
would
say I
decide
am.
to step down. This would prompt Red to
Okay. I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick. Go to the dunny. Take dogs out to the dunny while it's like only raining a little bit. Cause yeah, I don't know how long this like dry spell is gonna last. It seems to be raining on and off. So I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Oh. The dogs have pooped. I've pooped. We've all pooped. Boom.
ask their other video editor yet a second time to become exclusive.
Next time I
would
get up
offer
will
the
be when I
video
feed them
editor a raise
biscuits.
in order for him to do more work for them. In other words, becoming exclusive. Cinder would specify this had nothing to do with Nano. So I guess that section was just to clear things up. If you read the DMs, which I already have, the editor would end up declining this offer. Now, what comes next is a fairly important date. It will be the 27th of August 2024, and it will be the last time Bao and Cinder would ever solo collab on stream, which means just the two of them. In the beginning of that month, Bao had asked Cinder to make clay animals together. Materials would take a while to arrive, and they'd be able to finally do it on the 27th. 4 days later, Bao would release her original a while to beginning of that month, Bao had asked.
Yeah, as I was about to say. Did he say what I think he said? He did say what I think he said. Bow, Cinder. Like, why do your friends have to ask you to hang out?
Asked Cinder to
Do you just
make
never
clay
want to hang out
animals
with your
together.
friends?
Materials would take a while to arrive, and they'd be able to finally do it on the 27th. 4 days later, Bao would release her original song Natural Disaster, featuring one of Cinder and Red's friends alongside her. Red would then comment on this, saying, "This event is here because of what I watched Bao say on her stream either on the day the song was released or sometime in the couple of weeks before then." She was talking about how difficult, frustrating, and time-consuming it was to work with inexperienced singers on music projects, and that she would rather work with V-singers from now on who know what they're doing and can match her high skill level. These were her closest friends she was talking about, live on stream. I couldn't find an archived VOD of the stream anywhere to prove this happened either. What I remember is how it made me think Bao viewed her friends and how I felt about it. Cinder would then say
Okay, so is this just a trust me, bro? She definitely said this? I feel like that's a pretty damning claim that you should definitely have evidence for.
This time, Bao, Numi, and I were working on our She-Wolf cover. Red told me this and it made me anxious about the song, and I felt like I had a lot of pressure on me to do well. I barely had any singing experience.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So, in other words, you couldn't find evidence that she said any of that. And then Red told me this. The person that doesn't like Bao and has been trying to make other people not like Bao told you that she said these things that would make you not like Bao. That's shocking, isn't it? Strange how you couldn't find evidence for it.
And wasn't anywhere near Bao's level, but she asked me to be a part of this and I wanted to do my best for her. Alright, so this is truly the turning point. This is where the voices inside Red's head would tell him that Bao is an evil person, as early as the end of August 2024. Now, is it disappointing that we have so many archived VODs uploaded to Google Drive and linked to YouTube with timestamps and transcriptions, and yet this one particular VOD, where Red's opinion changed of Bao, couldn't be found? Yes, but whatever, we can just assume he's saying the truth. This does, however, tell us that he would actually watch Cinder's friend's streams and would come to her whenever something concerning like this would happen. I mean, Cinder admitted it herself. Red telling her this made her anxious about the song when she wasn't. Cinder felt like she had a lot of pressure on her shoulders and wanted to do her best for Bao. But guys, let's take a step back here. Bao is a friend of hers. This was something she could have DM'd her directly and asked about, but she didn't. So far, we can somewhat conclude that Cinder is someone who's insecure. And so far, from what we've seen, Red seems to be someone that instead of reassuring her, only fed these insecurities huge amounts of food.
Yeah, and the other issue is that it seems for some reason Cinder just trusts everything Red says unconditionally, which is just weird. Especially if you're friends with the person and it's something that you're like, that doesn't sound like them, right? But you're just like, but Red told me, so it must be true. That's the way this feels. It's weird.
In any case, on the 19th of September, 2024, TwitchCon 2024 would take place. Red would say, there's 3 things that happened at TwitchCon last year that further formed the opinion I had of Bao. Let's go
Okay.
through them, starting with number 1. The first night there, Cinder, her friends, and I went out to dinner somewhere nice. Bao was supposed to be there with us but never showed up. It was the first chance the close friends had to see each other in months in person away from work, and she blew them off. Everyone present was talking about her not being there. Second point.
Okay.
One of our friends was telling us that they were working on a song with Bao, and Bao asked about them having a music video to go with it. The song this friend was making with Cinder at the time was planned to have a music video, but they weren't planning on having one for the song with Bao. They said that Bao got upset with them, guilt-tripping them over their decision about their own content. This reinforces what I had told Nano about Bao. And the third and final point, the last night before everyone went home, the friends were planning to go to dinner, ended up getting sick and stayed behind. In the group chat while they were figuring out where to eat, Bao said that she wanted to go somewhere fancy or she wasn't going. This was the last night everyone was together, but there were still caveats. She had to just spend time with her friend. But there were still caveats. Wow, that's crazy, man. Is that even a sentence? Anyway, yeah, she had caveats about having to spend time with her friends. Sure. Neither Cinder or I have access to this group chat anymore. Now look, I said
can we get like evidence that she was like guilt tripping the other person? That'd be nice, right? You've given us no evidence for any of this.
I would stay objective in this video. I really did. But objectively speaking, this is diabolical. Just reading these 3 points, I can feel how much he's judging Bao for her actions, and yet we don't even have the full context.
Yeah.
Bao wasn't there on the first night. There's something called traveling. There's something called jet lag. Hell, maybe Bao had a very strong period. Maybe she's one of those girls that has such a strong period that for the first 2 days, she's practically handicapped.
Okay, yeah. So like, I can kind of relate to this, not because I have a period, but my sister has always had like, you know, you see those like things where it's like, these are the levels of period. My sister's is like at the top. Like easily at the top. Bro, there was points where she like wouldn't even move because she was in that much pain. So like, I totally get that there is times that are like that. But like, you never know. She could have like fucking. She could have just been sick, right? Like, who knows? It could have been a number of things.
In any case, Bao was Cinder's friend before being Red's friend, right? And he was making some incredible assumptions here. The second point had a friend of theirs being guilt-tripped by Bao. Look, when it comes to making a song together and making a music video, it's actually a ridiculously arduous process that takes a long time, and we honestly just don't have enough context to make up any conclusion. So if we don't have enough context, then how did Red have enough context to pin the blame fully on Bao here? I don't know. Maybe he already hated her and just needed a
he just hates her.
justification. And finally, the third point is like the first point, except here Red was sick and couldn't show up. He was also assuming things about Bao over text. Maybe she and multiple friends had already talked about going somewhere fancy and they were changing their minds, so she didn't want to go. Look, if any of you watching have been in a group of friends at any point in time, I don't know, and you had a group chat in like WhatsApp or Telegram or Discord, you understand how hard it is to get multiple people to go out to the same restaurant. Red was making a very big deal out of this, and what's funny here is that he was sick. He wasn't even going himself. Does that mean Bao can write her own document and say, Red didn't show up on the last night before leaving TwitchCon? He's a terrible friend. So yeah, look, maybe Red included this because he felt like he was being honest, but it just ends up making him look way worse because these aren't valid reasons to want to sabotage your wife's friend. In any case,
and also
during
like
TwitchCon,
just because
both
friends
Red
with
and
your
Cinder
wife
would get to meet
or girlfriend
Sacramore,
doesn't mean it's your
Bao's
friend
video
too.
editor. More specifically, the man behind her music videos. He would come to Cinder and say he'd love to work together and make a music video, which is why Red would eventually ask him to make one for Boss Rush. Sacramore, of course, made his own Google document as this was happening back on April 26, 2025, and I go over that in detail in my first video about the drama. Cinder would then say that Red reached out to Sacramore after TwitchCon about a music video project, which was the one for Boss Rush's song. They discussed it over the next week, but Sac couldn't fit it into his schedule at the time. So they would chat a bit right over the course of a few days at the end of September leading up to October 4th. Red would ask Sac if he can make a music video for the end of October 2024, to which Sac would say, I really would love to be able to squeeze squeeze y'all in and absolutely would if I could, but I genuinely don't have any days free until the 9th of November at the earliest. Red would reply with, okay, thanks though, Sack. You're missing out on a good one. Okay, look, I just want to point out real quick the fact that Red multiple times has stated that Bao will guilt trip you if you don't want to work with her or want to cancel with her or etc. I don't know how you would classify this sentence. You're missing out on a good one. But it does kind of sound guilt trippy, right? Like, listen, man, my schedule's full. I'm really sorry. I'd love to make this work. Okay, but you're missing out on a really good one. It's like, okay, buddy. All right. And speaking of Red, he would end up hating Bao even more due to the trip to Japan that occurred from the beginning to mid-October 2024. He'd say there's two things that happened during our trip to Japan with our friends last year. The first one being, Bao got mad at another one of our friends for something that happened at a restaurant with a rude owner. She got pissed and yelled at and belittled our friend when they did nothing wrong.
What? No, isn't this the one where... Yeah, I heard about this. This is like... the owner or something was being racist?
Confided in Cinder and I afterwards and were very upset over it. But it was fine because they said that's just how Bao is. Okay, so if Red said that he was present when this happened, it would be way different than him saying that he simply got confided in it. In other words, he only got one side of the story and he didn't get Bao's side. But fights like this happen between friends. We're not told if they apologize to each other, if they made up later. No, none of that. Just listen, this changed my mind about Bao, period. The second and final point here is everyone got together for what we called our Canadian Thanksgiving dinners.
Oh, is that another one? Wasn't there like a restaurant they went to or something? Or is this different VTuber? Maybe it's a different VTuber. But like there was like a really racist like owner or something.
Earlier, it was the last night all of our friends would be together, just like TwitchCon. And again, Bao never showed up. She said she was on her way and then sometime later said never mind, she's not coming. We all were aware this was the last time we'd all see each other until 2025. Again, we don't know what happened. We don't know if an emergency occurred. We don't know if she specified it later.
Bro, you know what else we don't know? We don't know how many days did they spend together at this point? Like for all we know, they could have been together for like a week or two. Like every day. Why does it matter that the very last day they're like they can't show up for some reason?
The only thing here that bothered Red is that she couldn't show up, but we're not given any more context. Red would then say, after TwitchCon in Japan, I was pretty convinced about how I thought Bao viewed and valued her friends outside of making content together. Cinder would then add, I experienced these things in Japan and at TwitchCon too. I was put off by them in the moment, but I didn't think about them beyond when they happened. So see, both of Cinder and Red's perspectives are very different here, and they operate on a completely different set of rules and logic. What didn't bother Cinder ended up bothering Red immensely. And while this wasn't a problem yet, it would then become a problem so big that it would start affecting the way they lived together. We'll of course see more of that later, but for now, they got back from Japan, and Red would message Sakurmore again about Boss Rush's music video since the planned release date was pushed back again. Cinder would include every single DM they sent to each other over the course of the music video's production. I guess they would do that for transparency's sakes. It is such a waste of time to go through every single message because mostly it's technicalities. It's like, hey, this song has a lot of typography. I can send you more details about the artwork, blah, blah, blah. I mean, really, this is very technical here. If you're interested in making a music video, maybe you'd find this interesting. But one of the more notable things that would happen is that Red would offer to pay double for Sakurmore's work if he could finish it under a very tight deadline. Sakurmore would agree, and he'd get right down to work. In total, there would be 12 pages of DMs, and again, most of it would be technical.
Oh my God, bro.
In the end, what matters the most is that the music video ended up amazing. In the end, what mattered the most is that the music video turned out amazing. Red would pay the full amount immediately as soon as it was done, and he'd tell Sack, we'll have another project for you soon. Okay, not that soon, but still, thank you again for your work on this one, to which Sack would say, all good, looking forward to it. Now look, I know we're going through a lot of details, so a little reminder. Sakurmore was Bao's music video editor, okay? That's what he was known for. Because of his work for Bao, Red and Cinder wanted to work with him, and they just did, making a banger music video that featured Cinder.
By the way, can I just say, it seems that like Red's like, Bao can't work with our Nano, right? She's our Nano. But he wants to work with her editor? Her music video editor? Like what? Okay.
Cinder and a couple of other friends. And even though this was Bao's editor being used for the video, and even though she wasn't featured in that video, she would still leave a comment showing her support when it would be finally uploaded, saying, "God damn, they ate. Those are my girls. Holy." Now, check out what Cinder has to say about this.
Okay.
My new music group, Boss Rush, premiered our first song at the end of November. Red and I were going through the comments and we
Oh my
both
god. Oh my god. Okay, I haven't read. I didn't read ahead or anything. Is she gonna complain that she didn't mention Cinder's name? Because it seems like Cinder has like a real issue with like people not saying Cinder's name for some fucking reason. I have a hair. Is it on my eyelash? Where is this? There's a hair blowing. Oh, it's in the. Okay, I found it. It's in like the joints of my glasses. Okay.
saw Bao's. He didn't want me to like hers, so I gave in just to satisfy him. At the end of the day,
Wait, what? Hold on.
we're going through the comments and we both saw Bao's. He didn't want me to like hers, so I gave in just to satisfy him. At the end of the
What? Okay.
day, it was just a comment. Now, to me, this is probably the most fascinating paragraph in this entire 93-page section. The reason for that being is you feel very bad for Cinder in the first three sentences. It's like, what do you
music
mean
switched
you
up.
wanted to like your friend's supportive comment and your partner forced you not to? You start to feel that maybe Cinder's trapped, that she wasn't able to express herself fully because of this deranged partner who had it out for Bao. But then she decides to add this sentence, saying, at the end of the day, it was just a comment. Almost as if she was completely undermining this supportive comment, as if she was just throwing it to the side in the trash, as if it never mattered to begin with, that this shouldn't even be a big deal. Okay, but look at this from Bao's perspective. She had her model canceled with Nano. Everyone
No, but not only that, like, you just admitted that you liked all of your other friends' comments. So she'd be like, she'd see that and be like, what? Why'd she not like mine? Right?
One of her friends supported her. Cinder said nothing. She leaves a comment on Cinder's video. It got over 4,000 upvotes. It's one of the top comments. There's no way you can miss it. Cinder would like every other friend's comment except Bao. I mean,
Yeah.
if you're Bao by this point, what would you think? Like, as if you're being singled out, right? It's not a pleasant feeling. I also want to take the opportunity to remind you that when Bao worked with an editor that had worked with Cinder before, she took it personally. Was Bao also taking this personally? Up to you to decide. Red would add, after the past few months, I had a pretty solid opinion of how I thought Bao viewed her friends, so I told Cinder she shouldn't like it. I was persistent about it, so she listened to me. It was very petty of me towards a friend showing support. But when it came to
Bao is
Red's
not your
rivalry
friend.
with Bao, this was only the beginning.
Bao
Barely
is
a
not
week
your
later,
friend.
Bao
Bao is
struck
your
a
wife's
group
friend.
chat with both Red and Cinder.
That's
they don't
different.
have screenshots of it now because they were removed from the
She's
group.
not your
In
friend,
any case, the reason why
clearly.
she had created this group was because Bao wanted to collab with Cinder. And from Cinder's perspective, Red was adamant to her about not wanting to plan anything with Bao at this time, so they didn't. Red would add, Bao's never messaged us like this before, and this was right after Boss Rush popped off with another two friends involved. I wasn't opposed to doing things with her completely, but the timing was suspicious to me after the past few experiences with her, and I saw this as her trying to gain something from us. So I
What?
brushed her off, and what stood out to me is that she addressed Cinder specifically as the lead singer of Boss Rush. So look, when Red tells Nano, we're gonna fire you as a joke, it's just a joke. But when Bao addresses Cinder as the lead singer of Boss Rush, it's concerning, it's a problem. Interesting logic all around. And speaking of Boss Rush, it was so successful that Red, 11 days after it had released, would message Sakamore about working on another project for February 2025. This is when Sakamore would announce that he was only going to work with Bao exclusively going forward. In Cinder's initial April 2025 apology, she said, and yes, I was also upset when Sak, the Boss Rush music video editor, had told us that he won't be working on any future projects with us and would instead be working exclusively for Bao. But Red got it in his head that it was Bao's fault that it happened, and seemingly held a grudge against her for it. In the DMs that were included, Red would say, hey, you want to do a music video for February? And Sak would say, hey,
Okay, it sounds like Red just had a grudge against Bao like way before this, though.
hey, sorry, but after January 2nd, I'm closing down all comms and working completely in-house for Bao. Red would be confused, saying,
That's
I thought you wanted to do
pterodactyl.
more. And Sakamore would say, yeah, I really want to. It's very hard for me to say no, but I have to prioritize other things in my life. And this path would help me achieve the things I want to do in my personal life as well as professionally. In the document, Red would say, the last time I spoke to Sakamore, he said he was honored to be a part of Boss Rush's project and was looking forward to the next music video together. Everyone loved the video he made, and it was already nearing 500,000
Yeah, but then some time went. Like, what? There was time between. There was time between that message and then when he was like, "I'm only going to work with Bao." And when you think about it, like he said, there's other things in his life he wants to deal with. Like, he probably realized it's probably easier to just work for one person. It was probably like it's easier to just work for one person and one person only instead of working for a bunch of people and having all these different projects going at the same time. He figured out what Nano didn't, right? Nano just kept getting more and more projects and piling them on, and then got to a point where she was like, "Oh my god, there's so many projects I have to do." And instead of like fixing that, she just kept pushing things off until it got to a point where she had to like, she was like forced to do something about it. Whereas clearly, like Zack had thought of it beforehand. It was just like, I'm just gonna work for Bao. On top of that, Bao probably like offered him a lot of money too.
In views. I didn't know Sakamore well at all, so I had no real basis to know how he actually felt, but I just couldn't understand his decision coming out of nowhere. Now, I really want to take the time to point out what I felt.
Wait, hold on. Everyone loved the video he made, and it was already nearing 500,000 views. Like, business. That's all he's like, it's got 500,000 views. It made so much money. Why does he not want to work with us again? Like, what?
I just couldn't understand his decision coming out of nowhere. Now, I really want to take the time to point out one message that Red had sent Sakamore in these DMs. After Sakamore had laid out his logic, saying that he needs to take a different path in life to achieve his personal life goals, Red would reply with, "Alright, well, I let Cinder know she's pretty upset and disappointed, but it is what it is, I guess." Again, I just feel forced to point out the irony here, how guilt-trippy this sounds, how unprofessional this is, when Red, when talking to Nano and talking in this document, would mention how guilt-trippy Bao was.
But he didn't manipulate anybody. He only guilt-tripped them. Like, that's what they said at the start of all this, right? He didn't manipulate anyone. He just guilt-tripped them. For some reason, they think that's two different things.
I mean, if this isn't guilt-trippy, then what is? The next day, on December 11th, 2024, Red would continue the conversation, inquiring as to the exact reasoning of why Sakamore didn't want to work with him.
You don't need to know. This brings me back to that again. Like, you don't need to know. All you need to know is that he's not going to work for you anymore, and he's only going to work with Bao. That's all you need to know. You're not entitled to know exactly why. Just because he doesn't want to work with you anymore doesn't mean you get to know everything. This is what's annoying about this. It's like they for some reason they feel entitled that they should know every single little detail. Exactly why these people don't want to work with them anymore. It's like, and on top of that, like, he already fucking said personal reasons, right? He was like, he wants to deal with his personal stuff. He wants to deal with. There's a fucking hair on my glasses, and I'm trying to get rid of it. If I sound like a little distracted, that's why. Did I get it? It's like on the. I don't even know what I assume it has a name. The little, like, rubbery parts that sit on your nose. Or if you wear glasses, don't get dogs. Or, like, get a dog that doesn't lose hair. Because the amount of dog hairs I have to, like, that get stuck on my glasses. Shut up, garbage truck. Yeah, the amount of dog hairs that get stuck on my glasses is ridiculous. Because Panda, like, sheds hair all year round. I don't know. This just annoys me. It's always annoyed me. It even annoys me when, like, my dad comes home and he's like, I told him I was sick and I had to come home. And then he'll tell me, like, Or they asked me, like, what I was sick with. It's like, you don't have to fucking tell them. They don't need to know that. It's just annoying. So you don't need to know everything. You just need to know the information that's relevant to you. That's it.
Again, he was messaging Cinder at the same time and would ask him at some point. Cinder wanted to ask, is there any goals our projects can help you with? She's just confused about why it's so hard for you to turn down more projects when you enjoyed the last one and it did so well. Sakamore would again specify. At some point, the only growth for him in freelance is to just start charging more money for projects. But he didn't really care that much about money. He wanted to build a community, saying that he was going in-house with Bao because she has been his day one and supported / took a chance on him when he was a literal nobody, living in basic poverty, and wanted to do whatever he could to repay her kindness. So
Yeah,
it was
fair
very
enough.
straightforward. He wanted to be loyal and work for Bao because she was his day one, and in the meantime, focus on his own stuff, not letting some freelance gigs get in the way of that. Red would act even more confused, saying, I'm not sure what you mean by your personal content if you're just working with Bao. I mean, this kind of came out of nowhere since you seem pretty eager to work with Cinder at TwitchCon, and even after the last project, especially since it did numbers. But if that's how you feel, then we won't try to change your mind and respect your decision. Thanks again for your work. Good luck on your goals. Red would say in the document, by the end of our conversation, I was suspicious of his reasoning. Cinder would then say, right after this, Red messaged our video editor about music video editors and what happened with Sack. They're close with and works with Bao and her other editors, including Sack. Yeah, again, this is how you can confirm this wasn't written by AI. What the hell was this sentence? What Cinder meant to say is that Red messaged their video editor, telling them about what happened with Sakamore and asking if he knew any other music video editors. The video editor would say, I know he's been wanting to make his own videos for the past year, but got caught up with doing a lot of editing work, so I guess he's really wanting to focus on it moving forward. I mean, it was right there. It was the same exact thing that Sakamore had told Red.
Yeah.
And instead of taking it as fact, Red admits he didn't and still thought something else must have happened. I wish I can summarize this next page, but there's no way to summarize Red's logic without you having to really listen to every word he says. What really made him suspicious was when Sakamore said he's going in-house with Bao because she has been his day one and supported him when he was a nobody. Red would say, it was this message from Sakamore that made me suspicious of what his actual reason was for going exclusive with Bao. He only said all this after he was pushed about his decision, and this was only days after Cinder and I turned down Bao in that group chat where she called Cinder the lead singer of Boss Rush. Because of my experience with Bao over the past few months, I had confirmation bias. I convinced myself Sack was doing this because Bao must have guilt-tripped him and convinced him not to work with anyone other than her, including Boss Rush. And I was mad that this wasn't even just against Cinder and I, but Tricky and Vienna too, the two other singers of Boss Rush, who I cared about as much as Cinder did. He would then link.
The fuck does Tricky and Vienna got to do with this? It's just because he did the Boss Rush music video? But like, if he's not doing stuff with Tricky and Vienna, then it doesn't fucking matter. What?
An image of what confirmation bias means from a Google search. It's where people tend to favor information that confirms their existing beliefs, regardless of whether it's true or not. So in other words, he's calling himself delusional. And then he would go on to say that one thing that wasn't mentioned yet is Bao's own relationship in regards to her music throughout last year.
What a great document.
He'd say she would talk publicly in her Discord server about how depressed she was about her own songs, about how nothing she did performed well, guilt-tripping her fans about not liking them or listening to them, and ignoring their supportive messages like it meant nothing to her because the numbers didn't reflect them. He would then speculate about the only songs she actually found successful in 2024. They would be 3, and would then point out that they all had her friends in them. At some point, Red would tell Nano about Bao's weird behavior, and would mention how the reason he thinks she got Sakamore to be exclusive was because one of her songs flopped. Here's the message. This was initially included in Bao's document in April of 2025. He would argue that the reason why he said that was because he thought it was a flop from Bao's point of view. He was referring to how she thought of them, implying that he thought this was motivation for her to do what he was telling Nano about, which was about the topic of Sakamore. To back up his claims, he would argue that he would constantly see Bao complaining about her songs and view counts in her own Discord server, but couldn't provide evidence because he was banned out of her Discord server. He would then talk about another instance where Bao was playing Jackbox with friends, and how she would abruptly end her stream. When that happened, he would immediately jump to her Discord server to see what was happening, and would see Bao chatting in a public channel, seeing that her view count.
Bro, what is wrong with this dude? What the fuck? He's like hate watching Bao. It's crazy. Bao. I want to listen to the music real quick. Animation. Free? Featuring someone? Oh, that's the Demon Hunter thing. Yeah, everybody's fucking doing that. What? Oh yeah, the Gyat. Original song? Okay. I want to listen to one where it's just Bow. Do I get playlists? It's probably better. Bow the Whale music. Here we go. Where's the like first song? Maybe. Oh my god, Bow's done so much music. Holy shit. Cover. Where's her like first like song? Is it this one? Let's cover. Original song. Okay, here we go. 6 minutes? What?
この海の中のことだみたい。
Wait, what is this?
よければ。
Oh, it was like an intro. There's a boy you have to get cut out. Oh, it's a cover. Damn it. Wait, but it says original song. I don't know. Halloween edition, cover. I just want to like listen to like original song. Can we like sort these by like popularity maybe? She has a lot of covers. This one?
Yeah, oh.
Oh, this has a bunch of people in it.
Smelling roses, everlasting bliss, perfect days, all aboard. Not a hit or miss, always down for this. With you, I'm doing fine. I got you, you got me, baby, you know it's all I ever need. Go, if you try to bite me, know you got my back and know that I got yours. Oh, oh, so.
It's not bad. It's not bad. She's a good singer. They're not the type of songs I listen to though. I'll say that much. But they're not bad. This is what I listen to. Bro, I can't believe it came up again. YouTuber Bao got called out by Japan? What? Okay.
Was too
Alright,
low
back
to
to
keep
this.
streaming and that no one cared about watching her. He'd said that she was very rude to them, especially her most supportive fans. But again, he has no evidence, he has no proof. He would say, I don't know if these messages
It's
still
very
exist.
girly
But this
pop.
right here is a glimpse.
There's
of
a good
Red's
way of
reasoning
saying it,
when
I
it comes
guess.
to Bao. But Red would go even further, right? He found a tweet from Bao that was made on the 15th of March, 2025 that indirectly supports the above. Bao would say that she had learned a hard lesson about work-life balance. She'd vent and say the fear of falling behind and being forgotten outweighed all the joy and fulfillment she was supposed to feel as a content creator, never really feeling like she was getting anywhere, and if she did, it wasn't enough, and that she had to reevaluate how to be an actual human being again instead of a machine. She also, of course, spoke about some job pain she was experiencing in this tweet, and Red said that he hadn't even considered this when forming his opinion of her at the time. So Red says, with everything I had seen, heard, or experienced with and around Bao over the past few months all added up, I had come to this conclusion. Boss Rush's song came out and was performing great right away. Bao, who was upset with her own music's performance throughout the year and who really cared about numbers, saw how well the song her musically inexperienced friends made was doing. She also found out her video editor Sak had made the music video for it. These made her upset. She messaged Cinder and I about doing something together in the week that followed, calling Cinder the lead singer of Boss Rush, but we turned her down. She was also turned down about doing a music video with another friend recently who was guilt-tripped about it, and now us refusing to make content with her made things worse. She must have spoken to Sakamore sometime after about how depressed she was over all of this, guilt-tripping him about everything she's done for him.
Really,
and
she
for
can't
not
just
working
say
with anyone else
things?
going forward. When Sakamore told me why he
Need
made his
evidence for
decision
this
to go
shit.
exclusive, he emphasized how indebted he was to Bao, which would make sense if he was guilt-tripped into this. So over the course of this entire period, Red thought he was going crazy for being the only one to see all these different patterns of behavior, saying that he had thoroughly brainwashed himself into thinking there was no way that this pattern he was seeing wasn't true, but admits that now he knows he was wrong. He misinterpreted the situation and misjudged Bao's intentions due to his confirmation bias, going as far as disregarding every positive interaction he had with Bao. What's even more embarrassing in all this is that Bao was fully aware of Sakamore working on the Boss Rush music video, admitting that while he went through his own message messages with Sakamore for this document, he noticed that Sakamore had pointed out that he had already let Bao know about this. You can see it here. On the 28th of September, Sakamore said, "Thanks. We'll let you know ASAP if once I chat with Bober, aka Bao." Red would then apologize, saying, "I'm sorry to Sak for the
What a great
pressure I put
nickname.
him under while working on our music
Boba.
video and overworking him during the holidays with what he was experiencing at the time. If I had things better planned and finished sooner, there would
Is that Rudius Grey Rat? Okay.
wouldn't have
Fair
been
enough.
such a time crunch. I
You
also
do
want to
you.
apologize for the hostility in my messages to him when he told me he was closing his commissions. It was his choice to do so, so I shouldn't have disturbed him." But see, as I mentioned earlier, Red's obsession with Bao wouldn't just affect her, it would also affect his relationship with his wife, Cinder. On the 12th of December, 2024, Cinder would say, Red came up with his theory about
Yeah,
Bao.
of course it would affect his relationship with her. He like fucking absolutely hates and despises one of her best friends. So of course.
Out and brought it to me. This was a verbal conversation, so I have no evidence of it, only of the events around it.
Okay,
She'd say,
fair
"I
enough.
didn't believe Bao would pressure her editor just to hurt us, and didn't believe that Bao's past actions were as big as Red was making them out to be. She caved on not liking the to comment, understood what Red was saying, but completely disagreed with his conclusion. She was already stressed about multiple things coming up in her career, and now Red was telling her that he knew one of her friends had purposely done this to her. She'd claimed that she defiantly told him it wasn't true and to get over it. Red told her to ask Bao about it, but she told him to do that instead since he was the one
Let's
with the
say
problem.
Fansley.
She had a collab on another French channel the next day that included Bao, and Red wanted her to cancel it last minute because she was involved after she had already
the
made the
fuck
announcement
did she
about
put
it
on
their Discord
Fansley?
server earlier. She didn't want to hear it, she got upset, and she went to sleep because of their fight.
Is it just like
As
not
proof,
safe
she
for
would
work
show us a
artwork?
tweet about her missing out on
I was asleep and I missed it. Akami is getting a sequel. I'm so happy I'm gonna cry. See, this is like what we're looking at now is kind of what I would imagine a Heaven Hound to be, right? But I would like imagine like maybe keep the black hair that she has, but like the flames in her ears, make them white instead, right? And then maybe like her eyes, make them more of like a white or something like that. But she just like put on a white dress and that was it.
a very important announcement for a game she liked. She would then continue in the document saying neither her or Red ever spoke to Bao about this. She had opportunities to clear this up, but she didn't. She just wanted this to go away by itself and keep the peace between her and her friends.
Yeah,
Red
'cause that's
would
how that
add,
works.
Regardless of how I personally felt about Bao now, I was still friendly with her the couple times I talked to her afterwards. She was still Cinder's friend. I asked Bao for advice about something work-related in December, and the last time I spoke to her was at the end of the year when her, Cinder, and their friends were dealing with
So
something else.
like, bro. So he like she's Cinder's friend, but then earlier like she was our friend. Bao was never your friend. Bao was your wife's friend. Like that's all there is to it. She was never your friend, but like you brought up a couple times that she was our friend, and she just wasn't. This guy's name is Reg. I only just noticed that.
Else going on. Getting even with Bao wasn't something I ever thought about doing until the opportunity to came up when going to Nano about exclusivity. A day later, Bao would message Cinder about their collab that had just happened and apologized for the fact that she was not really very energetic or active near the end of the stream, saying she spaced out at the end. Cinder took a whole day to reply because she was busy, and even though she had the opportunity to talk to her about the topic of how Red felt about her, she didn't. The next day, Artist 1, who Red tried to make exclusive for Cinder, would tell him that he was starting to work with Bao now. The editor would reassure Red, saying, "Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere if that's a concern," to which Red said, "No, it's not that. It's just not the first time Bao's picked up one of our regular people we work with. I'm glad you're getting that bag." The artist would reply, "Talking about your editor, lol?" To which Red said, "Our editor is one, but not the only one. It's no big deal," replying with a dead emoji. Red would admit to the
What?
document that he was mad at Bao, but he wasn't planning to do anything about it, and that it was only when he went to ask an
You just did. Well, you think what you just said just then isn't going to affect... Okay, you're an idiot.
know about exclusivity did he have the idea to include
You're a
Bao's name
moron.
as a way to get even with her. So in other words, he did end up doing something about it.
Yeah.
On that same day, the 15th of December 2024, Sakamore would make an announcement announcing that he was exclusively going to work with Bao from now on. For some reason, Cinder makes the point of saying this was the same day as my Heaven Hound model debut. I have no idea how they're related.
Yeah,
Red would
what?
then say, as far as I was aware, Sakamore was already basically exclusive to BAO to the same degree our video editor was to us, if not more so. For him to do a complete 180 in under 2 weeks from Boss Rush's release was unbelievable to me. He put his exclusivity with BAO in writing publicly and asked to be completely anonymous without being credited going forward with no reason other than he wanted to. I just couldn't believe there was more to it. I don't know if Sakamore ended up making any of his own content like he told me since this happened. Alright, I could confirm.
It was probably because he fucking... It was probably because you all came out with like, Sakamore was the one that did the Boss Rush video, and then people were like DMing him and stuff, and he was like freaking out about it because he was starting to become like famous-ish, right? That's probably why he was like, I don't want my name on anything anymore.
This, since I do follow Sakamore on Twitter, he did. He ended up making quite a few cool edits regarding games he plays, and this is something he really didn't have the time to do beforehand. Red would then add, recently, Sak opened his commissions again and is apparently not working with BAO anymore. The very thing that sent me over the edge about BAO last December didn't seem to last. We can even see BAO congratulating him on opening commissions again, and Sak is seen saying, "Thank you for everything over the last 2 years. I will truly cherish all of the memories / content we've made together." This was on September 24th, 2025. So Sakamore had essentially been exclusive to BAO for only 9 months. And if Red and Cinder had waited, they would have been able to work with him again very easily. This section would continue on to the year 2025, more specifically January. This is when the topic of exclusivity would come up again. It would start off with Artist 1 messaging Red and deciding, you know what, I could go exclusive, citing competitiveness in the field as their main reason. Red and Cinder would talk about this, and they would come up with the idea of asking Nano for some kind of exclusivity too. Nano had already suggested some sort of exclusivity contract back in September 2024, and we'll see that in her own section, don't worry. But seeing that she had already breached the topic beforehand, Red and Cinder thought, you know what, let's actually offer it to her this time. Cinder says, Red and I had agreed we should ask Nano to not accept any more brand new model clients and not to make models or outfits for Silvervale anymore. Nano would have more time to work on my projects.
Yeah,
and
but
Silver
then they
wouldn't be
didn't
able
want
to
to
get
like
another model from
pay
Nano,
her
and I wouldn't be compared to her if she
enough
chose to get
money
a new
to
one from someone
live.
else.
So,
Her
like,
artwork commissions and projects with her current model clients wouldn't be touched. On the 15th of January 2025, Nano and Red would make their exclusivity deal official. However, Cinder had no idea that it was going to take place that day. She'd only know about it after they'd agree. This is because Red would bring this up to Nano in their private DMs and not in the project server where Cinder, Red, and Nano were present in. Cinder would then specify in Nano's and BAO's documents this conversation was presented out of order and purposely left out information. So in these DMs, we can see Red bringing up the exclusivity deal with Nano just as he had discussed with Cinder. No more new clients, and not working with Silvervale anymore, who was already a past client. So here we can see the exact outline of what the deal is. Red says, well, I think the main things we're looking for are for you not to take any brand new model clients and to not make any new models or even outfits for Silvervale ever again. You'd still be able to work on models and outfits with all of your other existing clients, and your artwork comms wouldn't be affected. This is when Red would say something that was extremely controversial with the arts community and honestly in the VTuber industry in general, which was, one of our concerns is that more nano babies means nano models don't have the same value anymore. This was the second time he'd bring this up. There was another instance that was even more explicit, right? But we'll eventually get to that. Then he'd say, and second is that there's a few people that we just would rather not be able to have a model from you. Nano would ask, may I know who these people are?
Why?
And redacted.
Why does it matter how many models are? Like, you're not selling them. They're making them for you, and then you just keep them. You're not selling them to someone else. So why does it matter that there's more? Like, that only makes sense if you're making the things to sell, right? Like, if there's only like 3 of a car that's ever made, that makes them more valuable, right? Because you're selling them. But like, unless Cinder's planning on like selling these models to random people, I don't think it fucking matters.
It would say silver, BAO, and cotton. So even though he had explicitly agreed with Cinder that it would just be about silver, he also decided to add BAO and cotton. Nano would start to panic, saying, I have BAO on my list. Red would say, it's okay, Nano, you don't need to make any changes. To which Nano would reply, are you sure? I'm not really down on working with people who Cinder doesn't want to. But then Red would specify, yeah, but wouldn't this be the second time you're canceling on her? Plus, none of this can leave our chat. In the document, Red would explain what's going on, saying, I chose to include Bao's name to get even with her for what I thought she did to us, and I threw Cotton's name in there for hurting a friend and because I knew she was on Nano's waitlist in the past. And so even though Cinder completely disagreed with how he felt about Bao, he would still make sure to tell her how we both felt, right? When he would tell her, there's a few people that we just would rather not be able to have a model from you, he was making it.
The other thing with that too is like, he said you've already cancelled on her in the past. Wasn't that getting even? I thought that was the part where he got even. So it wasn't enough? He wanted to get even more?
It seemed like both him and Cinder didn't want Nano to work with Silverveil, Bao, and Cottontail. Red would admit, I took advantage of that and made it sound like Cinder agreed with my feelings about her when I knew it wasn't true. It was the only time I lied about anything to Nano, and it was wrong of me to do this. Everything I said in this conversation were my own thoughts. My hesitancy and Nano's reassurance were both left out of Nano and Bao's documents. Cinder would then mention that she was completely unaware of what was going on in this conversation, and the DMs would continue. Redacted would start spilling the entire tea to Nanolist, telling her about how Silver gets more priority and bias at gamer subs, how Bao has been getting on our nerves for a while, hijacking Sacramore.
Wait, what?
The entire tea to Nanolist, telling her about how Silver gets more priority and bias at
Silver? Wait, what? I thought... Isn't that Shy Lily?
gamer subs, how Bao has been getting on our nerves for a while, hijacking Sacramore from them, and how Cotton hurt.
Am I, like, confusing two companies? Hold on. What is VCard? VCard is... That's gamer subs, right? Okay, that's... Okay. VCard gamer subs? Yeah. No, I'm not confusing things. So, Australian exclusive product? What? What the fuck? What is this cup? Hello? Is she naked? What the fuck? Well, she's not naked. Who is this? What the shit, bro? Ooh, it glows in the dark. That's cool. And it's purple. How much is this cup? $43. That's a lot. Sold out. Okay, never mind. Who is this? Does this say who this is? Who is this person? I don't know who that person is. Okay. Oh my god, this is fucking expensive. What the fuck? 100 servings is $57. This is so much money. So, did he... Does Silverveil have a lot of stuff with gamer subs? Meet the stars? Visit the page. Okay, I think this is in alphabetical order, right? Oh, yeah, Silverveil. Okay.
One of their close friends real bad. Again, we have no details on that, like none. This is also when he would say, oh yeah, I think Bao did this because her music video flopped, etc., right? And Red would mention in the document that the reason why this all sounded so harsh was because he was angry about it and he was venting to someone he trusted about something he genuinely believed happened. He thought that if Bao was going to gatekeep her editor, then he was going to try and gatekeep his artist. After seeing how much pain and anger her friend was going through, Nano would say, you know what, we can do a deal. I'll cancel my model with Bao, like forever. As Red would start to ask detailed questions, Nano would specify that they had to make a separate deal for new clients, separate from her proposed idea about canceling with Bao. According to Red, that deal is what she earlier said she'd want some kind of payment for. Instead of focusing on new model clients, I chose to focus on the people I listed to her and offered the deal above. She said she wanted some kind of payment agreement for new model exclusivity, which would be another deal,
Wait.
but I didn't refuse to pay her for it like it was claimed. The original proposition was
Does
only
Nano
more
make-
models, but since I pivoted
do the
new
art
model
and
clients
the
were off
rigging?
table
That's
and we were just
crazy.
talking about these three, I suggested that it include all work. I told her she wouldn't have to pay us the few thousand for her rigging back from her offer, and I'd guarantee her as many projects as she wanted. She worked with Silver
I'm sorry. What? Told her she wouldn't have to pay us the few thousand for her rigging. How much does fucking VTuber models cost? If the rigging is just a few thousand. What?
occasionally, never with Cotton, and only with Bao on her model, so she wouldn't be missing out on income we wouldn't be ready to replace. In the DMs, Red would be specifying the deal. Okay, cool. We can pay blank for you, the rigger, and you don't have to discount it from the next payment. You don't work with Bao, Cotton, or Silver at all again, models or art. And then Nano would ask, is there any way to add a little bit more since Silver still asks for art every now and then? And then Red would say, well, hey, listen, when Silver asks for art, tell her no, and tell us about it so that we commission another art piece instead of her. Nano would say, okay, sounds fair, but can I also ask for a Demon Cinder figure? Red would say, I'll ask about it right now if you want one, and Nano would say, yay, deal. When Red would confirm that she was getting a demon figure of Cinder, this is when Nano said, then we have a deal, and Red would make a recap of the entire deal again. No work at all with Bao, Cotton, Silver. We'll continue giving you more work, we'll pay for the rigger, and you're sent a free demon figure. Nano says, yes, yes. There was no official contract involved, and from Red's perspective, this was a negotiated deal. There was
And the other thing too is like, I feel like this stuff needs to be in writing, right? Because like, Red and Cinder could just be like, well, we don't want any more models. And then that just leaves Nanolis like fucked, right? And saying that though, took her like, she fucking postponed Bowsing for like 6 months. So is she doing like 2 models a year? Because if that's the case, then it makes sense why she's charging thousands, right? Because like, how else would she live?
was no manipulation of any sorts. He'd argue, why did I bother making a deal with her if I could have just manipulated her to do what I wanted for free? After this had happened, Cinder would say that from her point of view, she was told
What?
that Nano had agreed that she would
What? The money was the manipulation, you fucking idiot. What are you talking about? Because you knew that she wouldn't do it for free. Because how is she supposed to live if you're not going to fucking... What the fuck? Okay. Yeah, people aren't just going to cut out fucking sources of income for free and just not work because you manipulate them to. It's just not how that works, bro. You fucking saying that you will pay her money instead and get commissions from her instead. That's the manipulation, you fucking
wouldn't
idiot.
work with Silverveil at all anymore. But that
What are you
Red never
talking about?
told her that Bao and Cotton were ever talked about or included in their agreement, or that Bao was having her second model canceled, even though her first one was already canceled back in 2024. The deal didn't include the part about Nano not taking any new model clients they had talked about before, but Cinder was completely fine with leaving it that way. This is why in her apology in April 2025, she said she had nothing to do with the exclusivity deal. She had no idea what the real terms were. So what Cinder did know is that Silver couldn't work with Nano anymore, right? That's it. That was the entire deal. They'd be paying for Nano's rigging on her model, and the whole thing was about Silver. And Cinder was completely fine with that, even though the deal didn't include anything about not taking on new clients. Red would say, I didn't tell Cinder everything because I knew she disagreed with me about Bao and she'd get pissed. I was confident she wouldn't find out about it though, with how all the business discussions with Nano were through me, and even if she did later, then it would already be long done. Cinder wouldn't have told Bao about it after the fact
Bro,
either.
you're
I was
such a
stubborn
piece of
and wanted
shit.
to get back at the kind of person I thought Bao was, more than keeping Cinder's feelings in mind. I didn't mention Cotton's name to Cinder either, since I didn't know how she did.
Also, everyone needs to remember that he's still her manager. He still gets to do things like this. Yeah, she can see them now, but like, I feel like majority of the time it's gonna be too late.
And I didn't want her to find out about Bao. She only agreed to Silver, so that's all I told her. A lot happened on the 15th of January because on that same day, Red would also finalize the exclusivity deal with Artist 1, this time having an actual contract. The artist would ask, do you have a list of folks you compete directly with? And Red would say, I mean, from the list you sent, Bao and Silver for sure. The rest, no. In the document, he'd say, because Silver didn't like Cinder and I had something against Bao now, I considered Bao and Silvervale competition. He didn't bother bringing up Cotton's name though, since she never
Silver didn't like Cinder? Was that ever like stated? Or is this again something that you were like, well, Silver just doesn't like Cinder. We can prove it because she didn't want to be friends with you. You know, I don't think I would want to be friends with someone who keeps messaging me non-stop.
interacted with this artist. Artist 1 would send a very detailed contract, and in it there was a section specifically referring to Silver and Bao. Red, of course, didn't push for this to be changed, but this agreement never actually ended up happening due to other reasons that delayed them finalizing things. Red doesn't specify what they are. However, just as things finally seemed to be working for Red, barely a month later, Nano would cancel the exclusivity deal she made with him. Her reasoning was that she simply wanted to work with Silvervale again. Cinder would say that this conversation with Red wasn't included at all in Nano's document, and that Nano faced no repercussions from either her or Red for going back on her word. Nano would message Red and say, so it's about the exclusivity thing. I don't think I can do this to Silver because she's still a friend to me and it hurts me to do so. I don't really care about Bao and Cotton, so I was wondering if I could pay back the figure and the rigging with our current comms. I'll understand if you think that's unfair from my side. Honestly, I thought I had the guts. Red would say, we'll still send you the figure and you can just discount Komori's cost from the model. I think that's the rigger's name, and it was censored.
She doesn't care about fucking over Bao.
They forgot to do it this time.
What call
hey, cat's out of the bag, right? Red would highlight the sentence, I don't really care about forgot to do its cost from the model. I think that's the rigger's name, and it was censored throughout this whole document. Maybe they forgot to do it this time, but hey, cat's out of the bag, right?
Who?
And it was send you the figure, and you can, it's unfair from my side. Honestly, I thought I had the guts. Red would say, we'll still send you the figure, and you can just discount Komori's cost from the model. I think that's the rigger's name.
Komori? Wait, so... Okay.
And it was censored throughout this whole document. Maybe they forgot to do it this time, but hey, cat's out of the bag, right? Red would highlight the sentence, I don't really care about
Red just didn't care.
And would say Nano couldn't keep her word on the deal she agreed to because Silvervale asked her for a commission. Silver lost no work with Nano. And just like in November of 2023, Silver was the tipping point for her, so I don't know why she agreed to our deal to begin with. Red never got confirmation on whether Nano canceled Bao's model for the second time, but at this point didn't care. He had mostly moved on.
Well, he also had to do with money, right? Because, like, wasn't there an exchange between all of them? Between Red and Nano? Where they were talking about money? And, like, he didn't want to give... Like, she was like, I need this much money to be able to live. Like, this is how much I make a year. And they were like, we'll give you less than that. So that's probably another reason why they're like, okay, well, this exclusivity thing isn't going to work.
From his volatile feelings, and he no longer considered her.
Was that Nano or was that
so of course,
someone
when it comes
else?
to November 2023, we'll be seeing that in Nano's section. But a huge chunk of what we're looking at now is also in Nano's section, right? The next day, Nano would personally message Cinder telling her about her walking back the deal she made with Red, and Cinder was already...
By the way, I just realized, this is the Bao section. And Bao is just getting mentioned as like a side story. Like what?
aware because Red already told her. Cinder would say Nano got tired of hearing about Silvervale and didn't want to be involved in any issues regarding her, but didn't say anything about keeping her out of drama to Red. She faced no backlash from Red or I from going back on her word, even though I was upset because this was my last resort to try ending the comparisons between Silver and I. I was content with Nano working on what she wanted to and didn't hold it against her like always. So in these DMs we can see that Cinder would say, I get it Nano and it was unfair to push this on you, but it's really confusing going back and forth about it. Venting and saying that she gets compared to Silvervale a lot and it's like a shadow on her and it's like she's always living in someone's shadow, etc, etc.
Ignore it.
Then search both Bao and Cotton in her own DMs with Nano and she would find nothing, hoping to prove that she truly had no idea that they were included in this whole exclusivity agreement that Red had made. This leads us to the final messages that Cinder had ever had in.
Because why you wouldn't need to talk about it here? Because they talked about it with this doesn't prove anything. Because they talked about it with Red. So like, okay.
DMs with Bao. It was on the 28th of March 2025, a few weeks before the drama had unfolded, and it was Bao warning Cinder about the Impractical Joker's drama, where a couple of people from the cast got outed for talking to younger girls, and she didn't want Cinder to bring it up without knowing the context. Cinder said, yeah, I saw the Joe allegations a while ago and it's just spiraling, and Bao would say, oh no, I know you like the show, I'm sorry, baby. The final subsection in Bao's section would be where a couple of people from the cast got outed for talking to younger girls, and she didn't want Cinder to bring it up without knowing the context. Cinder said, "Yeah, I saw the Joe allegations a while ago and it's just spiraling," and Bao would say, "Oh no, I know you like the show, I'm sorry, baby."
The fuck does that got to do with anything? Am I going crazy? What did that have to do with anything? And go back. Wait.
Nothing, hoping to prove that she truly had no idea that they were included in this whole exclusivity agreement that Red had made. This leads us to the final messages that Cinder had ever had in DMs with Bao. It was on the 28th of
So these are just the final messages. Why even show this? Why even show this? Who cares? What?
March 2025, a few weeks before the drama had unfolded, and it was Bao warning Cinder about the Impractical Jokers drama, where a couple of people from the cast got outed for talking to younger girls, and she didn't want Cinder to bring it up without knowing the context. Cinder said, "Yeah, I saw the Joe allegations a while ago and it's just spiraling," and Bao would say, "Oh no, I know you like the show, I'm sorry, baby." The final.
So confused. Why even show that? What was the point of that? To just be like, this was our final messages? Like, you could have just said our final messages were on this date, and that was it. You didn't need to show us that.
Subsection in Bao's section would be being a bad friend, compromising with Red, and Boss Rush's role. This would somewhat be a recap to everything we just saw.
Weird.
She said that after her argument with Red
So
in December
weird.
of 2024, her and Red wouldn't talk about Bao again until sometime after her Heaven Hound debut. He pressured her not to interact with her professionally,
Wait, what?
and she wasn't going to agree to that.
Wait, hold on. I need you guys to see this. Hold on, I'm gonna change this. I'll just do this real quick before I... Look at this. Do you see this? At the top right? This is an alpha. That implies that these can be alphas. What? Oh my god, he's fucking giant. Holy shit. Because, like, this is the normal one. Oh my god, he's gigantic in comparison. But, bro, what? I didn't know they could be alphas. Does that mean there's going to be shiny hunter? There's definitely going to be some people who are going to try and shiny hunt alpha versions of these. To be honest, I don't know if I'd do a Mora. I would probably do Tyrant. I had no idea.
But at the same time, she didn't want to cause any problems between her and her husband at home.
Cool.
She'd say, "Bao was a friend that lived across the country. I only saw her every few months and already didn't do things often with her." On the other hand, though, she lived with Red, so she chose to do just enough.
Yeah, but can we also say you called her one of your best friends? Like what?
To keep the peace and to find a middle ground between them. She didn't plan anything with Bao one-on-one, which they already rarely did, according to her. She didn't raid her in the time she was able to, and she didn't retweet artwork of them together on her NSFW Twitter account. Red didn't want to include
What?
Bao in anything Boss
Okay.
Rush related either, including Collapse. Red would again admit that it was wrong of him to push his feelings about Cinder's friend onto her and expect her to essentially cut her off, and after months had passed by, he would open up to the idea of a 6-person Boss Rush song with all of Cinder's friends, including Bao. Cinder would then specify that she rarely talked to Bao outside of her friends group chat unless she messaged her first. So unless Bao messaged Cinder directly, Cinder wouldn't really interact with her much. This was even before her disagreement with Red. And this actually applied not just to Bao, but for most of her friends for a long time. She said that because of Boss Rush's inception in March 2024, she got to be closer friends with Tricky and Vienna than everyone else. She chose to prioritize them more, and then at some point she'd noticed that one of her friends was feeling isolated, so she wanted to include her in Boss Rush them more. 24, she got to be closer friends with Tricky and Vienna than everyone else. She chose to prioritize them more, and then
Where is he? Since Boss Rush's inception, March 2024, Almost so, but Bao was also in that, right? What? So you just selectively chose who you wanted to be friends
At
with
some
then?
point, she'd noticed that one of her friends was feeling isolated, so she wanted to include her in Boss Rush as well. That would be Yuzu. She wouldn't be able to really suggest this idea
Okay.
to Yuzu because of her cancellation, and then would go on to detail all the projects she was planning to do and had already done in 2025. This would all be in an effort to explain
What?
that she was spread too thin, that she was doing too much with too many different people, and wasn't really able to give Bao the attention she
Oh,
deserved
is she doing
as a
a-
friend. Cinder would continue the
a
document
second
and say
Boss
that the
Rush
reason why she
song?
turned down Bao's song suggestion at the end of 2024 was because she didn't want to sacrifice the plans she already had for the year of 2025 and commit to another song, mentioning that
Okay.
even Numi said no to Bao at first because of her own schedule. This is in reference to the song that her, Numi, and Bao were meant to sing together. She'd then say, with how much more I was doing and planning with mine and Bao's other friends within our same friend group, and because of how I was neglecting her, Bao felt isolated, also evident from her tweets in March. In March of 2025, Bao would make 2 tweets, the first one being, "My friends are busy, they do not hate me. My friends are busy, they do not hate me." She'd repeat that a couple more times. The other tweet would say, "Feeling alone in a crowded room sucks so bad." Cinder would also link the stream Bao would
Yeah, I
make
know that
as the drama
feeling.
was unfolding, where she explained how terrible the months leading up to it were, and here it is.
In every scenario, I try to wrap my head around what I would have done if I was in their shoes. I can't understand. I couldn't understand it. I couldn't understand it. We had been through so much offline and online, and there's nothing more confusing and more painful than seeing someone in your friend group be so kind and so warm to everyone around you, and feeling that they have slowly become colder and colder towards you.
So again, you just have to look back through what happened in this section, right? Her model gets canceled, everyone supports her, Cinder doesn't. Everyone leaves supportive comments on the Boss Rush music video, they all get hearted by Cinder, Bao's gets ignored. I'm sure there were other things in private too that contributed to Bao feeling this way, but this isn't easy. And for months, instead of blaming Cinder or thinking she's a terrible person, she would try to put herself in her shoes instead, thinking, oh, she must be busy, she must be doing this, I'm sure she missed my message, I'm sure she doesn't mean to do this, and boom. She would see Nano's messages, she'd see her friend's husband actively try to work against her, and this whole reality that she had fabricated around herself to cope with the idea that her friend was still her friend and wasn't being distant for any reason would shatter. So no wonder she cried her eyes out for 1 hour of this stream. Cinder would argue that regardless, they still
Yeah, I
did
didn't
things
watch any of
together as
those.
a big group. But she
'Cause they
understood
were
how
all
Bao must have
crying.
felt. She
I was
wasn't
like,
including
nah,
Bao in any of
no
her own
thanks.
things, and when our friends had free time, it went towards our plans together, without her. At some point, Numi would say that Bao had confided in her about Cinder and the way she thought that Cinder felt about her, also linking a VOD in which Numi talked about this. Cinder would then say, but never did Bao try talking to me directly about how she felt, the same way I didn't talk to her about Red's feelings. She'd then say I was neglectful of Bao and my friendship with her, and ignorant of how the things I did and did without her were making her feel. I stayed quiet and gave in to Red, hoping he would move on over time, never knowing what he did and said behind my back. I was an awful friend to Bao for months when she didn't deserve it. On the 26th of April 2025, Bao would post her document 6 minutes after Nano would post hers. According to Cinder, she was already removed along with Red from Bao's friend list at this point and blocked on Twitter. Cinder would end this section about Bao with a very ironic message. That message would be sent on the 27th of December 2024, saying, "This is a message I sent to another close friend at the end of December. Ironically, I didn't have healthy communication with my friends. I couldn't open up to them or talk to them about difficult subjects. I never spoke to Bao about anything that was going on. In the next section, I go over how my lack of communication hurt Numi too," another one of Cinder's friends. That ironic message that Cinder was talking about said, "I love when friends have healthy communication. Ugh, it feels so good." Congratulations, you made it to the end of Bao's section, but no time to breathe. As you saw, the next section would be about Numi. It would be way shorter than this, thank God, but we will go through it before going to Nano's section because, as you saw at the end there, Numi was already aware of how Bao was feeling in regards to Cinder. She was also one of Cinder's closest friends in the space. So what happened exactly, and how did Cinder hurt her just like she hurt Bao?
Where are we at?
Well,
oh my
let's
god,
check it
bro.
out.
We're only at 2 hours. We have 4 more hours of this.
This section would be called V-Card and Numi's Concert, and here's how Cinder would introduce it.
Bro, we might have
saying,
to make
"I
this
messed up
a
and hurt
2-stream
my
thing.
friend, Numi. I agreed to be a part of her concert in New York
This
City
is like,
in
this
February, but I
is
let her down and
hurting
canceled
my
performance.
brain.
Then, when V-Card's launch date was delayed to her concert weekend, I put business over my
And
friendship
how
when I
stupid
chose
this
to not
is.
even be there for her so I could be representing a company and streaming with Shy Lily, which I mistakenly planned on the same day. Although I did make it to Numi's show, I still made a decision that hurt her. All while preparing for her own concerts, Numi had been producing an original song for me since December. I was asking a lot of her when I wasn't doing the same in return. I made her feel more like a business partner than a friend. Numi has always been an incredible friend, and I was lucky to have her care about me. She always motivated and
Okay, yeah, this is
inspired
the
me,
Numi part.
especially when it came.
And then this is the Nanolist part. And that I was gonna say, what? I think Nano had like the biggest part though. But then then I remembered like he did most of the Nano, so he's just gonna be like, we already went over this in here, and that's why it's not as long. Shy Lily, the breakdown, Silvervale, Spite, Aru. Who the fuck is Aru? Official comeback, and then their reaction to her comeback, I guess, and then conclusion. Okay.
To music. I was the one who was a bad friend. Her messages are only here for context. I'm sorry to her again for this whole situation.
We'll see.
I didn't bring any of this up before because
Because of the rate we're going, I don't think we'll.
Posted a document about me. I thought this
probably
was
gonna be
settled at the
longer
end of
than-
January 2025.
It's definitely gonna be longer
between
than
Numi and
6 hour
I.
stream.
Apparently, I was expected
Like 4
to talk
more
about
hours
it,
will
and when I
be
didn't, it was
close
used
to
against
9
me.
hour
This
stream.
situation was vaguely described to push
If
the
it's
idea
coming
of
up on like
manipulation,
12
avoidance
hours,
of accountability, and sabotage of my
then I
friends.
might have to make
But
it
none of that is true.
the
to
rest
what
of it
actually
in a
happened.
different stream.
It was caused by my own miscommunication, fears, anxieties, and misplaced priorities. So I want to go through the
Maybe
entire
we
series
do.
of events.
Hold on, we'll do the Numi and the Nanolist part, and then the rest of it I'll leave for another stream, I think, because that'll be about half, or a little over half, right? Yeah, it'll be another hour of this video. Because yeah, I think if we keep going, it's probably gonna. Because I've been pausing a lot to interject my own opinions, so I feel like it'll probably end up at like fucking more than 12 hours.
My thoughts, feelings, and decisions leading up to V-Card's launch, my collab with Shy Lily, and Numi's concert in New York City. So this document is fairly short with 26 pages. What takes up most of these pages are images of DMs, but fundamentally speaking, it's a fairly simple issue to describe, so I'll be summing it up and reading DMs when necessary. From the start, this was pure miscommunication, okay? On the 1st of September 2024, Numi would bring up the idea of a concert to Red. Numi was asking if Cinder could come in November 2024. Red would tell her to message Cinder directly since she was her friend. Cinder doesn't really remember if Red brought this up to her before Numi messaged her, but regardless, a couple months later in November 2024, Numi would message Cinder and would invite her to her New York concert. Cinder would specify that she remembers that Numi had brought this up to her in person somewhere before this, but couldn't remember where, when, or even what was said. Numi most likely assumed that Cinder remembered the conversation they had IRL, so the only thing she sent her was, by the way, the New York concert will be February 1st if you'd still like to come. To which Cinder would say, I'd love to, where is it, and would get the details. A month later, on the 26th of December 2024, Numi would message Red about Cinder's attendance for the concert and would specifically say that she'd be performing with her on stage. At this point, Cinder would say that she was shocked when Red would tell her about this because she thought she'd be an audience member. However, instead of actually trying to clear it up with Numi, and hell, maybe even laugh about the misunderstanding, she chose to let Red handle everything for her and commit to singing. Cinder's logic here was that Numi had never messaged her directly about the concert, so you know what? Let Red handle it since he was talking to her about it anyway.
Bro,
the next
it's your
day,
friend.
on the 27th of December 2024, Cinder would bring up a collab idea over a new product launching with GamerSupps, which was V-Card. It was supposed to release on the 17th of January 2025, and she wanted to make it happen around that time. Around January 6th, 2025, Red would message Numi about the hotel so he could start planning the trip for the concert, and Numi would reply. The next day, Cinder would message Shy Lily again about the V-Card collab to make sure that the initial plans were going to go through. They would have normally had to collab on the 18th of January, but then V-Card's release date would be delayed until the 31st, which would of course delay their collab as well since it was meant to be around the release date of the product. On the 10th of January 2025, Red would finally get back to Numi about her question about whether Cinder wanted to perform. He'd bring up the fact that Cinder isn't 100% sure about performing live, and would make a few different excuses as to why coming in person will prove tough, like how Cinder only likes to go on stage and cosplay, how they're worried about fans finding their car if they drive there, etc. Numi goes as far as proposing that Cinder could just join in virtually from her home as her VTuber model. She didn't have to actually come to New York. She'd also reiterate that she doesn't want to pressure Cinder to do anything that makes her uncomfortable.
Wait. Okay, I didn't say this part. Numi said, why doesn't she just do it virtually? Okay, then the Numi situation is 100% on Cinder.
Comfortable. Now I really have to point out here, Numi reiterates this multiple times, and unlike Red's discussions with Sacramore, she wasn't guilt trippy at all. Red would then ask who's coming to New York other than Cinder, and when Numi would say that multiple of her friends were flying out, Red felt pressured, saying, "Oh, so we're the bad friends." Even as Numi reiterated,
What?
you guys don't have to feel obligated to go to either, by the way. I hope it doesn't sound like I'm pressuring y'all at all. I know everyone is tired from 2024 travels. And Red would say, well, now we're like the bad friends if we don't. Numi would again reiterate, I don't care. If you guys don't want to come, it's not a big deal. And yet Red would still insist, even though he knew that Cinder was very uncomfortable performing on stage. On the same night, Numi would message Cinder about matching t-shirts, and again, Cinder
What's
says
wrong with
nothing
this
about
dude?
her being uncomfortable regarding singing live. In the document, she admits she should have just gone to Numi to talk to her about this, but she didn't. A few days later, on the 13th of January 2025, Cinder would ask Red to message Numi on her behalf.
Yeah, of course she didn't, because in her mind she was like, this is a business thing. And who deals with business things? Red deals with business things. She doesn't. Like, the minute it was like, oh, this is like, come here, do sing and all that. The minute in her mind where it flicked to like, oh, this is a business thing, that was it. She stopped seeing the fact that, you know, it was her friend. It was just, yeah,
to let her know that
business.
she isn't comfortable singing live, but would still be showing up to the concert to support her. The excuse Red would make up was she's nervous to sing with a live mic, to which Numi would say, no worries, with a smiley face. In the document, Cinder would outline 4 reasons as to why she chose not to perform. The first one being, I was too anxious to get on stage and sing with a live microphone. This was the biggest reason I made the decision to not do the show. She'd even show us DMs with another friend back in April 2024 of her almost bailing out on her performance at the WeepCon concert because of her being nervous. The second reason was she didn't really want to make a public appearance on stage without being in cosplay. It took a lot of space in her luggage, it was a hassle to bring with her. She still would have been okay just wearing her Cinder wig.
Then just don't come. That's what she said. Like,
but that didn't fix.
But the way they're looking at it is like, well, we want to. I don't even know if it's like they want to hang out with their friends. I think it's more like we don't want to have friends to think we're bad friends. That's like.
Her problem was singing live. The third reason would be I didn't think my part of the show was that important or integral to the concert overall, and that pulling out wouldn't have been that much of an inconvenience to Numi. As far as either of us knew, there weren't any songs planned for me to do yet, and the set list was done in December. Sexy Drug was the only song Numi and I had covered together, so I assumed that would have been the only one. Any other songs in the set list that may have been intended for me to perform were never communicated. She suggested to Red that I could perform one of my songs, but I only had 2 songs to choose from. Even if we sang them all, that was a total of 3 songs. I didn't think it'd be a problem to fill in that 1 to 3 song gap in the set list if she even had to. I don't know anything about the prep work that goes into planning a concert though. And finally, 4, Red told me that Numi reassured him that I shouldn't feel pressured or obligated to perform or even go to the concert. 3 days before this furthered the idea that my guest performance must have not been that integral to the overall concert, and it would be okay to her if I pulled out. Cinder would then say I kept putting off making a decision because of my anxiety of performing versus the stress of letting down Numi. I should have made my choice sooner and messaged her myself to talk about it with her instead.
I just say, like, if you ever have doubts about anything, just don't do it. Simple. The minute that she had doubts about any of it, that's it. Just don't do it. That goes with everything. If you have even the slightest bit of doubt, just don't do it.
Of Red, and she never messaged me to ask about my decision either. Maybe we would have been able to make something work for me instead of letting my fears get the better of me. Red and I were still going to the concert even if I wasn't performing.
Hey, dumbass, do you know why she probably didn't message you? Because your manager / boyfriend kept messaging her, so she probably thought you were busy. That's probably why. Because she was probably thinking it was weird that Red was messaging her to begin with anyway.
Lau would end up filling in my spot in the show at the last minute, being a much better friend than I was. Gamer subs, V-Card, and my collab with Shy Lily had nothing to do with my decision not to perform, only about not going to the show later. My collab with Shy Lily was not scheduled at this time, and absolutely no way was I trying to somehow sabotage Numi and her concert. So yeah, this is definitely unfortunate so far. Cinder just thought that she wasn't that important to Numi, right? But this entire stress and anxiety and her saying that she didn't want to let down Numi, I don't know, it felt more like it was performative. Numi tried her best to accommodate her, saying she can cancel, there was no worries. But Cinder kept talking about letting her down as if she was her boss. In reality, a true friendship...
Yeah, she's just indecisive as fuck. Like, that's what it is.
...means you could be honest with each other. It also didn't help that most of the communication was done through Red. Cinder wasn't even the one who told Numi that she couldn't sing. In any case, a few days would pass, and on the 16th of January 2025, Cinder would officially make her announcement that she became a partial owner of Gamersubs, and would single-handedly start to pressure herself to live up to the expectations of what a Gamersubs partial owner should do. This of course would be in reference to Shy Lily, the first VTuber to ever become a part owner of Gamersubs. VCard was about to be the company's first massive drop of the year, and she of course wanted to be present for that. More specifically in a collab with Shy Lily. In her own words, she would say this would be a great way to do that, together, the two VTuber part owners side by side, while sharing something we both were excited about. This is why she had reached out to her about this in December. On the 22nd of January 2025, in her song production server, Numi would tell Redacted and Cinder that the shows that are coming up will affect her schedule around the song she was making for Cinder.
That's it,
Red talking about the release date for the song, but eventually they pushed it back to her birthday sometime after this. A few days would pass by again, and on January 26th, Cinder would tell Shy Lily that she is still down to do a collab a day after VCard's release. This confirmation would effectively be throwing Numi's concert under the bus. Cinder would specify that Red had nothing to do with this decision. She was the one who had chosen business over friendship. Shy Lily could have very easily rescheduled or been more flexible, but it was Cinder that confirmed the date.
I don't remember what she said at the start of the document. Did she mention how she didn't put business before her friendships? I feel like that's what she said, right? And then now she's saying that that's exactly what she did.
With her and wanted February 1st, the day in which Numi would be performing her concert. From Cinder's perspective, Red telling her that Numi said it was okay if she couldn't go to the concert was also a factor in her decision. She'd say in her document, "I'd come to find out that this was just Numi being Numi, and it really did mean a lot to her that we'd be there." She'd then continue and say, "My brain goblins told me Numi would have lots of our other friends there cheering her on, and that my presence wouldn't be missed if I wasn't. I never told this to her either." So on January 27th, Cinder would message Numi and tell her, "Hey, sorry I can't make it to your concert. I didn't expect VCard's release date to get pushed back to your concert's date, and I feel obligated to be around for the launch weekend as a Gamersubs owner now. I'm sorry, I love you so much and I miss you." The next day though, on January 28th, Red would find a last-minute train ticket to New York that would allow her and him to show up to the concert as it's starting. Numi wouldn't reply to Cinder's initial message, and the next day she'd message her saying this, "Hey, I think I found a train that can leave later. Red and I are trying to figure it out. When does your show start?"
Okay, so she probably didn't respond to her initial message because she probably had it like semi-pegged in that Cinder might be there to perform, and then she got that message and was like, okay, well now I have to fucking figure this shit out. That's probably why she didn't respond, because she would have been crazy busy, because didn't he just say it was like a day or two before? It's not a lot of time to figure that out.
Red would message the same thing to Numi, and still no reply. On that same day, Cinder would ask Lily if they could start their collab.
Why are they complaining about no reply? You know she's busy. Especially when it's like a couple days before the concert. Like, what are we talking about?
An hour earlier so that she can make it to the train. She didn't tell Lily about the concert, she just wanted everything to work out. And to Shy Lily, that was completely fine. On that day, she would stay up very late, until close to 4 a.m. She'd make a tweet talking about how she feels like she's been neglecting her friends, and how she was very stressed about this. Adding, "Things have been so crazy in my life, but I'm trying my best." Then, in the evening of January 29th, Numi would finally respond to Cinder. And it would be a message loaded with a lot of emotions, thoughts, and feelings. Before we get into that, Cinder would say, "I've never been able to open up about my feelings, anxieties, self-esteem, or insecurities, and I never even tried to go to Numi and talk things out sooner. She was getting mixed signals from Red and I wish I handled communicating with her better." I think it's really important that we read Numi's message, even though it's a bit lengthy, because it has a lot to do with how she felt in regards to Cinder and how many of Cinder's friends were feeling too, including Bao. She'd
Yeah.
say, "Hey Cinder, I wanted to apologize for my late reply. I was in the mountains for a few days after the concert and wanted to focus on spending time with friends that were here before really checking my messages. I just wanted to say I appreciate you trying to make the time to see the concert, and I understand you have been working hard and want to focus on your business, so I wouldn't ever hold it against you if you felt obligated to be there for V-Card. What did disappoint me though was when I asked you about the concert months ago and you said yes and kept reassuring your commitment to the concert until last week. I understand every single anxiety and fear that comes with performing and going out of your comfort zone as well, so I completely felt your reasoning and would never want to put you in a situation where you felt uncomfortable. What made me sad was that I had to hear it from Red and not from you about all your thoughts, while you were texting me about being excited for the concert and off collabs. Even when checking my messages when I got home yesterday, Red was the one telling me about you feeling guilty, whereas you were telling me you felt obligated to be around for the launch of Gamer Subs. The messages between you both were completely different, and ultimately it felt as though I was being treated like a business partner rather than a best friend. Right, this is important to specify. To Numi, Cinder was a best friend, not just any friend, not a coworker, not an acquaintance, a best friend. Anyway, she'd continue. I truly understand.
By the way, can I just say that that's what Cinder's like called Bao a couple times in this document too. Not just a friend, a best
all
friend.
The reasoning, but it had me feeling frustrated and confused about whether or not you truly cared about how important this was to me, or how much Blank and I spent planning the New York concert with you as a guest in our minds and having little real time to find a replacement. I didn't hear anything from
Snoopy the one with the Chad brother? I think so, right? Trying to like get them all in my brain because there's two that look similar. Hold on. I think it's Geary and Numi, right? Their models kind of look similar. Geary. Is it Onigiri? Onigiri. VTuber. Oh, she's alive. Okay. Yeah, this chick, who I think does like cooking streams now, and Numi VTuber. I always mix these two up. Okay, so this is Onigiri, right? This is what she looks like, a VTuber model. Wait, let's just go videos. Right. VTuber model, purple hair. Right. And then this is Numi. Can you see how I could like mix them up? I mix these two up all the time. What the fuck is happening here? Okay, so I think I can like I think I figured out a way to separate them in my brain. Geary cooks. She's cooking girl, right? She's a cook. I might actually sub to Geary. She do a lot of cooking stuff. Looks like it. I like watching cooking stuff. Okay, sub. And then Numi is a gooner. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I quiz my Nomi brother on VTubers. Yeah, she's the one that has like the Chad brother. Okay. Okay. So this is the one. This is scary. Okay. And we're talking to Numi? Which is the other one.
From you or any of your actual thoughts or fears. I only heard about some feelings from Red. I want to apologize if I ever made you feel hesitant to share your feelings, or if I gave off the impression that I'd be anything other than empathetic towards the reasons I was given. But I truly hope in the future we can be more open to communicate our feelings so that the other feels less nervous or upset about things. I know you've never given me a reason to doubt the strength of our friendship until this year, so I want to trust and believe that it isn't as bad as I was imagining when I received the messages from Red. I hope that things can be okay and that you know.
Wait, so they've been friends for years?
If you ever want to talk about it all more. So as we can see, Cinder in her mind so far, I mean, this wasn't a big deal, right? Like, oh, she can find a replacement. It was probably not a big deal for me to perform in the concert anyway. It was only like 1 or 3 songs. And oh, she'll probably have many more friends there anyway.
Because the other thing too is like, like she pointed out she didn't know how much work goes into doing like a concert. Because there's probably a lot of work that goes into this.
She doesn't need me. It could be insecurity. It could be the idea of work taking over your mind. It could be many factors. But there's a huge difference to how Numi perceived their friendship versus how Cinder perceived their friendship, right? To Numi, this was a best friend. It would have meant the world if she was there. To Cinder, she has a bunch of other friends. Yeah, she's a good friend, but I just can't make it. I'm sure she can find a replacement. Cinder would reply saying, "It's okay, Numi. I hope you had a good time with everyone after this past weekend. I'm really sorry for putting you in this situation and making you feel so frustrated about everything. I've been so stressed out with the things going on in my life and career lately that I hadn't stopped for a second to consider how my actions were making you feel." She would agree with Numi that Red should be the one telling her about how she feels about things, that she's a friend and she deserves to hear things from her mouth directly. She would say how it's always been extremely hard for her to voice how she's feeling with people in general, especially when she's anxious about the situation. She'd reiterate that she wasn't comfortable with her singing skills at all, especially in front of a live audience, and that she let down Numi when she needed her. She didn't realize that her appearance was that big of a part of the concert. The next paragraph she'd type in the apology would be highlighted in the document, saying, "Now that I'm a part GamerSup's owner, I feel a lot of pressure to live up to what Lily is for them and to the community. My announcement didn't really make the splash I thought it would. And V-Card is probably their biggest new drop this year. For full transparency, I made plans to collab with Lily the day after V-Card's launch day, which would have been the 18th. But because the launch was pushed back, the collab was pushed to this weekend. I didn't really know how to tell her no, so I planned it as early in the day as possible to be able to make the late train to New York City." She then confirmed that she is coming to Numi's show, and said that she could try her best to perform their cover song together to make it up to her based on the planning process, right? If it's possible to actually find a replacement or not. She would then say, "I'm really sorry about all this, Numi." In the document, she would specify what she meant when she said she didn't think the announcement made the splash she thought it would, saying, "This was such a major and massive accomplishment to me, and it felt like a lot of people, including some of my closest friends, didn't notice or care." Now again, Numi would reply with a very lengthy message, but again, I really have to emphasize it's very important because it shows not just how she felt, but how multiple of Cinder's friends felt, including Bao. She'd say, "All I really wanted in all of this was to hear how you felt, so I really appreciate you being open and honest with me despite everything. I was given so many different reasons, and when you brought up feeling obligated to be there for the V-Card thing, I think it really made me feel sad because you didn't acknowledge anything prior to that. It was the first I heard from you regarding the concert, and hearing you connect the reason to business, I felt like I meant less to you. As disappointing as it was, I truly just wanted to hear from you, so thank you again for opening up in the previous message. Fred is a nice friend to me, and I understand for a lot of business things it's better to go through him, but this was just something very deep and personal to me and something that you committed to with me when I asked you in person. So it meant a lot more to hear from you.
It's like, even if you have a manager, it just feels weird to talk to your friends through your manager. Even if it is like business related. Like, it would make sense if it was like manager speaking to manager. But like, this is the manager was just speaking to Numi. I don't know. Like, it's fucking weird.
The different responses I'd get from the
They're like
both
your
of you were very
friend.
confusing,
Just speak
but
to
most
them.
of all, it left me confused with how you truly felt regarding it all. I hope from this you can understand that I'm here for you too. We do different things, but we're both in the same space dealing with a lot of similar difficulties. I'll always be here to extend an ear or a hand if you need me, especially if it's relating to music. One of the reasons I kept asking you if you were sure about the show, aside from the prep for everything, was because I wanted to know if you were having any second thoughts, or if you needed to vent any frustrations or fears regarding performing. I've told you this, but I had stage fright for years because of a traumatizing first experience, and I only gained confidence through VTubing and making music with Blank. Every single show I've done was either ruined or messy in some way, but I've still managed to push forward and get over a lot of my fears. When Red was telling me you were anxious, I wish you could have brought it up with me sooner. It's scary opening up to people, especially after you told me how other friends were to you in the past, but I promise you I would have been here to listen to you and hear about everything and reassure you that it would be okay. If afterwards you still felt too scared, we could have figured it out and found a proper replacement without any added stress from both of our ends." In the next 3 paragraphs, she would reiterate that she's there for her if she needs her, that she's there to listen, that she's there to support her. She empathized with her situation with GamerSupps, especially in the position she's in, and she never wanted Cinder to stress so much over this concert. She realizes that this is an important weekend for her, but to Cinder too. But the next couple sentences would be really, really important, right? Numi would say, "Despite the fears I've had over our friendship, I have tried my best to silence any kind of demons I've had telling me the worst case scenario. I remember the person you were when we met, and I want to fully believe that you're still that person that I know would be there for me and her friends and her community. And like I said, you don't have to do anything to make things up to me. I truly just wanted to hear your thoughts. It's okay. Thank you again, and I accept your apology." So her saying, despite the fears I've had over our friendship, the demon she tried to silence in regards to Cinder. This is an extremely important detail because this was exactly how Bao felt too. Since the end of 2024 leading up to 2025, Cinder would get extremely busy with work and would start to truly neglect her friends. Numi was pretty much revealing to us here that these demons were in her head for a while and she tried to silence them for as long as she could. Just like Bao, always trying to give Cinder the benefit of the doubt, putting herself in her shoes and trying to empathize. Obviously, that's a very big
Always
deal.
started to feel like if they couldn't
friends, miscommunicating, etc.,
offer her
etc.
anything,
And to Cinder,
then
she'd admit that this whole situation was a wake-up
she
call.
wouldn't
She
be
realigned
friends
her
with them, right?
priorities, and she told herself that she couldn't let something like this ever happen again. She'd only reply 2 hours later to Numi because she broke down crying after reading her message. They'd figure out the details and they would conclude that she was coming. So the next day, on February 1st, 2025, Cinder and Shy Lily would do the unboxing collab for V-Card. Cinder would share her DMs with Shy Lily, showing that they were friendly, I mean everything was going well, and both Red and Cinder would finally be able to make it to the concert in time right after the collab. They wore their matching shirts together and they spent the rest of the weekend there with friends. At this point, Cinder would claim that she was already planning to be at Numi's next concert in the US, if not both of them. She simply wasn't going to let Numi down again. These two shows ended up happening at the end of July, and she wasn't there for obvious reasons, because she was cancelled. This would mark the end of the Numi section, and like I said, it's pretty important in parallel to what happened to Bao. Even though Numi had, essentially suffered a bit less than Bao, I think Cinder was still communicating with her fairly regularly. She didn't neglect her as hard, but I mean, Numi was aware of what was going on with Bao. They were truly trying to find the best case scenario while trying their best to give Cinder the benefit of the doubt. Of course, that would all come crashing down though on April 2025, when Nanolys, otherwise known as Nano, would post her document about Cinder. Let's head to her section in the document.
Here we go.
This section would be around 203 pages, one of the more lengthier ones of this document. It would start off with Cinder posting the tweet that Nanolys had made and saying this: Nano's document claimed both Red and I manipulated, used, and dragged her into drama, while slandering multiple VTubers, including our friends. These claims were the basis for everything else publicly released afterwards. Documents from half a dozen people and many others tweeting their grievances with me. It all hinged on Nano's document being posted and its validity. When I wrote my initial apology in April 2025, I said I was not fully aware of the extent of Red's manipulation over Nano's commission decisions. When I wrote this poorly worded sentence, I hadn't seen any of these DMs. I was in a panic and didn't think Nano would be lying about anything. But now that I've read Red's DMs myself, I can say that Nano was not manipulated, abused, used, lied to, mistreated, expected to take action over any drama she was told about, or incapable of making her own decisions regarding her commissions and clientele. She was never forced to do or not do anything, has always been in control of her own choices, and always had the ability to say no. She was met with understanding and faced no repercussions professionally or personally from either of us when she did. Nano's messages were read, were deceitfully presented to push a narrative that never happened. I don't believe Nano ever showed the full context of her messages with Red to my friends. Her claims were backed by Shy Lily, and I believe they were
Can you say, like, Red sitting there and saying that, like, Bao will complain and guilt trip Nano for canceling? Do you not think that that's, like, him trying to kind of manipulate Nano into not liking Bao? Into thinking Bao's, like, not great to work for?
Led into blindly supporting her. Nano was a close friend who we respected and was a massive part of my own success. I've only ever praised her privately and publicly. There was nothing she could do for me to hold anything against her or choose to stop working with her. Red and I always encouraged Nano to do what was best for her.
You still like her?
Us. Red, who handled our plans with her, made sure to work around her schedule, push projects back if she needed more time on them or to take a break, and give her first priority on projects she was interested in. He trusted her, and the extent he lied to her about the other people involved was in telling her his own genuine thoughts, observations, and experiences with them as he knew them, the same way my accusers did to the public with how they assumed how Red and I.
The extent he lied to her about the other people involved was in telling her his own genuine thoughts, but his own genuine thoughts were made up. Observations and experiences, they were like what? You just proved that, like, majority of them were made up. I'm confused. So he technically did lie to her.
Together. The claim that Red and I worked to sabotage projects Nano had is a lie. We both would praise her for the work she did for other people, and I've always celebrated and supported new Nano model siblings when they debuted. Even if Red was really asking Nano to cancel every model she had, it was ultimately still her choice to do it or not. But all of the blame for her actions was somehow put on me. This next paragraph is in purple because it's going to be mentioned multiple times over the document.
Oh my god, I just looked at it. Bro. What the fuck? Bro, that, like, fucked with my eyeballs. I was like looking at the game and I look back and that I don't know what it is about that
To
purple.
continue, we've worked with Nano for 4 years.
Oh,
She's
bro,
an
that like
incredible
messed with
artist who
my
I've chosen
eyes.
working alongside for my entire career. I put my faith in her at the start when we were both much smaller creators, and she saved me from a year-long struggle to get my first model, and she's been
Okay.
with me every step of my journey since. I wanted Nano to be a part of anything she could, and chose to make her artwork the backbone of my brand. I love and appreciate every single thing she's done for me, and I'm proud of everything I've been able to do for her. In April, I believe Nano found herself in a situation she couldn't back out of, and then chose to do what would result in the most beneficial outcome for herself: hide the truth. Below are a large portion of
Okay.
Nano's DMs with Red and I over the past 2.5 years that show any situations brought up in Nano's document in full context, show the relationship we had with her, how she felt about us and other people involved in everything, and any other relevant conversations that weren't included in what was posted to the public. I've also included some of my own messages with her and some messages with other people. Some of these DMs are repeated and included in the
What?
following sections of this document. Nano's profile picture is different.
Did she just say she has messages with like Nano messaging other people? Where the fuck did you get them?
in some of these screenshots because of them being taken at different times throughout making this document. So yeah, as
Okay.
I said in the beginning, this document was written over not weeks, but most likely months.
Oh my god, wait. Everything incredible. Private information of names of people who aren't involved. Screenshots that include messages that were in any of the documents are highlighted with a red border. So you used red in this, but you didn't. But not for red? I hate this.
All right, this took a long time to make. The first thing that would take place in this document would be on the 23rd of January 2023. During this time, Red would be asking Nano not to work with Spite, another VTuber sharing a similar design to Cinder who debuted and was a content creator before her. Red would only tell Cinder about this after the fact. She claims that she didn't know, and yet, when he actually told her, she was completely okay with it. She didn't really express any opposition. Cinder would then say that, interestingly enough, these DMs were not included in Nano's or Spite's documents at all back during April 2025. She asks
Okay.
why, and then says, since they didn't say anything about it, I chose not to either. I lied about not knowing about Red's conversations with Nano about Spite to try and not make things worse for myself, but I still accidentally alluded to it because of the state I was in. She was
Or-
referring to the apology she made back in April, saying, once again,
That's
have
what I
no
mean.
involvement
Like,
or knowledge
it's like all the so anything that has like screenshots is like evidence. It's like, oh, okay, well maybe we can believe this. But any time where she's like, "This is what happened. Trust me, bro. I don't have any evidence, but trust me. This is what happened." You can't trust her because she just admitted right there, "I lied." So you've admitted that you lie. Then she admitted that she cheated on her boyfriend, right? Which means that she's sneaky, snuck behind his back and lied, and cheated on him. So it's like you have like a pattern of lying. So it then becomes hard to like whenever there's moments where you're like, just trust me.
of Red
Makes
bringing
it hard
Spite
to
Nano
believe
in
you.
2023. My only personal involvement with excluding someone specific from working with Nano was Silver. So obviously this is a pretty big revelation. I thought the apology back in April 2025 was horrendous. I didn't hide that at all. It was very badly written. It was very sporadic. I mean, it was clear that she was in very bad mental headspace, but I really didn't think that it could get worse, and it somehow just did. Yeah, she straight up lied. And yes,
Yeah.
it's bad even if you were to look at this objectively. Red would comment in the document saying Cinder was upset over what we both thought was Spite copying her.
You
I saw
lose,
Spite
like,
interacting
all
with
your
Nano, possibly
credibility.
with the intent of trying to work with her. This was the logic, and would then say, I've never talked about Spite with any other artist, and I'm sorry that I asked this of Nano. So this overall gives us a good idea about how even back in January 2023, both Red and Cinder displayed paranoia in regards to others. Cinder would search up the name Spite in her DMs with Nano to prove that she had never spoken to her about it, that it was only Red that mentioned her.
Yeah.
The next few pages in this document would be just very normal.
Can I just say, like, when she's looking up these things, right, where they're like, she types spite, and then she puts it between a conversation between her and Nano, nothing comes up. Can you do that with you and Red real quick and see what comes up? Because you probably have DM'd Red about it. Or even if you didn't DM him, you probably, like, verbally talked to him about it. It's like, Doesn't prove anything.
Uneventful conversations between Red and Nano. This was in an effort to show us that Red and Nano only spoke respectfully to each other, and that Red was very accommodating to her, regardless of whether she needed to change around schedules or couldn't finish something on time. There will be around half a dozen pages of this. But then we'd find ourselves back right where we started. This paranoia that Red had displayed about Spite on January 2023 would actually continue in May 2023, and this time it would be about Silvervale. Red would ask Nano about when she made Silvervale's first model because him and Cinder was starting to grow suspicious that it had to do with Cinder in her debut a couple months earlier. Their logic was that Nano wasn't well known as a model artist in the summer of 2022, and had only done 3 models at that point, including Cinder's. So this was them pretty much implying that they thought she was copying Cinder because Cinder was doing so good, right? There's going to be more about this topic, I mean way more, in Silver's section of the document, which is also over 200 pages. So overall, during the month of May 2023, Cinder was...
Bro, what the fuck? I'm pretty certain Silvervale was already a thing. Didn't Silvervale debut before Cinder? Am I crazy? I don't understand how you can copy someone that comes after you.
Working with Nano to make her art for her GamerSupps cup. She really wanted to be the first GamerSupps cup with Nano's art on it. She also really wanted to be the first full color cup, something that the company was still experimenting with. However, she'd find out through her GamerSupps manager that the reason why the company even started coming up with the idea of making a full color art piece on a GamerSupps cup was because of the piece that Nano had drawn for Silvervale, something that hadn't released yet. When finding out about this news, both Cinder and Red tried for Silvervale.
Not only that, but if my cup was going to be released after Silver's, I would have been harassed for copying her again. Could you show, like, proof of you being harassed for this shit, please? Like, once again, it's just like a trust me, bro. I was harassed. I'm not going to show you any of it, but it happened. You know, the person who just not long ago talked about how she lied.
Something that hadn't released yet. When finding out about this news, both Cinder and Red tried to rush Nano to finish her art ASAP so that she could
like,
be the
I'm sure there
first
was some
creator to have a cup
harassment,
with
probably
GamerSupps
nowhere
that had
near what
Nano's
she's
art on it
saying.
before Silvervale. This was because she wanted to feel special, but also because she didn't want people to compare her to Silvervale.
It was
like
probably just like a
doing
comment
for a while.
here and there.
At the same time, what was even worse is that in Cinder's opinion, both her art and Silver's art was fairly similar, with both of them making a heart shape with their hands. Nano would of course wonder why they were rushing this cup so quickly. This would be when Red would reveal to her for the first time about the unspoken drama between Cinder and Silvervale, and says that, for example, Silver was rated by Cinder multiple times on Twitch, and she's the only one that Silver doesn't thank by name. He'd also mentioned that Silver refuses to acknowledge Cinder by name.
Oh my god, bro. Yes, so, just so you guys know, from what I know, the Silvervale, like, beef, air quotes, like the Cinder Silvervale beef, unspoken beef, it, from everything I've seen, it seems like it's solely on Cinder's side. Like, Silvervale doesn't care. Like, pretty much it was just like Silvervale just was like, okay. It's hard to explain, but we'll see it when we get to the Silvervale stuff. I'm gonna go feed my dogs real quick though before we continue. And wait, how many fossils have I got? Okay, I've only got a couple more. I'll do the couple more.
Not following her anywhere because he's assuming that Silver dislikes her for copying her. This is when he would really give her the entire backstory, right? How Cinder wasn't even Cinder in the beginning. Her VTuber model was meant to be her ASMR persona called Tashi. How she then became a hellhound purely because she didn't want to copy Silvervale's model at the time. And this would also be the first time Red would reveal his obsession with having Silver and Cinder collab and interact, showcasing how well they fit together due to their designs and revealing how Cinder always feels like she's in Silver's shadow. These DMs would last for a long time. And even then, Red would say something interesting here. There's more drama that happened over the past couple of years, but it's all from Silver's side. At some point, he'd realize just how long this conversation has been going for and would tell Nano, oh wait, it's late for you, you should sleep. To which Nano would reply, don't worry, I love gossips. Red would comment on this in the document and say, Nano's always been open to talking about drama and gossip with me. I guess he felt the need to highlight that he wasn't forcing her to listen to any of this. He'd go on to talk about the first interaction Cinder had with
Can I just say, like, there's a reason drama channels do so well. People like drama. That's the point. Like, what? Oh, I actually did an Aerodactyl. Like, it's fucking stupid. Yeah, so from what I know, like, I think Cinder kept, like, commissioning art, like, collaborative art with those two. Or, like, encouraging it or something. Something like that. And, like, Silvervale didn't do any of that. Silvervale was just, like, existing. Pretty much. And then, yeah, like you said before, like, Silvervale didn't say Cinder's name. Like, what? Just because you raid someone doesn't mean you're, like, if I raided someone, I'm not obligated. They're not obligated to fucking say my name and thank me and all this crap. It's like, who fucking, and by the way, who cares? It's a raid. It's not like it's fucking so dumb. Anyway, I'll be back in a minute. Oh yeah, I'm back. I probably should have grabbed some like food or something. But you know. Whatever. I'll eat when I'm done. Eh. What? Oh, I didn't mean to click that, but anyway. Whatevs. Back to this one. Go here. Yeah, I'm a bit hungry, but I'll wait.
Silvervale, which was a complete misunderstanding, in which she posted art of her character with Silver's and mistakenly put the hashtag Cindervale, which was seen as a shipping hashtag, right? Don't worry, we'll go through this entire backstory in Silvervale's section. In any case,
it's
Red
insane.
proceeds to share his speculations and theories about Silver, going as far as monitoring the viewer list during Cinder's debut and seeing that Silver was in chat for around an hour while not saying anything. He also adds that a few weeks after Cinder's debut, Silver would go to Nano for a model, after her art had significantly improved. But it was almost
Can I just say, like, what? You saw that she was in chat, but she didn't say anything? What the fuck? Like, who? It's weird that you could see that. I didn't even know you could do that, but who gives a shit? People lurk. Like, what? She doesn't have to say anything.
as if he was taking credit for that. And this is something you'll see more than once in this document. Overall, a lot of these topics will make a comeback in Silvervale's section, but that's way later in the document. Nano's section is the first section about someone else involved in the drama that Cinder wants you to read. And this is doing nothing but showcase to us how obsessed Red was with Silver, typing about her for hours. In any case, we'd go back to the topic of the Gamer Subs Cup, and he'd say that Silver is probably racing to release her Gamer Subs before Cinder, and would add a small remark saying that he wouldn't mind if Gamer Subs had their booth at Anime Expo with both Cinder and Silver on the art together, purely because it'll just make Silver mad, while adding a laughing emoji. He'd then speculate that Silver stalks Cinder's page, which is why she asked Nano for a model, going as far as saying that Silver has too much of an ego and will never give Cinder validation because she believes that Cinder is a copy. Now look, so far this is gossip, but you have to understand, Nano and Red have been talking for a while now. They both consider each other friends, and Red of course is talking about this as if it's fact, when it's just speculation. None of this has been confirmed so far. But to Red's credit, at the end of this conversation, he would say, now listen, I don't want you to think we're telling you not to work with her. She's a big customer. And of course, he's referring to Silvervale. He would then reiterate, so like, we're not saying to stop working with Silver, but like, we'll always have plenty of work for you if you're willing to take it. Red would specify in the document, I'm using we're here, but Cinder had no idea this conversation was happening until I told her about it later. I was speaking for both of us without her knowledge or consent. This is something he would do more than once in these 1,000 pages.
Yeah, but the other thing too is like, didn't they state earlier that whenever it came to like Silvervale, Cinder agreed, right? So she also felt the exact same way as Red did about Silver. Isn't that what they said earlier? And then on top of that, him saying like, we're not telling you not to work with Silvervale is like, I'm assuming that came before the fact that he was like, we want you to be exclusive and not work with Silver.
There's a comment here that Red would make that I find interesting, saying that Cinder is Silver's Dinkelberg. It's obviously meant to be a joke, but it's also a reference to the cartoon Fairly Odd Parents. In other words, according to Red, Silver saw Cinder as a nemesis out of complete jealousy, while Cinder had no clue about it and was completely innocent. This was the logic behind Red's thinking.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Isn't Dinkelberg like he's not even a bad guy, is he? Isn't Dinkelberg like he just does things that's annoying? Who am I thinking Dinkelberg is? Like he's the annoying guy, right? It's like a teacher or something? They're just like I don't know. I haven't watched Fairly Odd Parents.
This is how he perceived Silver. Nana would then clarify that she was the one to ask Silver about making her a model. So this whole theory about Silver wanting to copy Cinder, okay, going to Nano just because Cinder's model was successful, she just immediately killed it. She does say though that she was now regretting it because she wasn't sure if she was up for more model work.
She was the one that went to Silver. Okay, yeah, so.
Also adding that all this talk makes me feel sus. So look, I don't know if you'd call it manipulation. I think maybe manipulation might be a bit too far, but this multi-hour gossiping tirade of Red definitely was starting to influence Nano's opinion of Silvervale, even though none of it was rooted in fact, it was all speculation. Red would make a comment about this in the document, highlighting that Nano didn't want more model work, without highlighting how much she now found
like,
Silver to be sus.
That's what I mean. Like, we didn't try to manipulate Nano, but then the fuck was all that about? We didn't try to manipulate her. We just wanted her to think that Silver was a bad person. And then later on, when he thought Bao was a bad person, he then started saying things about Bao. That she guilt trips and complains and all this crap, right? I was like, what do you call that?
It sounds kind of similar to what happened with Bao, when Red would sit there and vent that Bao was stealing editors, was stealing things from them.
Exactly.
All this negative gossip seems to have an immediate effect on Nano, and this is something that Red fails to acknowledge or mention throughout this document. After this, Red jokingly welcomes Nano to the inner circle.
Because they, for some reason, believe they didn't manipulate Nano, like, at all.
Was because most people had no idea about this drama. Nano was one of the few people that was told about this by Red. This conversation would really...
Okay, can we, like, air quotes that? Drama? Because as far as I know, Cinder's the only one that knew about it. Cinder and Red are the only ones that knew about the drama. Silvervale, I don't even know if she knew about it. Someone may have mentioned it to her, and she was probably like, I don't know. It seems like Silvervale was just keeping to herself.
Really go on for a very long time.
Because we'll find out in the Silvervale section.
Nano saying, like my VTubing arc, I'm moved by spite and I enjoy it. She's referencing the fact that when she gets angry, she wants to destroy, right? Red would reply to this and say, be careful with spite. I hear she copies things, lol. So Nano wasn't even talking about Spite, the VTuber, but Red saw this as an opportunity to gossip even further. He had effortlessly moved on from Silver to another VTuber that he was going to negatively gossip about. He'd talk about how Spite had come into Cinder's chat, cheered 1500 bits, and was friendly, about how she then proceeded to unfollow Cinder on Twitter and stopped calling herself a hellhound in order to rename herself to a Cerberus instead. Red would specifically...
Yeah, and I think Spite goes over this. It's because people were, like, spamming her and sending hate and saying that she was that she copied Cinder, right? That's why she was like, well, I want to distance myself from this. Like, and clearly he doesn't say it that way.
Described this happening because Cinder, quote unquote, blew past her, aka became more successful. He would then say that this is when Spite would start to copy Cinder non-stop, and it would get so bad that she'd make a tweet about how she's not copying anyone with her design. The DMs would go on for another maybe 10-20 minutes.
Right. That just proves what I just said. Like, people would probably DMing her and that like crazy, saying that she copied Cinder. She was like, I'm not.
And it would still be Red talking about Spite in a negative manner, sometimes making fun of the way she talks, like, Cinder is copying me. And we can already see in this conversation how this is starting to affect Nano's opinion of Spite, even though she probably never spoke to her or knew much about her. After this conversation, Red would tell Cinder about it. This prompted Cinder to message Nano about it the next morning. She'd tell her that only 3 other people know about her situation with Silver, and that it's been eating her alive ever since she released her design. She also would specify that she didn't tell Nano about the cup design being similar because she didn't want to make her feel bad, so more miscommunication, and this really feels similar to what happened with Numi, even though this was almost 2 years earlier. Cinder would then include DMs of her showing off what her figure
she's not good at communicating.
To Nano. She was going to have a physical figure made to be sold to her fans. Nano would say, try having Good Smile to make a demon, and Cinder would say, but Good Smile didn't even want Silver, to which Nanolist would get annoyed at and say, stop talking about Silver. Cinder felt the need to include this in the document and specify that the reason why she said this was because Good Smile was very hard to work with. When she said they didn't even want Silver, this is something she heard from another friend, and was in reference to how Silver was a much larger creator. So if Good Smile didn't want to work with her, they sure as hell weren't going to work with Cinder. So 5 days later, after refusing to communicate about this and letting it fester until the last second, Cinder would ask Nano to officially change one side of the cup art with Gamer Subs because it was way too similar to Silver's, to the point where even Gamer Subs didn't want any issues, especially since they'd be releasing them fairly close together. So far,
Okay.
this subsection showed us that Nano was part of Red and Cinder's obsession with Silver and Spite since 2023, and it definitely allowed us to take more of a peek as to the logic and feelings that were dictating Red and Cinder in their actions.
Yeah, but the other thing too is like she got all this information from them, so it's like she came to a conclusion about Silver from the information she got from Red and Cinder. So it's like, of course it's gonna. Okay.
The next 8 pages in the document would be dedicated to yet
I need to
again
stop,
show
like,
how friendly Cinder and
pausing
Red
and
were to
talking.
Nano. How Nano would sometimes ask for money, and they'd simply give that to her, then subtract it from future commissions. How they'd always prioritize her for
Okay.
work above all other artists. And how Cinder would always include Nano's logo or a reference to her in every stream
mean-
background of her.
But she's like a friend, right? Like friends ask for loans. I feel like that's not like that's normal, right?
Hers. You can see Nano's logo here, the eye symbol, and it will be present in all of Cinder's backgrounds. This again is done in an
What?
effort to show
What?
or a reference to her in every stream background of hers. You can see Nano's logo.
Was that like eye thing like her signature? Is that what that is? I didn't know artists did that. But that's a cool way of doing that though. That is like that's a cool way of doing that. Who is this? Is this just a random
Logo
person
here,
they
the
made?
eye symbol, and it will be present in all of Cinder's backgrounds. This again is done in an effort to show that she wasn't just a business
Okay.
partner, she was a close friend to both of them. By July 2023, Cinder had grown quite
What? Oh, well, okay. I didn't take that as like she did that because she's a close friend. I took that as like that's her like signature, right? It's like when people draw art and then they write their signature in the corner. It's like that. So this is a more interesting way of doing it, right?
a bit, and this gave Nano a lot more attention since she was the one who designed her model. She'd start receiving more commission requests, and eventually Silver would want one. If you remember a few months ago, Nano would have been the one who messaged Silver. Nothing concrete came out of it, but now it seemed like it was going to happen. Nano would tell this to Red and would even say, "I know it's Cinder's enemy, but she's still my client, I'm sorry." To which Red would say it's okay. Red would then specify in the document that he hadn't forced Nano to call Silver Cinder's enemy, and that he and Cinder didn't even view
Or yeah, she got that from context, from the way you were talking about her. Like what? Oh, I didn't tell her to call her enemy. No, but you just alluded to it for like hours on end in your rants about Silver.
her like this at the time. At the end of the day, though, it's up to you to decide whether that's a fair thing to say, especially after the hours of gossip Red had laid upon.
Yeah.
But
like,
during this conversation, Red would, like
what are you
almost
fucking
a
talking
broken
about?
record, mention the same things about Silver, and would even post the same image with Silver and Cinder side by side. This truly seemed to be one of his biggest passions, right? Uniting Cinder and Silver together, even though
On top of that, though, did he like forget that he like dumped all this information on her before? And then just dumped it all again? Bro, this guy's a fucking idiot.
Silver was pretty distant from Cinder, and we'd see that in her part of the document. Later in the conversation, Red would congratulate Nano on her newfound success with all these new client inquiries, but then would say, "I think Cinder and Silver will always be fighting for your work."
By the way, can I just say Silverveil's like design is like top tier, right? It's really good. Especially the colors. They like blend together so well. I'm not even like am I even subbed to Silverveil? I don't even think I am. Silverveil. Am I? No. No, I'm not. Like look at it. So nice. The pink and the blue. It goes so well together. Stellar Blade? The fuck is this? Ah! Oh, I guess it's a music video? Bro, her tits are huge. What the fuck? Okay, I didn't think her tits were that big. I knew they were like decent size. I didn't think they were gigantic, but anyway. Yeah, her design's great. Don't get me wrong, so is Cinder's. Cinder's design is great too.
He was worrying, if not already panicking. According to Red, this was the first instance of him implying.
Since if I had to pick between the two, I think Silver's is better.
He would then say we have some problems going on and things we need to fix, and just some drama getting to us, but yeah, it's non-stop crazy things. This was in reference to a message he had typed earlier saying just a lot we have to take care of before that debut. This is when Nanolist would again state, may I know what's up, kinda like to gossip. Again, Red would take this opportunity to say, Nano's always been open to talking about drama and gossip with me. During this gossiping session,
Bro. On top of that, she's a woman, right? Nanolist is a woman? Women love gossip, right? But just in general, just people love gossip and gossiping. So like you saying like, oh, she was open to talk about drama and gossip. Yeah. Fucking everyone is. What are you talking about? Some of the biggest YouTube channels are drama channels. So dumb.
Red would say that Silver's cup releasing so soon after Cinders has been getting to them. And it was at this point that Nano actually realized, you know what? Maybe she doesn't like gossip that much anymore. She simply didn't want to hear about Silver again, jokingly saying, I'll slap you about Silver stuff.
Yeah, because she was probably like, hey, what's the gossip? And then they started mentioning Silver, and she was probably like, bro, can you shut the fuck up about Silver? Because like we've just seen, like it looked like he spent hours talking about Silver to Nano.
Forget about her, I swear. Red would comment about this in the document, saying Nano got tired of hearing about drama around Silvervale specifically. Red would see that she was
yeah, because you meant like normally drama that people like to listen about. It's like drama about like they'll hear the drama about one person, right? And then I don't know, a week will go by and they'll want to hear the conclusion to the drama, right? That's it. But then, like, the second time you talked about Silvervale drama, air quotes, didn't he just say, like, he dumped all the same shit? So the minute he starts talking about Silvervale drama, she's probably like, oh god, he's going to go over that again. Like, I get where Nanolist is coming from, right? Because my dad does it. I have memory problems, right? I think we've established that pretty clearly on my channel. I have bad memory. I don't remember shit, right? But my dad will go to work, something will happen at work, he'll come home, he'll complain to me about it, tell me everything that happened at work. We'll go to bed, right? That's like, I don't know, 11 p.m. at night. We'll go to bed, we'll wake up, I'll stream or whatever, if I don't stream, and I go out to talk to him. He will go over the drama again. In every detail. He'll tell me everything again, like he didn't tell me the night before, right? A couple days will go by, and it'll be like the end of the week, and I'll be sitting down talking to him, and sorry, dog, and the exact same thing. He'll go over the exact same drama again, like he hasn't told me twice already. My father does this all the time. He just repeats things. If something happens and it annoys him or he didn't like it, he will tell you like 30 times before he forgets about it and stops telling you about it. So I completely understand this. I assume that Red is probably like my dad in that sense. That everything about Silvervale just annoys him so much that he just keeps talking about it over and over and over again. So yeah, it gets tiring.
tired of this and would try to explain his logic, saying that if Silver did recognize Cinder as an equal or a friend, then it would be like she's endorsing her copy. This would be detrimental to her, especially since they share a lot of the same audience too. In his mind, they have to fight for that audience's wallets with their cups and figures. But then specifying it's not even about the money. Red just wanted to see them get along.
Okay, yeah, this just goes back to the whole, like, what I was saying earlier about how there's a pie and everybody has to take a piece, but there's not enough pieces for everyone. Goes back to that, right?
But of course, the marketing potential and money they could make if they teamed up would be crazy. And this is something that...
It's all about money, right? So dumb.
Red was really passionate about as well. Overall, this whole
money.
situation is a shame. Getting a couple
Money,
gamer subs, especially back then, right, in the early days, was a very big deal. But it seemed like Red and Cinder could never celebrate anything. They would always look at their accomplishments in comparison to others, especially Silvervale. And in the end, they say comparison is the thief of joy. And this particular thief must have really enjoyed hanging around Cinder and Red. After this, the next 9 pages would show DMs between Red and Nano, then DMs between Cinder and Nano, in which they prioritize working with her over any other artist, change their plans to accommodate her, and choose to wait for her whenever she says that she can't work on things at the moment. They also show a couple pages that were directly copy and pasted from Bao's document. In any case, by November 2023, even though...
There you go. That's what I was saying earlier. Like at the start of this, when we started this, that they copy and paste a lot of shit.
Nano was getting way more popular due to all the demands for commissions, Red and Cinder would remain very loyal to her. They would always come to her for their models, never hiring someone else. Them saying this might have been to soften the blow for the very controversial thing that Red would end up saying next. Because when this was revealed in Nano's document in April 2025, the art community and the general VTuber community was absolutely baffled at how someone could say this to an artist. It would be him saying, not to discredit any of her work, because everything you work on is the top of the line incredible, but when everyone's a Nano baby, it feels less special to be one, if that makes sense. He'd reiterate this point again as a comment on this document, saying this is about supply and demand, and the perceived value of Nano's models if they weren't as scarce. Like I said above, this was not to discredit the quality of her work or her talent as an artist.
But like, what I was saying earlier, like, you're not reselling them, so it doesn't fucking matter. What's wrong with this dude?
I would recommend you say this to any artist you might know. You'll probably get punched on the balls. An artist lives to create, right? They want to do as many beautiful things as possible to impact as many lives they can. To attribute this action as a cheap supply and demand business tactic is genuinely, in every way,
we was looking at it as like I was saying earlier, with like cars. Like, but like you make those to be resold, right? You're not making these models to be resold, so it's like it's just weird.
Salt to their work and their entire reason of being. But Red couldn't see that. He was too busy thinking about business. This was Red essentially trying to gatekeep Nano from others, all for the sake of making Cinder appear more special. Some people call it manipulative, but that's up to you to decide. Regardless, Red would reiterate that both him and Cinder loved Nano. It just sucks that right now everyone wants a Nano model. I mean, it's good because you make a lot of money and you gotta eat lol, but sucks that it's not as special. He would again make that same point. Nano would express, I'm actually hard grinding because next year I might get my own house, to which Red says, housewarming party when? Now at this point, both Red and Cinder wanted to make her 3.0 model to be ready by 2025.
How much money was Nano making?
Nano would say, look,
able to buy a house
until June 2024 so far, let me know whenever is possible to confirm this new model, so I'll stop the models a bit for real and focus on yours. Red would say, I'll have to talk to Cinder and talk to blank again, and then Nano would say, like I said, would be an honor to you being Cinder's mama, but if she wants to go for blank, it is what it is. Won't take it personal or anything. The reason why these DMs are there is so that Red can say, her saying it is what it is almost sounds like it's just business. This is in reference to something we'll see later that made Cinder look bad. Red would then say something along the lines of, we take pride in calling you her artist. But he'd specify that he didn't say this because this was about him and Cinder owning Nano or keeping her from working with anyone else. It was simply because Nano's style had become synonymous with Cinder's brand. Red would then start to vent about all the new and exciting things he's working on, which also led to how unhealthy his and Cinder's work-life balance had become. And Nano would say, dude, you make me rethink my entire current wait list. Red would say, huh? Why? You gotta buy a house. You and your husband need a house. To which Nano would say, I don't know, Cinder's just the best baby I got, to be honest. Red would say, just by talking about our plans to Nano, she said,
Nano's married? What was that, Red? Red said to Nano, "Oh, Nano's married? What? No way."
I was making her rethink her current waitlist, calling Cinder the best baby I got, to be honest. The next page is something we already saw in Bao's document.
Can I just... Is it just me? Or do other people also find it weird that they call them babies? I feel it's weird, right?
Red would say, but I mean, if you want to clear up your schedule for more work with us, I'm not going to stop you. Which Nano would say, yeah, I'm thinking on cleaning the most later commissions. This is when Nano eventually would say that she really wanted to work with Bao. She didn't really want to cancel. Shortly afterwards, Nano would tell Red that she's canceling both Silverveil's and Cottontail's models, and that she'd have her manager, which is her husband, Mio, do it himself so that he gets the fault. Those were her own words. She didn't want to deal with the consequences herself. Red in the document takes the opportunity to say that this wasn't his fault, and that he only supported her decision after she had made it, never manipulating her prior.
It's like a popular thing to do. I don't know
whether it's true or not. A couple days later, this is exactly what would happen. Nano would message Silver, we already saw this in Silverveil's document, and would tell her that she has to cancel the model commission because her manager, aka her husband, was asking her to cancel the most commissions possible for health reasons. Cinder would then take the time to show the message she had sent Silverveil, congratulating her on her gamer sub stuff and how she received it and how they look amazing. This was 2 days before Red's conversation with Nano.
I'm just gonna say, him saying like for health reasons, and then like if you come out with models for other people after that, I think it's pretty clear that it wasn't for health reasons, right? Just saying.
Right, talking about canceling Silverveil's model. Silver would show this message in her document and would be disgusted over how Cinder was saying these nice things, while from her point of view, Red was in DMs with Nano, canceling Silverveil's model. Cinder would argue that this message was genuine, and that she had no idea what was going on in Nano's DMs. After canceling, Nano would express in her Discord server how she's feeling healthier and less stressed. This was a day after she had decided to cancel both Silver's and Cotton's models. To Cinder, this is all very two-faced, because when Silverveil would post her document about Cinder, Nano was already very well aware why Silver's model was cancelled. She still, however, replied to Silverveil's tweet and would say, I literally can't believe this, linking a screenshot of the section we just referenced very shortly beforehand, where Cinder sent a very nice message to Silver, while at the same time, 2 days earlier, both Red and Nano were talking about canceling Silver's model. Again, to Cinder, this was very two-faced. Nano knew exactly why Silver's model was cancelled, and yet here she was acting surprised over the fact that it happened. The next thing we see is Nano proceeding to ask Red about when she should finish Bao's model. Now we saw this in Bao's section, but what we didn't see was Nano calling herself a dedicated Cinder slave. This is something that Red would point out in the document, and he would say this isn't ever something he ever implied her to be, or that he only wanted her to work with them. However, such interactions could mean a lot of things. And while unprofessionalism might come to mind first, since Nano was asking a friend about when she should finish a commission for a client, one could also see this as a way for Nano to stay in Red's good graces, to maybe prove her loyalty to someone who showered her with trust, while also happening to see enemies everywhere. On the 20th of November 2023, Cinder tries to show us that she wasn't trying to monopolize Nano by showing us a conversation with someone she had worked with. That person was wondering what it was like to work with Nano, and Cinder would do nothing but sing her praises. And speaking of praises, the next image shows Red messaging 2 tweets to Nano, one featuring Cinder and the other one featuring BuffBub, another VTuber who had a model made by Nano. In these 2 tweets, they were both praising Nano as their favorite artist. Red would say, your daughters are really related, lol, and all of this would be Cinder trying to show us that Red, as well as her, never had any problem sharing Nano with others. A couple days later, on the 25th of November 2023, we'd see that Nano misunderstood a conversation between
But who came first? Or did they come around the same time? I don't know.
between her and Red. This was in reference
So Nano did BuffBub's design? Is that what happened?
to when Red would say, hey, if you make more models, then it's less special. She would come to the conclusion that she wasn't okay with it after speaking to some friends, and would realize that she was still pretty confused about the sentence in which Red said that more models mean that they're less special. She understood this as Red saying that she should stop making more models and just purely focus on Cinder. At this point, I feel like it's important to mention that Nano is Brazilian, her first language is not English, so maybe the misunderstanding stemmed from that. I don't know. Still something important to know. Based on Red's reaction in the DMs and based on the comment he made in the document, he was visibly caught off guard. He was under the impression that Nano wanted to work on more Cinder stuff. That's the impression he got from her messages. And he reiterated what he meant about her making more models for other people in regards to how it would be less special. He'd say that's with anything though, not just your work. If you have something special and then everyone wants and gets that thing, it makes it less special. I'm sorry you were under the impression we were trying to make you only do work for us. Nano would then say, but every single model I do is unique.
We didn't
and I make them
manipulate it,
special in their way. It's not like I'm selling Cinder to everyone. Please don't feel this way. She then even apologized, saying, I'm sorry I made you both feel this way too. But still, even after this entire interaction, Red would still, triple down now? He'd say, to me it was a matter of supply and demand, just like a rare trading card. The more models Nano made, and the more often she would, the less valuable they'd become for the people who have them. Nano's models are all incredible quality, extremely unique, and highly sought after, but they'd each individually be less special or valuable if there were 100 of them rather than only 10. So essentially he was treating this like Pokemon, when in reality this was someone's living, someone's passion, and someone's objective to make as many awesome models as possible. He'd then say, I only thought this way over models because of the role and importance they play for a VTuber, and the importance Nano's art was to our brand. It was never about who was asking Nano for a model, just that more and more people were. More new model clients meant more recurring model clients, meaning less time for anything.
Sometimes there was,
which is why we considered an exclusivity deal in January 2025.
like when it came to Silver.
Has always been our plans and our schedule. Everything a VTuber does revolves around model debuts. Merch, music, events, and more are all planned around a new model or outfit as a centerpiece. That's why I always asked Nano about her schedule and where she could fit in our plans at the consistent pace we've always the sentence just ends here. There's literally just a period. Where she could fit in our plans at the consistent pace we've always. Okay, that really caught me off guard. Anyway, he continues. That way we could keep up with the pressure to always do bigger and better things all around new models. On the other hand, as you'll read, I could also completely sympathize with Nano's perspective as an artist. In an artist's view, they want their art to be everywhere and seen by as many people as possible, and have more and more people appreciate their craft, hard work, and love they put into what they do. More artwork for more clients means more of their work will be seen by more people, leading to more new clients and more new opportunities to sustain themselves financially. New ideas and new concepts that come in keep work exciting and prevent creatively burning out from doing the same thing over and over again with the same older clients. When Nano told me how she felt, I was 100% on board with what she was saying and had no reason to argue against her, even if my priority has always been Cinder's projects. I also cared about and prioritized Nano as my friend and what she wanted to do for herself. I apologized to Nano for the confusion.
Not gonna lie, it's starting to hurt my head.
When I said business is business in these messages, it was referring to the fact that Nano made a business decision that was best for her, even if it wasn't necessarily what
it's
I
like
wanted,
it's
and I
clearly
respect
like
that. Didn't hold it again.
It's clear that like Red doesn't see what the way he talks and the fact that he's like talking negatively about all these people. He doesn't see that as him manipulating her. But like, of course, when you're talking negatively about someone all the time, that's going to affect the way someone thinks about that person. Right? Because all he's done is talk negatively about Silvervale, which is manipulating Nano into also not liking Silvervale, which by the looks of it didn't work as much as he wanted it to, but it worked enough to make her cancel commissions
against her and worked around it with her. In the next screenshot, we could see him saying that sentence. In fact, he says it twice. The first time would be in reference to Nano saying, thank you for understanding my side. We're all trying to have our names everywhere. Just please don't take this personal or anything. I still love working with you guys. And again, apologize for the trouble on your plans. The second time would be when she'd say, I want to take Silver's model, but I don't want to disrespect Cinder. I just want to do pretty models, no hurt feelings. And Red would say, business is business, with a laughing emoji. From Red's point of view, he was completely understanding and sympathetic to Nano's side of things and working with Silvervale. He would never ask her not to work with Silver or to cancel her model, but if she wanted to work with Silver, then there was nothing he could do to stop her.
Or you can't say that when you then fucking like said, hey, we want an exclusivity deal and we don't want you to work with Silver. Like,
it was her business decision, and he respected it just like he always had. This is what business is business was referring to, according to him. He would then reassure her that everything was fine, but then at the end would say, me and you are good, but I still have to tell this to Cinder, with a laughing emoji. And then he said,
which then just makes her start thinking like, oh no, now Cinder's gonna hate me. Right? This is manipulation, bro. Like, what are we talking about? What I mean, and they don't. But the problem is that they don't see that. That's the issue, right? And that's what all this document's going to be about, right? Is that's just going to keep happening. They're not going to see it as manipulating her, but technically it is.
It'll be fine. He felt the need to specify that this was a joke. After this conversation, Red would respect Nano's wishes, but then say they'd have to cancel Cinder's 3.0 model until further notice, instead only focusing on the upcoming pirate outfit because he was assuming Nano wouldn't be able to do both now that she's going to commit to working with others. This is when Nano would say, I might be able to, considering I'll only take Silverback. It wasn't clear why she wanted to still cancel with everyone after having this lengthy conversation with Red, but at this point I think there was a big problem with both communication and expectations on both ends of this relationship. Red should have never brought up his paranoia and rivalries into his business relationship with Nano, and her liking gossip doesn't really mean much seeing that he initiated the first move. What he did was unprofessional and does a disservice to the person he's representing, which in this case was Cinder. On the other hand, Nano was all over the place. She was doing a disservice to people who were willing to spend thousands of dollars on her models by being so indecisive, and she mistakenly, through a number of different factors, saw this as some sort of loyalty test with Cinder when it wasn't really the case. At least, that's what Red and Cinder claim.
Yeah, that's what they want you to believe.
A conversation about another VTuber by the name of Giri, another one of Cinder's friends. She was first mentioned like close to 10 pages ago, but it was very out of place. It was just this page by itself. This will be one of the many projects that were going to be cancelled because of Nano wanting less work. On the 19th of November 2023, Nano would bring up her name to Red, saying that Giri might be interested in a model. Red's reply would be, ain't no way, crying emoji. She's gonna want you for sure. To which Nano would say, hold on, it's not like this. Then they would change the subject. We're now back to the 25th of November when Nano would say, I might be able to, considering I'll only take Silverback. Red would then ask the question, did you end up working on Giri's model? To which Nano would say, oh, not yet, she was just browsing. This is when Red would say, no worries, business is business, further explaining what this means in the document, saying, business is business here is me telling Nano that no matter what her decision on Giri's model was, I would accept whatever outcome she chose. I didn't want to affect her decision about it, and Giri never came up between us again. At this point, this sentence was his catchphrase. Anyway, they'd continue their conversation, and Red would start worrying that Nano told everyone, including Silver, that the reason she chose to cancel their models was due to Cinder, to which she would say, I told them all it was health issues. Before ending the conversation, Red would make sure to specify, we never want to make you feel like we're making you or forcing you to work on or not work on something. Sorry that it sounded to you like I was telling you to only do Cinder work. The next day, on the 26th of November, Nano would personally message Cinder to make sure things were okay. This is when the infamous phrase, it's just business, would make an appearance after Cinder would write it in DMs, a phrase that would become a meme during her cancellation on April 2025. In the document, Cinder would take the opportunity to explain the reason
it's got to be banned in her
this
chat.
phrase and why she wrote it, saying, since it has been completely ignored in my apology, deceptively misinterpreted, and turned into a meme, let me explain again what I meant by it's just business when I used the phrase myself. If Nana had chosen to pause, delay, or cancel any planned or future work with me for any reason she would give me, whether due to other clients, burnout, or any other reason, then it was just business. Both Red and I had repeatedly reassured Nana over the years that there was nothing she could say or do to make us choose to stop working with her, and nothing about our work together would ever make me rethink the friendship I had with her. Our feelings did not dictate Nano's business and commission decisions. We always made accommodations for her to be able to work with us when she could, and she was always willing and excited to do things with us. If she had come to us herself saying she didn't want to work with us ever again, then that was just business. Neither of our comments were made trying to convince her to sabotage or cancel any projects for anyone else using business to justify it. It's just business was used in this conversation about the situation alone. To tell Nana we accepted what she wanted to do. I don't remember using the phrase anywhere else again, but it has been turned into this catchphrase I've allegedly had all along to sabotage people. If you were to present my conversation with Nano first, without any of the context of Red's discussion with her happening just before this, it could look like I was directly responding to Nano's message about canceling other people's models as just business. This is how it was presented in Nano's document. You'd also have to ignore everything else I said in the same message to Nano and everything else from this same conversation that referenced what Red had told Nano the day before. When you have the full context of the situation and the order it happened in, my "it's just business" comment means something completely different than what it was deceptively portrayed as to the public. So here's the thing. I think Cinder might have failed to realize why the "it's just business" meme caught on when she tried to clear it up in the document. It's not because of the phrase itself, but more so what followed afterwards in her DMs with Nano. These DMs would start off with Nano saying, hey, I wanted to just talk to you about your thoughts regarding what Red had said. This message would say, not to discredit any of your work, but making more models makes them feel less special, etc., etc. Nano said, I thought on canceling some models because of it, but then I realized it's not really fair to me. Cinder would say, I understand what he means, but at the end of the day, it's just business. The next paragraph paragraph would be her saying, being one of your very first model babies was so amazing. I was happy to be able to find someone to help you with live 2D cutting to improve your skills. And I think that's a big part of why everyone loved the 1.0 model and then started asking you for them. This, to many, came off as painfully manipulative. The fact that during a conversation about others working with Nano, Cinder would take the time to make it a point that if it wasn't for her commissioning Nano and taking the time to find her someone to teach her character rigging, then Nano wouldn't even be in this position with multiple clients to begin with, rubbed many people the wrong way. It almost sounded like Cinder was taking credit for Nano making it here. Now, look, even though she didn't further explain anything about this sentence in this new document, she did explain it in her initial apology, saying it was to reminisce over their shared past. Thing is, though, one can definitely reminisce with someone about their shared past without having to bring up an important favor they did for them as the centerpiece of the conversation. This is why these messages became a focal point during the drama during April 2025. The next 2 pages would then be more DMs between Red and Nano in which they treat her very well, moving projects around to accommodate her, etc, etc. But then Cinder would make it a point to include some DMs between her personally and Nano showing how well she treated her as well. Like for example, congratulating her about working on so many different cool projects with different people. The next 5 pages.
So like, the thing is, if you're trying to manipulate someone, you're not going to be mean to them. Like, of course you're going to be nice to them all the time. Do you get what you want? And then that's when you start to change. Right? So that works. So you being nice to her doesn't matter for shit.
Just would again be DMs between Red and Nano in which she was accommodating her, being fully understanding of her situations, etc, etc. And then the next image would show DMs between Nano and Cinder in which Cinder helped her out with some audio questions. This was an effort by Cinder to show that she did have normal conversations with Nano and that she was very nice to her outside of this situation. The next event in the timeline would be on the 25th of June 2024. This is when Nano would tell Red that she was getting less commissions than usual, and that this worked for her because she wanted to take more time to try and stream more often anyway. She would, however, indicate that she was interested in taking on more Cinder work. This, of course, made Red visibly overjoyed. A week later, Nano and Cinder would collab while streaming together. Cinder and Red would stop by Nano's meet and greet and anime expo. 17 days after that, someone would message Cinder about her experience working with Nano, and she'd say that she's fantastic to work with. All these different situations are in this document purely to support Cinder and Red's claim that they were nothing but nice and supportive to Nano. And to their credit, when it comes to those situations, yes, Nano seems to have been treated pretty well. The next 8 pages would then be a complete repetition of what we saw in Bao's document, so there's no need to cover them. The next event that would occur would be at the end of July 2024. Nano would get into a public drama with a well-known VTuber rigger who was meant to rig a model she made for Iron Mouse. On her model, she had a pearl necklace. The problem, though, was that it was clearly badly rigged, lazily put together with the beads moving as if they were independently levitating, right? As if there was no string attached to them. Nano would see someone's tweet highlighting the necklace's disappointing rigging, and then she'd make a quote tweet about it, publicly calling out the rigger, saying, "I fucking hate this, because this should be the original chest and he modified it without my knowledge," he being the rigger. And I clearly state that I offer free fixing for the rigger until model is done and good. She then continued the thread saying, "There was no communication between me and blank, the rigger, but surely this is not minor visual difference." The Cinder, this was Nano admitting that she had never communicated with a person she publicly called out. Of course, drawing a parallel between this and Nano publicly making the document about her in April 2025 without messaging her first. Nano would reply to herself again saying, "Yeah, I learned to stand up and tell clients that I won't work with them if it's rigor."
Yeah, because like the thing with it was, right? Didn't someone help Nano with the document? Was it Lily? I don't remember. But I'm pretty certain someone helped Nano with the document a little bit because, like he was saying, doesn't sound like English is her first language. But I think it was also maybe because she probably didn't realize she was being manipulated, right? Or didn't realize how manipulative these conversations were. And the thing with that is that if she was to go to Cinder and be like, "Hey," and show her the conversations and be like, "This, I've been told that this sounds really manipulative," Cinder's just gonna go, "No, they're not." Right? Clearly, because she went and looked at all this and then was confident in saying that there was no manipulation at all, when it's clearly not the
It's kind of
case.
douchey, but feel like it's needed. To Cinder, this is proof that Nano could stand up to herself if she found something to be weird, further proving that she wasn't manipulated to cancel anything by Red. As this was
Okay.
happening, both Nano and Red would speak about it in DMs. In it, we can see Nano trying to put on a brave face while stressing out and not really knowing if she did the right thing. Red would be there to reassure her, telling her that she did indeed do the right thing and shouldn't worry. At some point, Nano would say that she'll probably apologize because she doesn't want to stain her name while potentially staining Cinder's name as a result. Red would tell her it won't. Trust me. In other words, what he was saying was, don't worry, and no need to apologize. Red would make a comment in this document saying, some of my messages here aged really well. This is of course ironic. The document would then show a now deleted tweet of the rigger in response to the public callout, saying, I fucking hate this. Nanolist removed herself from tag and direct conversation and uses emotional language to attack and rally rather than actually caring about fixing the art that I've provided instructions for 7 months. But the focus seems to have shifted away from, and that's it, that's where the tweet ends. Overall, the subsection was aimed to highlight that in Red and Cinder's opinion, what Nano did to that rigger was wrong, and that they could draw direct parallels between this and what she did to them in April 2025. I should mention though that after the public callout, the rigger fixed this issue fairly quickly, very quickly in fact. However, it's not really known whether this rigger and Nano are on good terms today or if they're still hostile.
Yeah, but the other thing too is like, he's like, see, what she did to us was wrong, and she's done it before. Motherfuckers, you were like patting her on the back and saying what she did was great.
To each other. The next 12
Why is it not
pages of the
great
document would be
when she does it to
complete repetition
you?
What we already saw in Bao's document, so we're going to be skipping those. After these repetitions, the next 8 pages would be more DMs trying to showcase how well Nano was treated by Red and Cinder, even including details about how Cinder and Nano had collabed on her birthday, for example, and how much fun they had recounting it in DMs. There's going to be more pages like this in this document, so from now on, I'll be skipping them since I'm assuming that you got the point. This leads up to the next topic. On the 29th of September 2024, 2 months after canceling Bao's model, the word exclusivity would be brought up for the first time. But unlike how it was portrayed during April 2025, according to this document, it was Nano that has brought this up first, not Red. Cinder would say, about 2 months after canceling Bao's model, Nano asked Red about us paying for her to cancel her projects. She brought up the possibility of some kind of exclusivity deal to Red for the first time, saying she just wants to do Cinder stuff. This is what I said.
Okay, yeah, but at the same time, like, she's made it very clear that she doesn't want to hurt Cinder, like, ever, right? She's made that very clear. And then you have your manager, which apparently Cinder didn't know about, but talking shit about Silvervale constantly. And then Silvervale sounds like she was trying to commission Nano a couple times now. So, like, who knows what was happening behind the scenes? Just, you know, could have been sitting there freaking out about any of this,
projects in my initial apology.
thinking that if she does the Silvervale stuff, that Cinder will hate her.
It had been willingly and with excitement. From my point of view, it was that she genuinely wanted to be working on these things. I wanted to work with Nano as much as I possibly could, making her art the face of my brand. Cinder would then say, this was followed by her canceling a long list of model projects herself for a bunch of different VTubers after filling up her waitlist with more projects than she could reasonably take on again. Cinder would then reference her initial apology again with the sentence, of her own volition, Nano canceled a large portion of her model commissions last September. Cinder would then claim that this entire conversation was left out of Nano's document, and all of the blame for these model cancellations was put on me and Red. If you're one of the 6 VTubers who had a project with Nano canceled around this time, this was what happened. Once again, I had no involvement in this conversation and was only told about what happened afterwards. So in these DMs between Nano and Red, we can see her, unprompted, say the phrase, hypothetically, if I accept to be paid to cancel every commission that's not Cinder related, would you pay it? When Red would reply with, huh, I don't understand, Nano would explain in all caps, I'm freaking out with my comms and I think I just want to do Cinder stuff, I'm dying inside. I want to do my own shit too, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ask such a weird question. At this point, Red would need a bit more to understand what was going on, and when he finally understood, he'd say, we'll pay you for work you do for us, and if you want more to do to replace other commissions, we can do that. He would then directly reply to the message in which Nano would mention her hypothetical scenario, trying.
Okay, the garbage truck's going by again. I'm just gonna go back a little bit.
question. At this point, Red would need a bit more. I want to do my own shit too. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ask such a weird question. For stuff, Nano would explain in all caps, I'm freaking out with my comms, and I think I just want to do Cinder stuff. I'm dying inside. I want to do my own
Okay, so I feel like this implies that, like, she thinks she has too much work going on, right? And that she wants to, like, do less work so that she can work on her own stuff as well. And then he's like, hey, we'll only give you more money if you, instead of doing that work for other people, do it for us. So it sounds like she wants to do less work. You know, like, hey, do the same amount of work, but just for us.
shit too. I'm
And then we'll
sorry, I
pay
didn't
you.
mean to ask such a weird question. We can do that. He would then
Right?
directly reply to the message in which Nano would mention her hypothetical scenario, trying to understand it more as he asked, by this, did you mean for us to pay to cancel other projects? Nano would reply with, yeah, just a silly thought. This is when Red would specify that he and Cinder were willing to pay her for new projects to replace those commissions, but not just to cancel them outright without getting anything else in return. However, Red would make an exception, adding the phrase, unless it was silver, with a laughing emoji. Here's what Red had to say in the document. I was open to the idea of exclusivity, but the details needed to be figured out.
Okay, motherfucker, but you know, you weren't. You just said before that you didn't tell her to cancel any commissions. Right? That you weren't the reason that she. Then that. Okay. That's so stupid.
If Nano chose to keep working with us, we'd always have something for her to do. I asked Nano to clarify, and yes, she
So
suggested
dumb.
we pay her to cancel on 6 other VTubers. I wasn't going to pay Nano just to cancel other projects, except Silverveil, who I said as a joke. But if she chose to cancel them herself, we'd help replace the income with our own stuff.
Okay, yeah, motherfucker. You said as a joke, but I bet you any money if she was like, okay, I'll cancel Silverveil. If you pay me, you 100% would have done that. 100%. You cannot tell me otherwise. You went on hour-long rants about Silverveil. If she turned around and was like, yeah, Silverveil's getting a model made, it's 10 grand. If you pay me 10 grand, I'll cancel it. You would have done that. 100%.
Continuing their conversation in DMs, Nano would say, I think I'll just freak out and cancel all my shit. Red would ask, how much do you have besides our stuff? And this is when we'd see the full list of models on the chopping block. It would be Obi Katy Cat, 2 Iron Mouse models, Giga, Zentreya, Fufu, and Megalodon VT. Now, if you're unaware of VTubing or VTubers in general, at the time of this conversation, Iron Mouse, Giga, and Zentreya were all part of Vishouja, one of the biggest VTuber agencies at the time. 2 of those models were for Iron Mouse, just by herself. One of, if not the biggest English VTuber on the planet. These weren't just any commissions. I think it's safe to say that any artist of any size would absolutely kill for the opportunity to work on them. Still though, out of curiosity, Red would ask, how much did you want us to pay to cancel everything, lol? And he would make a comment on the document, saying, Nano wanted us to pay for her to cancel these 7 commissions for other people. If we were to pay her the price of them just to cancel them, it would have cost us anything from $40,000 to $50,000. Back in the DMs, Red would say, to be honest, I think if you were just to be focusing on Cinder and your own content, plus just drawing art again for Twitter/Patreon, that would do you good. To which Nano would say, that's my dream, in all caps. After this, they'd start to talk about some other things. And then Red would ask, what do you want to work on? 3 minutes later, Nano would say, I'm canceling shit. I need my freedom. She would then ask, Red, should I cancel blank? Say yes or no and I'll do it. I just need a voice. I won't blame you or anything. Red would panic and say, yeah, but I'll have to live with that. Nano misunderstands completely and assumes him saying yeah meant that she should cancel and says, fuck, okay, I will. Red panics even further, saying, wait, no, that's not what I meant. And Nano would say, that's my own response, not yours. You don't get to say what I do. I'm a free woman. 20 minutes later, Nano would say, okay, I'm free. I canceled so many stuff. Red, in all caps, probably worrying, would ask, what did you cancel? I was going to say you should at least keep blank because that's good advertising for you. The rest should go. Now giving his opinion. But Nano wouldn't budge and said, no, I'm so done for now. I've been thinking about this for a long time. Red would say, Nano canceled everything because she accepted too much, saying she was thinking about doing this for a long time, like she told me 2 months earlier leading up to canceling with Bao. He would then show us the images of her canceling with Bao again. We already saw this in Bao's section. Back in the DMs, Nano would end this conversation by saying, no regrets, honestly. This series of DMs was Red trying to showcase to us that he didn't manipulate Nano to cancel anything, that she took this decision all by herself, even though she implied in her document in April 2025 that she was being manipulated to do so by both Red and Cinder. This was also the first time exclusivity was mentioned.
By the way, though, in her document, was she saying, like, was she implying that he emotionally manipulated her to cancel all of her commissions? I feel like it was just the bow thing. The bow and Silvervale thing that she was saying he manipulated her, right? I don't feel like it was any of this other crap.
mentioned, and it was Nano that brought it up, not Red. Now, it is important to mention, and Cinder does that in her document, that Nano is actually following her own rules in her terms of service here. She clearly outlines on her website that she reserves the right to refund the full amount paid if she no longer wishes to work on your project for any reason. But still, I think it wouldn't be crazy to say that she was going through an internal crisis of burnout and existential dread. Unfortunately, though, the main people who had to pay the price for that were the VTubers who loved her art the most, the ones that were willing to pay thousands of dollars for it. Now, if we're going to be objective, Red's behavior here was fairly reasonable. He saw someone he calls a friend go through such a crisis while bringing up the idea of exclusivity, and he tried to help and understand where she was even coming from. Now, did he try his
possibly she just had too much work
to stop her from making such a big decision, though?
It wasn't
one that
just
could probably
burnout.
be very damaging to her reputation.
Because she realized
That's
that she
arguable.
booked
But he did
herself too
recommend that
thin.
she keep the commission of at least one VTuber in particular because he thought that it would further her brand's reach. The last thing I'll say about the
And who
subsection
was
is
that?
that I'm not sure
IMS?
whether Red was truly joking when he said the phrase about Silver regarding exclusivity.
G'day, bro. I don't even know how to say your name. Dodges Jen? I'm calling you Dodd. Be happy with that. Imagine not buying Cyberpunk 2077 and wasting $70 for this asset with window PNG game.
Exclusivity, saying unless it was Silver in regards to paying her
I
to just
have
cancel commissions.
Cyberpunk.
But at this point, it's no secret. Even Cinder wanted Silver to stop working with Nano. And
It
she's
kept
already admitted
breaking,
it in this
so I
1,000
didn't
page
play it.
document. So whether he was joking or not doesn't change anything.
My
right?
save
He
kept
wanted to sabotage Silver,
getting
period.
corrupted,
Anyway,
so I
the next 16 pages in Nano's section
was like,
will be
fuck it,
videos,
I'm not gonna play it.
DMs, and tweets, showcasing to us how Cinder not only didn't have a problem with other VTubers who use Nano models, but that
By
she
the way, I
actively
paid
did
more than
collabs with them and
$70.
even had some
I'm in
very wholesome
Australia.
DMs with them. The other VTubers showcased in this document were specifically Yoclash and BuffBup. We would also see how Cinder would congratulate Nano whenever she reached a new milestone, like winning the VTuber Parent of the Year award, and Red would
Yeah,
also
it's the
make
same thing
point
with
to praise her other
the
work
zombie
with other
motorbike game.
VTubers.
Same
Cinder
thing
would say
happened with
the next
that.
event in this timeline with Nano was when
Just kept
she and Red made
freezing
their exclusivity
and then
deal.
corrupting
Before
my
we go over
save.
that, I want to address why we thought to ask her about exclusivity in the
So I
first
just
place.
didn't play
There was
them.
another person we were consistently working with, and that was Artist One. They wanted to discuss a permanent paid position with us and suggested some kind of exclusivity for the work they did.
Also,
Like
I
with
like
Nano,
shiny
Red handled
Pokemon.
any business-related discussions with them. There is more that happened with Artist One in Bow's and Silvervale's sections of this document. We of course saw what happened in Bow's section already, so this is kind of repetitive. In any case, we can see Artist One here pitching
I need
the
them for
exclusivity
my
idea
shiny
to
living
Red
decks.
and be talking about how he'd prefer a monthly salaried position over a commission by commission system. To spice the deal up, he'd say that agreeing to this would prevent him from doing
Also, I
things
think
for
I
others
played
that are
halfway
deemed
through
Cinder
Cyberpunk
exclusive, such
both
as novel
times
visual
when it
effect work
broke.
and something else that's blurred in the conversation. Red was intrigued by the idea, and this is what Cinder would have to say in the document. The next time Red and I talked about this, he said we should ask Nano for some kind of exclusivity too. Nano has suggested exclusivity to him in September, and talking to Artist One gave him the idea to ask her about it again. So the next step here would be January 15th, 2025,
I don't
and we already
understand why
saw
they, like-
most of what happened in Bow's document. Red would tell Nano
They're calling Artist One, right? And Artist Two and whatnot. But then that one person who was like, I don't want to be a part of this drama anymore. They mentioned them by name. It's like so weird. Half-Life 2? What about Half-Life 2? I've never played it. Not shiny. None of them are shiny.
not to take on new clients, and they would
Yeah,
have
I've never
agreed
played
on Nano
Half-Life.
not working with Silver, Bow, or Cotton. That's it. Cinder, of course, was only aware of Red asking Nano to not work with Silver, not about Bow and Cotton.
We play a
Next,
decent amount of Pokemon
20
now.
pages are DMs we saw already in Bow's section.
Okay,
in which Red
calm
and Nano
down,
would negotiate
Jesus.
the terms of the deal. Red would be venting about Sacramore, Bow's editor,
Also, once
and
we
how he was
finish,
exclusive for her, how Artist One would include a section specifically
once we
for
get this
Silver and
thing
Bow, but
shiny,
Red wouldn't push for this to be
I'll be
changed,
playing The
and
Walking
how
Dead again.
afterwards, very shortly after, less
Telltale?
than a month later, Nano would cancel her
Season
deal and message
2?
Cinder personally to apologize. Now we're on the 11th of
Yeah.
April, 2025.
Yeah, season 2?
Shortly before
Season 2 or
Cinder
3?
would be cancelled. These would
Whatever
again be
we're up
DMs
to.
between Red
I think
and
it's
Nano.
2.
And Red would notice that Nano took on Shy Lily as a client and would ask her if she had any other models with her and others that were planned further down the line. Nano would say no, this is Shy Lily's only one, and that she needed to finish up a few things on another VTuber's model before going back to focusing on existing clients. By now,
Okay.
I'm sure you're aware that Red always messaged Nano to see what projects she was working on. What made this instance
Yeah, which is
special
really
that
weird,
he asked
bro.
Nano specifically when Shy Lily messaged her. In other words, when did their communication begin? He's only ever done this once as far as we know with Silvervale. The reason for him doing it now though would start making sense when we'd see Red's comment in the document. He'd say, I asked
Okay.
Nano about Lily and her other projects just like I would any other time, and Nano gave me the information just like she would any other time. I thought that Lily getting a model from Nano could possibly be related to how she was treating Cinder lately. Here's what Cinder would say in
What?
the document. That night I saw
Bro.
Red and he told me Nano was working on a model for Shy Lily, but didn't say anything about him asking Nano about it, or that he would. I was happy with the idea that Shy Lily and I were going to be model
Bro, this
sisters,
guy makes
especially
so
since
much
we're
of his
both
own
part
hand
owners
cannon.
at the same company. Red thought we might have to consider that we'd be competing with Shy Lily with the way she was treating me and the fact she was working with Nano now, similar to how things were with Silvervale. I didn't agree. In my mind, Shy Lily and I weren't going to be competing for anything, and this would be another thing we'd have in common to hopefully bring us together. I was only concerned with why she would have been upset with me lately and was anxious about it. So this
By the way, they're like, I'm pretty certain their reasoning for like thinking that Lily is upset with them is because she would raid Lily and she wouldn't mention Cinder. She would just like, they would come in and she'd be like, hey, and she'd call them Pyro Pops, which is like what Cinder's community's called or whatever. And like thank them for coming in and all that, but then wouldn't say Cinder, I guess. And that was her reasoning to why Lily doesn't like her.
This was pretty much just like Bao. Red took it upon himself to be the shining knight in white armor, protecting his wife from those who seek to harm her, even though according to her, she completely disagreed with him and his logic. The next day,
So
Red would
dumb.
mention Shy Lily to Nano again. And
So
just like the
stupid.
situation with Silvervale, he would start gossiping.
Anyway,
about the
Dud, what
clients
have you
in
been up
regards
to?
Cinder, saying,
Anything
Nano,
good?
do you have more plans with Lily besides just the model, like outfits or merch or anything? Nano would say no, just the model so far.
Bro,
This is
this
when Red
drama
would
is
spill the
like
beans and say, okay, her
so
asking me for a
mental.
model recently just made
Like
the
90%
antenna
of
go
his
up.
drama is
She's
just
been
in
acting
Red's
weird
head.
towards Cinder lately, and we don't know if something's going on. In the document, he'd say, I followed up with Nano about Lily because of the way she was acting towards Cinder over the past few weeks. It really seemed like Lily had a problem with Cinder. The DMs would continue, with Red specifying that Shy Lily's weird behavior towards Cinder had begun ever since VCard launched, a trading card game featuring VTubers that was sold by Gamersubs. Nano would ask
Okay.
what he considers weird behavior in this case, and according
Yeah.
to him, Shy Lily would start to dip out of collabs involving Cinder last minute, as well as more recently ghosting her messages and not thanking her by name when she'd raid her on Twitch. He was
Oh,
confused about this
no.
because around the launch of VCard, they were still collabing. We can confirm this since we had seen earlier how Cinder barely made it to Numi's concert because of her VCard collab with Shy Lily. Red found it suspicious how Shy Lily had stated that she wasn't looking for a new model anytime soon, and yet had reached out to Nano recently. He'd then say, I don't know, hate that we keep bringing you into drama, with a crying emoji. Here's what he had to say in the document about this.
So dumb.
I didn't lie about anything I said here. Me saying ever since after VCard launched was because around then was the last time I remembered them collabing and talking to each other, like I said after. I remembered Lily saying it was too soon to get a new model around the start of the year, but I didn't consider the 3 to 4 months that passed when I said this. And obviously Lily changed her mind since then. The conversation in DMs would continue,
So
with
stupid.
Red saying, feels like we're gonna have to compete with Lily if she's ghosting Cinder and wants the same model mama. He then dedicated an explanation to this document just for that sentence, saying, this is the only time I ever said anything
By the
to
way,
anyone.
like, look at how many models and stuff that they're getting done, right? And look how much like communication they have to do. As far as I know, with what I've heard, I think Lily is more involved with Gamersubs than what Cinder was. So like, if they're talking about like how busy they are, right? Then how busy do you think fucking Lily is? Like, and like the way Lily is thinking about this is like, oh, she's just a partner with Gamersubs, right? She's like a colleague. She's probably not fucking sitting there thinking that she's best friends with Cinder because Cinder now also is a co-owner. Like, this is just mental, bro.
anyone other than Cinder about competing with Lily. If Lily had a problem with Cinder and at the same time started working with our model artist, then yes, we wouldn't be working together anymore. In my mind, we'd be competing with her, at the very least over Nano's time. If Lily wasn't treating Cinder differently, I wouldn't have had any reason to think the timing of Lily's model with Nano was suspect, and no reason to ask Nano anything when she started working on Lily's model. I would have felt the same way about it that Cinder did. Red would keep this conversation going by asking more questions, like for example,
he's like, oh, they're both co-owners of GamerStops, and they did a collab, so they have to be best friends now and talk all the time. It's like, what? Motherfucker, like, what are you talking about? What's wrong with you?
Is it just Cinder and blank you've been doing continuous model outfits for? And do you know who's rigging Lily's model? He would then apologize for all the questions and say that he has to stay informed about our top artist and how there's never a break. This is when Nano would say that he shouldn't stress too much about this, jokingly saying that it's bad for balding. Red would say he'd keep Nano in the loop when it comes to drama because he and Cinder have to stay competitive, even when they shouldn't have to. Nano would again...
Wait, did I do something? Hold on. I got too distracted with this document. I'm pretty certain that my count is off. Yeah, my count is off. Like, we should be at 2,000 now, right? Yeah. I got too distracted with this insanity. Should be this.
And say don't go too far on the competitiveness, it can get bad, gotta chill sometimes, and Red would say, hey, it's not us. Here's how he would explain it in the document. I stayed up for...
It's not us. It is all you. These are the people, like, didn't know that you were this unhinged behind the scenes.
Nano's plans because of who she was to us and our brand. It's always been
They're
that
just
way, and it's
existing, and you're like, I hate
we have
them.
to stay competitive, as in a general sense with the entire VTuber sphere, even when we shouldn't have to with someone like Lily, who we thought was a friend, now acting this way. Finally,
that's what I mean. Like, Lily, who we thought was a friend. Did they have any communication with Lily before they became like co-owners? Did they even have a collab before that? Probably not. It's mental.
Two would switch the subject and talk about art-related stuff in regards to a Cinder model. The conversation would end with Red asking Nano about her opinion on design ideas. Here's what Red had to say in the document about that. These are my last messages with Nano. I guess saying anything about Lily was a step too far for her. I don't know why, if she thought I was lying about Lily for some reason, she didn't ask me to verify what I was telling her instead of leaking our messages. I never asked, told, implied, or said anything to Nano about not working with Lily or canceling her model she already started, and I had no intention to. Cinder would also show us the final message she had sent to Nano on the 15th of April 2025 with no...
Can I just say, I feel like if you ask someone to be exclusive, that's you telling them you don't want them to work with anyone else. That's what that means. So you saying, oh, I didn't tell her not to work with Lily. Like, bro, you told her to be exclusive. Like, what are we talking about?
No response from Nano. Asking, hi Nano, would you want to come on my stream again sometime? Cinder would say our partnership was terminated before Nano's document was posted, but not by her. This would lead us to the final event that had occurred in this section. It would happen shortly after Cinder would send her final message to Nano around the 15th and 16th of April 2024.
That was an old Amber.
Cinder would say, 3 days after Red's messages with Nano about Lily, and about 10 hours after my message above, Red was added into a group chat by Nano with her new manager. Red was told that effective immediately, Nano would be taking an indefinite hiatus from working with us due to burnout, and explaining away why Red hadn't heard from Nano in days. We knew Nano's manager had always been her husband Mio, so him being replaced and Nano coming to this decision out of nowhere made no sense. I was never added into this chat and wasn't even aware of it happening until the day after when Red talked to me about it. Red would chime in and say, Nano added me to this chat originally since this was the first time I'd ever been...
She replaced her husband as manager? Did she see what clearly Cinder doesn't see? And that is that it's like a conflict of interest to have your partner as your manager.
in contact with this other person. At the time these screenshots were taken, Nano had already left the chat. The Discord messages of her adding me into the chat and her leaving were gone, and I was apparently made the group owner. Nano never sent a message in this chat and was the original group owner. So just like Red had mentioned, he'd be introduced to
Okay.
Akira suddenly and would find out that Nanolist was going to be taking a break from working on large-scale commissions for Cinder. Akira, who was the new manager of Nano, would say that this decision wasn't made lightly, but was brought forth due to burnout. The entire thing was described as a temporary shift, with Akira stepping in only because Nano struggled to find the right words. Red was of course shocked, but tried to be as understanding as possible, saying that if that's what Nano wants, then he's fully supportive of that. He would mention that the project he was working on with Nano wasn't large scale. It was a fairly small model update and wondering if that would be affected too, to which Akira would specify that everything will be on hold until at least July 2025. The next day, Red, no doubt still really shocked, would message the group chat again asking for more clarification. He'd ask, is Nano taking a break from commissions in general for the next few months due to burnout from back-to-back projects and then things will resume as normal, but maybe with more time between new things? Or after her break, has she decided not to work with us in the scale she has been now, only to take on our projects sparingly so she can pursue other things? Thanks for the help. Akira wouldn't be very helpful, giving very vague answers, saying it's still too early to say, but I believe that when she comes back, she'll be doing smaller scale projects first before transitioning.
Do we think that Akira is kind of like a lawyer, maybe? Like, it wouldn't surprise me if this Akira person is like, saw the messages that she was having with Red and was like, oh, this isn't okay. This is weird. This is not how you, these are not conversations you have with a boss. Or someone that's paying you.
To bigger ones. Red was still wondering, would she still be able to take on projects? Red would again ask, given the timeline, let's say she's back in July, there's something that Cinder needs that needs to be completed by August. Can she actually do that? Would there be enough time? He needed a concrete answer so that he can figure out the next steps for that project. He'd also say, and one more thing, were there any other factors from her perspective that led to this decision besides artistic burnout? Akira would say, I'll bring it up with her. I'm thinking we might have a clearer answer by June regarding a potential start date for the Demon Model update, which was the project Red was referencing. Otherwise, it's probably a bit too early to have that conversation with her. Bear in mind, we were still in April 2025, right? Akira would then say, and no, as far as I understand, it's really just a case of artistic burnout and the pressure she feels to prove herself. Red would explain in the document, I asked Akira more questions and tried to speculate on some kind of timeline when Nano may possibly be able to work with us again, since this threw off our plans for the rest of the year. Then I asked specifically if there were any other factors from her perspective that led to this decision besides artistic burnout, thinking my conversation about Shy Lily with her could have had something to do with this. I was reassured it was just burnout and artistic pressure. Now I know
Well, like, once again, like I was saying earlier, like, you're not entitled to know. All you need to know is that she's not doing the commissions anymore. Like, and then she's taking a break. That's it. That's all you need to know. You don't need to know why she's taking a break. You don't need to know any of this. You're not entitled to this, okay? That's what I think is so stupid.
I was right to suspect this. The conversation would continue, with Red wondering if he and Cinder should start looking for a new artist. Akira would say that they completely understand if they can't wait for Nano to recover from burnout and would even assist them in finding a new artist if possible. Red would express that he was simply confused about all of this because to him, Akira made it sound like Nano was breaking up with Cinder, making sure to specify that if she truly only needed a few months to recover, they'd wait for her. An hour later in these conversations, Red would say that Cinder is very distressed after he broke the news to her, while asking for a confirmation that when Nano returns, she would still be willing to work with her. Akira would again give a very vague and non-reassuring answer, mentioning how it's too early to tell, and how once Nano is ready, be it months or a year from now, then he and Cinder will get contacted again. Cinder would say in the document, after Akira's messages, I was heartbroken, distraught, and didn't know where to go from here. Akira asked for Nano to not be contacted, and despite everything, I still respected Nano enough to not reach out if that's how she felt. Red reassured me that things would be okay and that we'd work with Nano again when she was ready.
Did you? It sounds like Red won't shut the fuck up.
Nano would come to this decision, and without saying anything to me at all, I canceled my fancy stream I was supposed to have that night, and she would show us the two posts she made, cancel.
The Fansly stream. What is she doing on Fansly? Is she doing what? The fuck is her name? Mel? She doing what she does?
Doing that stream. In this message, Cinder would say the sub-only stream is cancelled tonight because she received some bad news and doesn't have the energy to stream right now. Cinder would say if this was truly what Nano was feeling, even if we were completely unaware of it and she chose not to talk to us at all about it, we still accepted her decision with hopes of working with her again in the future. I was extremely hurt by how Nano went about this. She didn't even give us the courtesy to explain herself after years of working together, and instead sent someone we've never even heard of to say goodbye for her. The last message above was 5 days before Nano posted her document. In these DMs on April 21st, it will be read saying that Cinder was very hurt that Nano hadn't chosen to talk with her directly.
By the way, like I was saying earlier, someone probably saw the messages between her and Red and was like, okay, you need to stop talking to this person. And like the Akira person. It's where like you stop talking to them, I'll deal with it from this point forward.
About this, that both him and Cinder understood that yes, burnout makes sense since Nano was really overworking herself with so many projects. Overall, they just feel like this could have been handled better, or hell, even a compromise that made both sides walk away satisfied, instead of having a long-time relationship feeling like it was upended overnight. He would also reveal that due to the uncertainty of the future, he and Cinder began discussing backup plans with other artists. Akira would reply with a very PR answer, saying, I'm also truly sorry the situation came up so suddenly. Nano has been bottling up her feelings for quite a while, and it unfortunately led to a recent emergency hospital.
By the way, the way that Akira is talking is how a manager's supposed to fucking talk. Right? This is like a legit manager, not Red. Like, this is how managers are supposed to be.
Visit due to the stress. So I don't know whether this is true or not. I don't know if Akira just made it up to calm Redacted down, but in any case, 5 days later, Nano would post her document about Cinder. In the document, Cinder would say, Red and I were together when Nano posted her document at 1:45 a.m. EST. She was the first one to post.
You just keep everything
This time,
professional.
Red sent her a DM saying, Nano please, but deleted it right after. I messaged her, Nano can we talk, but deleted it too. She then removed us as friends on Discord so we couldn't contact her again. So yeah, this entire situation seemed to have been radioactive and was plagued by gossip and unprofessionalism.
Yep.
It shows us that even though we're dealing with very big amounts of money and projects that can touch the lives of hundreds of thousands of people, it still managed to involve high school level antics. I really wonder what you think when it comes to Nano's situation from Cinder's perspective. I wonder if this changed your mind about anyone involved here, and I wonder if you're starting to rethink your life, seeing how far you've made it into this video. In any case, I would recommend silencing those thoughts in your head because we still have a lot to cover, with the next section being about Shy Lily, meant to be directly seen after the whole V-Card and Numi concert incident. Let's get to it. All right, so Shy...
Okay. I'm going to leave this video here for today. Get rid of these. Take me over here. I'm definitely going to do the rest tomorrow or the next day. I'll get to 100. We'll get to 2100. Oh, that was an Aerodactyl. Unless we get it now? It didn't look like it. No shiny, right? No. Sag. Okay. We'll do this 30 and then that'll be it for today. It's starting to get hot. The rain went away. And now it's like getting warm. So yeah, if we don't get the shiny in this last 30, then we'll be doing this again tomorrow. I've committed myself to doing this until we get it. And then moving on. Bro, doing this with like the sound on is kind of annoying. Is that it? Yeah. Move it over a little bit. Meow. Also, I'm very hungry. So I would like to go get food. I'm surprised how long this is like taking. I'm not gonna lie. Since like I feel like what is this? Okay, never mind. Yeah, I feel like I've been getting shinies like really quick, so I'm like surprised at how long this one's taking. I got a message. I was looking at my message. Meow. I was not paying attention. Okay. I was too busy looking at my phone. Yeah, once we get the this shiny, we can move on to the other games. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Bringing up the folder so I can like where is the games to finish? There it is. Yeah, we got Dragon Age, Walking Dead, Shin Megami Tensei, Assassin's Creed Origins, Baldur's Gate 3. I'm looking at games that aren't Pokemon. That's what I'm looking at. And I kind of want to play Walking Dead. So once we get this shiny, I don't even think we'll rotate. I think we'll just play Walking Dead until it's done. Need to start knocking some of these games off of that list. Start completing some of these playthroughs. Shoo. After we finish with these fossils, I think I might do one. We'll do one run around to each area to finish it off. Have we not done 30 yet? Bro, when you're paying attention to it, 30 fossils is actually takes a whole minute. Sail fossil. What are the odds against? Like 1 in 4,096? So like we're halfway to odds already. I wonder if we'll go over odds for this one. Also, it's kind of shocking that it's taken a while because we got the first one in like 40 something eggs. Is when I got the Iron, and then the first tomorrow we got 200 and something. Not eggs, fossils. So like, surprising this is taking this long. Sail, fossil, sail. Oh, that's it. Okay. And any shinies? Nope. Okay. Okay, leave that there. Not gonna lie, I thought that we would definitely get more encounters. What did we start at today? I don't even remember. I think we did. It didn't do too bad. Okay. Zoom out. There we go. Okay, here we go. Meow. I'm not gonna lie, like, actually moving feels weird now. I feel like the noise would happen. Yeah. Okay. 2. Did I go past it? Or is it 2? Bro, the amount of times I've done this, you think I would remember. But I don't. Radicus. You know what? Let's go Pat Radicus. Wait, what? Oh, normally Magikarps jump and attack me. Whatever. Shut up. Pat Radicus, you're so slow. You always been that slow? Yeah. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna check this too. Because yellow, red, yellow. Okay, no. They're ones that I already have. Where's 3? That's 13. 3. Chong. Oh, also I did get some alphas. Alpha shinies yesterday. Trying to remember what I got. Oh yeah, I got this Go-Goat. I got... Oh, this? Gardevoir? Did I get something else? I may have got something else. I just can't think of it. I don't know. I don't remember. But I got it from the, Okay. I got it from the, Area 20. You know, shiny, right? What's happening? Oh, he's being chased. They're attacking my Pat Radicus. See that? 4. And people doubted it. I told you it works, bro. What is it? God damn it. You son of a bitch. Well, now I have another haunter to trade. Someone wants a shiny Gengar. You shipper snag. See, I told you guys this works. You just... Whoa, what the fuck? That snake was fast as fuck. You guys doubted me. I told you it works. Just go one by one and run through them. Things shine so easily in this game. Stupid. Too bad it's not things that I actually need. Like, I need those bunnies. Meow. And by the way, like... Tough shit, I guess, if you get a shiny Froakie. Because that motherfucker runs away from, like, a mile. Like, I was at, like, pretty much the entrance. All I was doing was trying to catch one to... fill out the decks. And I wasn't even, like, anywhere near it. And it just ran away. I was like, how the fuck did that thing see me? And it saw me because one of the mons on the outside, like, attacked me? Or got mad at me or something? 6. And because it got mad at me and started attacking me, the Froakie was alerted, I guess? And ran away. I was like, that's fucking dumb. Like, didn't even give me a chance to even get close to it. This is just stupid. Oh no. Oh wait. They're both blue. Because I was about to say, it's about to turn to nighttime. Okay, cool. Yay, battle zone activated. Great. How'd it know? That's exactly what I wanted. It just knew, bro. Just knew that's what I wanted. Ooh. Wow. Hello, bunnies. Okay. The reason why I jumped down like that was because it changed to nighttime. Which means it like reset them. Don't you yell at me. Pikachu? Ow! Well, it hurts when you hit me. Pikachu's not shiny. Whee! 7. Did I have an issue finding 7 yesterday? Oh no, there it is. Bro, I should know about 7. This is where the fucking ice cream cone is. I still haven't gotten. Stupid ice cream cone. So annoying. Bro, Alpha fucking Cocoon is gigantic. What? He's a big boy. 8. Oop. Just gonna run around like this real quick. I feel like I don't need to like alert them, right? Just get close enough and the noise will happen. Okay. 9? Oh, 9's the annoying one. Yeah. Mine's the annoying one. Meow. Hello. Meow. Hello. Hello. And then I think there's two down here, right? There's that one and there's another one. Where is he? There he is. I don't really need any of them shiny, to be honest. But you know, anything shiny I get just goes in my dupes box. That eventually I'll trade to you guys. Volumetric. Oh yeah, yesterday I was telling you guys, come to this area, you go here, destroy all these crystals, right? If you guys want crystals. And then you want to go over to those two, right? Whee. So normally when I'm getting crystals is what I do. You go along there, and then you go, come over here. To this ladder. And you go up here. Once you broke all those ones, you come over here, you break all these ones. Also, there's a bunch of crystals on the building outside too. I think there's a couple buildings. Yeah, there's one there. For some reason, there's a lot of crystals around here. And then you go over here. Whee! And you break these crystals. And there you go. It's like 400 crystals. Shut up. Shut up. Nope, don't touch me. No, no, don't touch me there. This is my no-no square. Nope. Okay. Nope. What? Ow. I ran into it. What a D-bag, bro. Start you get mad? Is he a mad boy? I don't know if he's a mad boy or not. Oh no. Now I need an alpha fucking watchog. Because I don't want to evolve Radicus. I like him being just my fat rat. My fat Radicus. Whee! Okay, 11. Is that? Yep. Where the amount of times that I got shiny fucking Stunfisk from this area? Stupid. Okay, nothing in the water is shiny. Yeah, this area is one of the most annoying. This is a 9. 9's annoying because you gotta climb the buildings and shit. This is annoying because you gotta do this. There's no like, they should have built like a little bridge or something. Across the water there. Because this is annoying. Okay. No shadies. Still no bitches. 12. 12. Trying to think of the other one that's annoying. Is it like 19 or something? I think maybe it's like 19. It's another annoying one. Nope. See you later. Whoop. 13. The. Found you. Oh, this is the one I can just run straight through. Oh, nothing shiny in there. 14. There. Yeah, this one's kind of annoying too. I just remember what this area is. Because I remembered about these stupid holes. Nope, don't touch me. Oh, alpha. Oh bro, look how many things are mad at me. Calm down. It's not that deep, bro. 15? Another one I could just run straight through. Yoink. 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 Nope. No shinies. No. Ow! Oh, he hurt me. I still haven't found a single shiny water monkey. Found 2 shiny grass monkeys. I got the alpha shiny fire monkey. Still no water monkey. 16? Question mark? There it is. Oh, I could show you guys. Yeah, I think I was like here. And then one of those guys attacked me. And it alerted the frog. Right here. Right? I think it has to look at me. What? It's making me a liar. What the fuck? Okay, fuck you then. Because that's what happened. Does it make me look like a liar now? What? Oh, okay, daytime. Did the alpha and virus save me? Is that what happened? Because it's like an alpha scream, right? You spawn here? What? Okay. Not seeing any brown guys. 17? I had no idea that floor just spawns there. Okay, well, that one in the hole is shiny. By the way, it's very easy to die to these lions. Because they all shoot the thing up underneath you. That. Okay. Nope, see you later. Whee. Oh good. Oh good. Don't. Guess that just proved me right. 18 is Salamence? Yeah. Yeah, this is the one I was thinking of. 18 on 19. Because you gotta go like around the back and you gotta climb up. That's very annoying. I don't know why there's no Holovator here. Like the other one has a Holovator. Then they, for this one, they're like, nah. We're not gonna give it a Holovator. We're gonna make it so you have to climb up all these stupid ladders. None of them are yellow, so I'm not even gonna bother. 19? Which one's 19? Oh, that's 19. Okay, never mind. 19's not that bad. Yeah, it's definitely 18. This is the one I was thinking of. What? Oh, not fun. Hello, Grandpa. How's it going? Surprised I haven't found another one of them. There's a lot of those dogs in there. Holy shit. Okay, 20. Here we go. Last one. Oh yeah, I found a that was the other thing I found shiny yesterday. That Meganium. It was a Chikorita, but yeah, I got shiny Meganium. Yeah, I found 2 shiny alphas. Because I had 6 there. Garbodor. Garboda. How do you say that? Is it Garboda or is it Garbodor? What? Oh, Lucario. I don't know what's mad at me, just stop being mad at me. Oh, God damn it. Are we back at the start? I feel like this is the start, right? Is that the start? I feel like it's the start, right? Yeah. I'll give this one more look. No, no shinies. Sag. Well, we did get a Ghastly, so my method is proven. It's like yesterday we got 2. Oh, sorry, dog. Yesterday we got 2 by doing it. Today we got 1. So I've proved my method because the way it is you rotate between them and you just keep going. But I proved it even if you just do it once. You just get a shiny. I will be evolving that into a Haunter and then trading that. So I don't know if one of you guys wants that. If not, I'll just trade it in the code that Austin John made. This is what I did with the rest of them. All those Gengars down there. I haven't gotten a shiny one back yet. What? You never know. Maybe someone might give me one. Bro, I was bit by something. And it's like going all into like a big itchy lump now. It's annoying. We'll be doing this again tomorrow. Shiny hunting the Amora. And we'll react to the rest of the Cinder drama. Which we've done more than half of it, so. Tomorrow's part will be the easier part, I think. Maybe. But yeah, once we get the Amora, I'll be moving on to other games. But till then, we're going to keep doing the Amora until I get it. And that's just how it is. Bro, it's fucking... It's 38 degrees in this room. So dumb. The other day, when I ended stream, I think it was like... When was it? Not yesterday, the day before. Or whenever it was, the stream before that. By the time I ended stream, I think it was like 10 a.m. or something. Or 9 a.m. And it was like 40 degrees. And then I think by the time it started to get cool again that day, I think it was like 40 something degrees. It was like the mid 40s. It's not even summer yet. That's what's stupid about this. Australia is just bad, bro. They're trying to cook us. That's what's happening. The world's trying to cook us. But I don't think we taste very good, so... Anyway, I'm going. Going to get something to eat. I'm hungry. If you guys enjoyed today's stream, leave a like. If you want to see more, subscribe. But till next time, here.